Inside the hall, OF, Chinese letter, / heaven serving hall, as always, it was solemn and dignified, with an aura of majesty enveloping the entire hall. The Imperial Guard standing solemnly inside and outside the hall were all clad in armor and wielding weapons, adding to the solemnity of the place. The civil and military officials, dressed in the official robes of the Ming dynasty, lined up in an orderly fashion in the hall. They stood upright and respectfully on both sides, presenting their memorials in an orderly manner. Every matter discussed and reported to the court was of great importance to the nation. The voices of the ministers echoed in the hall, some passionate and impassioned, others calm and analytical. Every word concerned the affairs of the Ming dynasty. Since the start of the Northern Expedition, a large part of every court meeting had been about the Northern Expedition. Right now, a series of hurried footsteps came from outside the hall, breaking the rhythm of the court. Tristram Shadowvale, the commander of the Imperial Guards, entered the main hall with hurried yet steady steps, dressed in bright armor. After entering the hall, with barely suppressed excitement on his face, Tristram looked respectfully at Evander on the dragon throne and loudly proclaimed, "Your Majesty, General Shadowvale Arlen sent an urgent report to the Emperor announcing a great victory in the Northern Expedition. The messenger is currently waiting outside the palace." Tristram was so happy because the general leading the Northern Expedition was his father. The words fell. The officials, who had been focused on the court proceedings, all turned their attention to Tristram. For a while, time seemed to stand still in the hall for a moment as everyone was captivated by the sudden news. A great victory, even on the dragon throne. Vander's usually calm and dignified face showed a hint of emotion. He leaned forward slightly, with a hint of anticipation in his eyes. Then there were the civil and military officials in the imperial court, each of whom also showed curiosity and anticipation on their faces. No doubt, the words "great victory" were used to describe the victory. This alone is enough to stir up a huge wave and move people's hearts. "Summon him here immediately," Vander immediately shouted, his voice filled with an urgency rarely seen in his daily life. An expectant smile quickly appeared on the old man's face, which dispelled the serious atmosphere in the court. Zachary, who was on the steps, was also drawn by the news. For victory to be called a great one, it must have been a major triumph in the Northern Expedition. Otherwise, the word "great victory" would not have been proclaimed. The Emperor has a decree. Gawain, who was serving nearby, was dressed in a magnificent eunuch's robe and announced loudly and clearly in a sharp voice, "Summon the urgent troops to enter the palace for an audience." Echoed. Outside the palace, 3 messengers, dressed in light, short-sleeved clothing, looked tired but also excited to meet the Emperor. They split into 2 groups, 1 in front and 2 behind, and walked into the hall in an orderly and swift manner. Inside the solemn hall, their footsteps sounded exceptionally clear. "I see you, Your Majesty." After the 3 messengers entered the hall, they moved in unison and immediately paid their respects. Simultaneously, the 3 men raised the urgent reports they carried high and presented them to the Emperor. No need to pay tribute. Evander raised his hand hastily, his tone filled with impatience. Then Evander asked directly, "What great victories have been achieved in the Northern Expedition?" "Let's start playing, Your Majesty." The lead messenger immediately raised the bamboo tube containing the urgent report high and replied in a loud voice, "This is a report of victory personally written by the general. Please read it, Your Majesty." Before Evander could speak, Gawain, who was serving nearby, immediately walked quickly to the messenger, picked up the urgent report, and then carefully presented it to Evander on the table in front of him. "Let's see what kind of great victory the Northern Expeditionary Army has brought us this time." Evander laughed heartily, his voice cheerful. His hand swiftly opened the urgent report, his old eyes narrowed, staring intently at the words on it. At this moment, all the eyes of the court officials were focused on Evander. Each one of them had curiosity and anticipation in their eyes. Under their gaze, Evander's old face changed from a smile to astonishment, his eyes widening as if he had witnessed the most unbelievable thing in the world. At last, Evander's eyes widened in disbelief. After a while, it seemed that they had read the entire report of victory without missing anything. Evander slowly put it down, a look of emotion he had never seen before appearing on his old face. Even when Nahachu was beheaded and Liadong was recovered, Evander remained extremely calm. But today, the emotion he displayed seemed genuinely difficult to calm down. Under the watchful eyes of the entire court, Okay, okay, okay. Evander burst into loud laughter, no longer hiding his true feelings. Laughter echoed throughout the hall, filled with joy and pride. We really didn't expect this. Evander laughed heartily and continued, the Northern Expedition has brought us such great news. May heaven bless the Ming dynasty, may heaven bless China. This only fueled the curiosity of the court officials. Father? Zachary asked with a smile, his face showing concern and curiosity. What kind of great victory was the Northern Expedition? All the officials and civil and military officials, eagerly anticipating the arrival of Evander, their eyes fixed on him. For hundreds of years, Evander gripped the victory report tightly in his hand, held it high, and his old face was filled with an indescribable excitement. The Mongol cavalry swept across the world, conquering all directions. Wherever their iron cavalry passed, mountains of corpses and seas of blood followed. No one could stop them, and no army could withstand them. In the past, the Mongol cavalry trampled the Central Plains, destroyed the Song dynasty, and swept across our China. They enslaved the Central Plains of China for 100 years. But now everything has changed. Evander's tone suddenly became excited. Zachary, the Northern Yuan's 100,000 iron cavalry were defeated by our Northern Expeditionary Army. Evander laughed loudly, his laughter echoing throughout the court, filled with excitement and exhilaration. The 100,000 iron cavalry of the Northern Yuan were defeated. The civil and military officials in the court were all taken aback. Lester, the Minister of War in particular, stared wide-eyed in disbelief. The Northern Yuan's 100,000 iron cavalry, despite the discussions among many ministers of the Ministry of War, had no countermeasures and could only send more soldiers and artillery. And now they've been defeated. Before Lester could think further. Subsequently, Evander handed the victory report in his hand to Gawain, who was standing beside him, and his expression gradually became serious. Read it aloud. Restoring authority is beyond question. This slave takes the order. Gawain held the victory report in both hands with solemn gestures. After slowly opening the door, he faced the assembled civil and military officials and loudly proclaimed, "Your subject Samson hereby reports to your majesty on the great victory achieved in the Northern Expedition." The sound resounded throughout the hall and could be heard clearly. Since our two armies launched a Northern Expedition and captured 10 border cities of the Northern Yuan. Breaking through the Northern Yuan's border defenses, the Northern Yuan has mobilized a large force to protect its capital. The Northern Yuan has deployed 100,000 Northern Yuan cavalry to its northern border region to block our Northern Expeditionary Army at the Northern Yuan royal pasture. Even I am powerless against 100,000 Northern Yuan cavalry. The fighting prowess of the Northern Yuan cavalry is unparalleled in the world. My Northern Expeditionary Army has a total of only about 60,000 cavalrymen and is mainly composed of infantry. It is simply not able to fight against the Northern Yuan cavalry. The Northern Yuan cavalry is located on a vast, boundless plain. I have racked my brains but cannot find a way to fight them or defeat them. In a moment of crisis, Gawain's voice suddenly rose. Arlen, the champion earl and commander of the Second Route Army of the Northern Expedition in Daning, has proposed a method to defeat the enemy. This formation, originally from the glorious Farnsworth dynasty, was specifically designed to counter cavalry charges and is called the Dragon Gate Formation. Seeing that the champion earl was confident about this battle, I entrusted him with the authority to deploy the two armies and arrange the troops to meet the enemy. Wait until the battle is complete and the battle begins. The champion used the Dragon Gate Formation to trap and kill more than 40,000 Northern Yuan cavalry, greatly weakening the Northern Yuan cavalry's fighting strength. Afterwards, the champion earl personally led 40,000 cavalrymen who had been prepared for battle to meet the remaining nearly 60,000 iron cavalrymen and won the battle. Gawain's voice grew louder and louder. The Marquis of Champion personally beheaded the Northern Yuan General Felix and killed nearly 20,000 Northern Yuan cavalrymen in a direct confrontation. Our Ming cavalry has won a great victory. In terms of cavalry, our great Ming only has 40,000. Although more than 40,000 Northern Yuan cavalrymen were trapped in the battle formation, nearly 60,000 of them still remained. For hundreds of years, since the rise of the Mongols and the existence of the Yuan dynasty, the Yuan cavalry has been unparalleled in the world, sweeping across the land and invincible. Now, Gawain's voice reached its peak, as if it would pierce through the roof of the palace. Our great Ming champion Earl is worthy of the name of champion. With inferior cavalry, we have defeated the elite Northern Yuan cavalry head-on and won a great victory. From this day forward, the cavalry of our great Ming shall be the best in the world, unparalleled in the world. Gawain read it aloud, his hoarse voice echoing throughout the entire court. Even though he was a eunuch, even though he was disabled, Gawain's voice was still very loud and moving when he read out this report of victory. His face was also full of excitement and pride. Meanwhile, in the imperial court, all the civil and military officials watched in shock. If it were merely a simple victory in capturing a city, Arlen would have already achieved success in the first battle of the northern expedition and reported the victory to Yingshan. At that time, although the court officials were surprised by Arlen's new achievements, given his performance in the Liaodong campaign, it seemed that the entire court had become accustomed to it and felt that Arlen's military exploits were not surprising. After all, during the Liaodong War, Arlen's name appeared many times in the imperial court, and he was also highly regarded by the current emperor and crown prince. But this time, this is different from before. Northern Yuan Iron Cavalry. This term has become synonymous with the Mongol Empire and the Yuan dynasty in the past. Even though the Northern Yuan was driven out of the Central Plains by the Ming dynasty, the power of the Northern Yuan cavalry remained. But this time, the Northern Yuan Iron Cavalry, renowned for centuries, was defeated. Moreover, they were defeated by the Ming dynasty cavalry. This significance needs no further explanation. This will be a great victory that will go down in history. How could this not be moving and shocking? No wonder Samson attached such importance to it, rushing back with a report of a great victory. It turns out he had achieved such a triumphant result, a minister murmured, full of amazement. The Northern Yuan cavalry, renowned for their unparalleled might, have actually been defeated by the cavalry of our great Ming. This is truly a great victory, an unprecedented one. Another somewhat aged minister exclaimed, his face flushed with excitement. History will remember this forever. No wonder the emperor was so happy. From now on, the Northern Yuan cavalry will no longer be the best in the world, but our Ming cavalry will be the best in the world. The formidable reputation of the Northern Yuan cavalry is gone forever. Our great Ming drove the Northern Yuan out of the Central Plains, rebuilt the Ming dynasty, and recovered Liaodong, thus completely reshaping the map of our China. This time, we defeated the Northern Yuan cavalry head-on, which also completely washed away the blood debt of the Mongol cavalry that once invaded the Central Plains and slaughtered our China. From this day forward, the Mongol cavalry and the Northern Yuan cavalry will be consigned to the dust of history. Our great Ming cavalry will be the strongest. Good. What a great victory. Our great Ming Iron cavalry shall be the best in the world. Good. Upon hearing the report of this great victory, many ministers in the court couldn't help but discuss it, and many even cheered loudly at the end, unable to hide their excitement. Compared to seizing territory, this direct defeat of the arrogant Northern Yuan cavalry is a truly inspiring victory. Centuries of shame for China have been washed away. All of a sudden, as Gawain paused for a moment, a silent uproar ensued throughout the court. The ministers' faces showed excitement, pride, and anticipation for the success of the northern expedition. Arlen. Zachary also had a smile on his face, his expression filled with satisfaction and admiration. I knew I hadn't misjudged you. You are so outstanding that you led the Ming cavalry to a head-on defeat of the Northern cavalry. Zachary thought to himself that he valued Arlen even more. And this time, Gawain continued reading, this battle between our great Ming and the 100,000 iron cavalry of the Northern Yuan has come to an end. Your subject and the generals in the army have tallied the results. The sound once again broke the clamor in the court. Of the 100,000 iron cavalry of the Northern Yuan, less than 20,000 escaped. Our army captured more than 30,000 Yuan cavalrymen and killed more than 40,000 in total. Our army suffered fewer than 10,000 casualties. A great victory. In this battle, we not only successfully defeated the strongest elite cavalry of the Northern Yuan, but also captured countless warhorses and supplies. I will submit a detailed count to the Ministry of War and then to His Majesty as the Commander-in-Chief. Furthermore, Gawain paused slightly, the 100,000 iron cavalry of the Northern Yuan have been defeated, and the obstacles in our army's path have been removed. I will lead the Northern Expeditionary Army to capture the Yuan capital as soon as possible, destroy the Yuan court, and will certainly not fail your Majesty's expectations. That concludes the reading. This report of victory is now complete. Can be said, this report of victory was read aloud. Samson did not claim credit for herself, nor did she claim credit for Frederick. Instead, he presented a detailed account of the events leading up to and following the battle at the Northern Yuan Royal Ranch, including the ultimate victory over the Northern Yuan cavalry. Arlen's military achievements were fully described without any omission. It can be said, this report of victory, besides being a memorial to the emperor praising the defeat of the Northern Yuan cavalry and the establishment of the prestige of the Chinese cavalry, was also Samson's personal request for credit on behalf of Arlen. That was a brilliantly fought battle. Samson also knew that, without Arlen's Dragon Gate formation, which was effective against the Northern Yuan cavalry, he would not have been able to change the course of the battle. Ultimately, although the Ming dynasty captured cities one after another at the beginning of the war, it ultimately underestimated the strength of the Northern Yuan and its military power. Even an army of 300,000 was ultimately not enough to suppress the rebellion. But Arlen managed to turn the tide of this crisis. Your Majesty, Evander slowly stood up from the dragon throne. Although he was old, he still exuded an aura of majesty that pressed down on the court. Followed. With an excited smile, Evander looked down at the court and asked loudly, "How do you feel?" "Your son congratulates your Majesty on the great victory in the Northern Expedition, which has utterly defeated the Northern Yuan cavalry." Zachary was the first to stand up and bow to congratulate Evander. His face was full of joy and pride, as if he were proud of his father and his country. "We congratulate His Majesty." The entire court of civil and military officials offered their congratulations to Evander. Their voices were unified and resounding, echoing throughout the hall. Congratulations resounded throughout the court. Ha ha ha. Upon seeing this, Evander burst into laughter, overjoyed at this great victory. Their laughter was filled with satisfaction and pride. The Northern Expedition. Even if it's not completely settled yet. However, upon hearing that the Northern Yuan cavalry had been decisively defeated by the Ming dynasty, they were shocked to learn that the Northern Yuan this moment. Evander felt that all his efforts and sacrifices had been rewarded at this moment. "Your Majesty." Evander spread his arms wide and said authoritatively, "From this day forward, the Northern Yuan cavalry is no longer unparalleled in the world. It is our great Ming cavalry that is now unparalleled in the world." The words fell. The Ming dynasty's iron cavalry is unparalleled in the world. Long live the emperor. Long live the Ming dynasty. All the officials and civil and military officials echoed in unison. At this moment, the entire court of civil and military officials also shared a sense of shared glory, although they did not go to the battlefield or participate in the Northern Expedition. However, they were involved in the planning of the Northern Expedition and the allocation of its provisions and supplies, and they were also part of the team that won this great victory. Their faces were filled with pride and joy. "Father." Zachary turned around and solemnly asked Evander for permission. "The Marquis of Champion is unparalleled in bravery and has outstanding command of troops. This time, leading our great Ming cavalry to a head-on victory over the Northern Yuan Iron Cavalry, has truly demonstrated the might of our great Ming and the might of our Chinese nation. Your subject once again requests that the champion earl be richly rewarded." Zachary continued, "At the very least, we must let the world know of the achievements of the champion earl, and let all the people of the world know of the great victory of the Northern Yuan Iron Cavalry being defeated by our great Ming." With Zachary speaking up, Maxim, the former general who had conquered Liaodong, also stepped forward and immediately said, "The Earl of Champion is extremely loyal and brave, and has made countless contributions to the country. I second the Crown Prince's request." Similarly, Maxim's voice was firm, full of recognition and appreciation for Arlen. "I second the proposal. The champion deserves a great reward. I second the proposal." One by one, the ministers stood up to echo their sentiments. As one minister after another stepped forward, the entire court erupted in applause and agreement. The ministers' voices rose and fell, but they all had the same goal, to reward Arlen. Was able to ensure that not a single official in the entire court opposed it. Even if they were unwilling, they had no choice but to agree. This is sufficient to prove one point. Pericles used his military achievements to subdue all those who disagreed. Again, the imperial court was originally the domain of civil officials, not military generals or those from Huexi. The reason no one objected was solely because Zachary spoke up. The real key point is that Arlen is neither from Huexi nor from any faction in the court. Moreover, Arlen has no background and a clean record. No faction dares to offend Arlen easily, because it would not be a good thing if Arlen were to align himself with a faction that opposes him. Therefore, the best choice is to avoid offending anyone, unless they truly become adversaries. Above the court, this is far more complex and far more complicated than the battlefield. On the battlefield, it's all about killing, but the killings in the imperial court are bloodless. And now, seeing the unanimous agreement in the court, Vander smiled and then said in a majestic voice, "Reward him. Arlen has rendered meritorious service to the country, brought fame to the nation, wiped away the shame of China, and won the unparalleled reputation of our Ming cavalry. Naturally, he deserves a great reward. Champion Earl is the most outstanding young talent of our great Ming dynasty." Vander also acknowledged and praised Arlen's achievements in this battle. But Evander's tone softened slightly. The northern expedition is not completely over yet. The final rewards will naturally be determined after the northern expedition concludes, when all the military achievements are gathered together, so that we can reward them based on their merits. And the Crown Prince's words mean that we should bestow rewards right now. Talking. Vander looked at Zachary with a hint of helplessness. After all, it was her own son who brought it up. In Evander's mind, all the rewards for the generals of the northern expedition should be given after the expedition was over. Even Arlen was the same. After all, Arlen was no longer the junior officer he once was. Now that he had agreed, Evander's old face showed a thoughtful expression, as if he was thinking about how to reward Arlen. "Zachary, do you have any ideas on how to reward the champion?" Evander then looked at Zachary with a questioning gaze. Since it was Zachary who suggested it, let him think about it. P.S. Thank you for subscribing and supporting me, brothers. Thank you very much. Inside the Hall of Supreme Harmony. At this moment, the eyes of both civil and military officials fell on Zachary. After hearing Evander's words, Zachary smiled gently and immediately stepped forward. When his gaze met Evander's, he paused for a moment, pondering, followed by. Zachary straightened his expression and immediately said, "Since Father has asked me to make the decision, then I will not stand on ceremony." "You little rascal, when have you ever been polite to us?" Evander laughed heartily, his wrinkles smoothing out with the smile. With a wave of his hand, his bold gesture displayed the demeanor of an emperor. The close relationship between father and son moved the surrounding officials. Such a harmonious atmosphere was not something that ordinary emperors and their sons could have. It was undoubtedly a privilege that only Zachary could obtain. "The reason why I bestowed the title of champion upon Arlen in the past." Zachary looked serious as he slowly swept his gaze across the assembled officials in the court. He said with a touch of solemnity, "Firstly, his performance on the Liaodong battlefield was outstanding. He led our soldiers in a valiant fight, taking the lead and demonstrating the might of our Ming army. Secondly, he is young and promising. Just like the Archibald, brave and fearless, and intelligent and courageous. What I desire most is for our great Ming dynasty to have a Marquis of Champion, so that in this prosperous era, the outstanding military prowess of our great Ming dynasty can be displayed." Zachary's expression was serious, and his words were full of expectation. Through this battle, Arlen has not disappointed his son, nor has he disappointed his father. Zachary tilted his head slightly, his eyes full of admiration. He truly deserves the title of champion. Therefore, Zachary paused briefly, took a deep breath, and looked around at the assembled officials in the court. Then, with an unquestionable and irrefutable tone, he said, "I think it is appropriate to promote the title of Earl of Champion to Marquis of Champion. Our great Ming dynasty must also have a Marquis of Champion. I believe that Pericles Yingjin, the Marquis of Champion, is certainly capable of bearing this title. It can better inherit the legacy of Archibald of the Cornelius dynasty and demonstrate the military might of the Cornelius dynasty." Zachary finished speaking. The court officials were also taken aback. Champion Earl, Champion Marquis. It's just a difference of one word. They are worlds apart. If one were to truly receive the title of Marquis, even if it were not a hereditary title. Arlen was also the person whose title was promoted the fastest since the founding of the Ming dynasty. He was enfeoffed as a Marquis before he was even 20 years old. This is truly like the rise of Archibald, the champion of yesteryear. Now, the imperial court was completely silent. Everyone knows that in the Warring States period, the title of Lord Todden was the lifelong pursuit of military generals. However, after the establishment of the Cornelius dynasty, Archibald emerged out of nowhere, and his name as Marquis of Champion shook the world. His feat of sealing the Wolf's Lair and residing in the Shingnu Mountain inspired the aspirations of later military generals and became their lifelong goal. The title of Marquis of Champion carries the highest honor and dream of a military general. When Zachary bestowed the title of champion upon Arlen, an ordinary military general might have found it difficult to bear such a heavy burden. But now, Arlen, with his outstanding military achievements, is truly deserving of this title. Champion Marquis. These three words spoken by Zachary seem to carry immense weight, echoing throughout the court for a long time. Although Arlen did not achieve the same feat as Archibald, his decisive victory over the Mongol cavalry, which had swept across the land for centuries, was undoubtedly a great achievement that will be recorded in history. Father, what do you think? Zachary bowed slightly, a humble smile on his face, turned his gaze to Evander on the dragon throne. What Zachary said is absolutely true. Evander smiled broadly, his eyes full of praise for Zachary. Our great Ming dynasty does indeed need a Marquis of Champion. Now, Evander's authoritative voice echoed in the hall of Chinese letter / heaven serving hall, expressing his support for Zachary. In addition, Arlen's wife should be further honored with a title of Marquis of Champion. Zachary spoke again, saying, Your subject proposes that Arlen's wife be granted the title of third-rank imperial lady, along with servants, gold, silver, jade, and other gifts, to demonstrate the emperor's boundless grace. Granted. Evander waved his hand decisively and without hesitation, agreeing to Zachary's proposal. It is also at this moment, the officials and civil and military officials all chimed in, Your Majesty is wise, Your Highness the Crown Prince is wise. Although he was promoted to the rank of Marquis of Champion, he was not directly granted a hereditary marquisate. But it's only a matter of time before this hereditary marquisate is granted. Evander agreed this time, and given the outstanding military achievements, who would dare to object? And this time, Your Majesty, Your Highness the Crown Prince. Maxim stepped forward and loudly announced, What suggestions does Minister Elijah have? Evander lowered his head slightly and looked at Maxim. The Mongol cavalry's reputation as unparalleled in the world has been shattered by our great Ming. This old minister believes that it is only right to announce this to the world, so that the people of our great Ming may know the results of this great victory in the northern expedition. With piercing eyes and an impassioned expression, Maxim said, This will surely inspire the people, enhance their identification with the Ming dynasty, and shape the spirit of the Cornelius people of our Ming dynasty. The Ming dynasty's iron cavalry is the best in the world. He was born a military general. Maxim was well aware of what this victory could bring to the Ming dynasty, as soon as these words fell. After a moment's thought, Lester, the Minister of War, stepped forward and immediately said, I second the proposal made by the Duke of Elijah. In the past, the restoration of Liaodong won the trust of all people, demonstrating the great benevolence of the Emperor and the Crown Prince, stabilizing the foundation of our great Ming dynasty, and winning the hearts of all people. This defeat of the Mongol cavalry further demonstrates the martial prowess of our great Ming dynasty. This battle can tell the world that our great Ming dynasty is full of martial virtue and can protect the people of the world from being bullied by foreign tribes. It can also wash away the shame of foreign cavalry entering the Central Plains in the past, achieving multiple benefits in one fell swoop. Lester spoke earnestly and firmly, standing with his hands clasped in front of him, expressing his views to Evander and Zachary. Hear the words. Evander narrowed his eyes slightly, his old face showing a thoughtful expression, as if he were weighing the pros and cons, although neither Maxim nor Lester made it clear. But if he were to announce it to the world, Evander would have two options. One of the victory was announced directly, declaring the crushing of the Northern Yuan cavalry. 2. The victory of Arlen's army in defeating the Northern Yuan cavalry was fully announced. The meanings of these are naturally different. What Elijah Brooks and Farnsworth Brooks said makes sense. Evander spoke slowly, glancing at Maxim and Lester before looking at Zachary. What does the Crown Prince think? He handed the decision-making power over to Zachary. After all, this announcement to the world will make the name of the Ming dynasty's iron cavalry resound throughout the land, and it will be done by stepping over the corpses of the Mongol iron cavalry simultaneously. If it is fully publicized, This will further enhance Arlen's reputation. For the emperor, it is not a good thing for his ministers to have too much fame. However, considering that Zachary would be in charge of the country in the future, Evander still handed over the decision-making power to Zachary. "Father, I believe that such a great victory should be known to the whole world." Zachary's expression was solemn, and his tone was firm, just as the Maxim and Minister Farnsworth said. This announcement proclaims the victory over the Mongol cavalry of the northern Yuan dynasty. Firstly, it can inspire the people of our great Ming to identify with the legitimacy of our great Ming and make them proud to be citizens of the great Ming. Secondly, I believe that our great Ming dynasty does indeed need to produce a young general to rectify the discipline of our great Ming army and inspire its fighting strength and morale. The Marquis of Champion, having received this title and performed this merit, should let all the people of the world know of his achievements. I believe that the announcement of the Marquis of Champion's achievements will surely inspire the people of our great Ming dynasty and encourage countless young men to serve the great Ming. And the soldiers in the army, knowing that the champion Marquis is young and promising and has achieved remarkable results, will surely be even more courageous. One kill kills several birds with one stone. Zachary's face was solemn, and his voice was powerful and resounding throughout the court. Listen to Zachary. Evander nodded slightly, but a subtle, profound meaning flashed in his eyes as he stared intently at Zachary. "Crown Prince, have you thought this through? This matter is no small thing." To this, Zachary nodded firmly without any hesitation, his expression resolute. "Your subject has thought it through." As the Crown Prince, Zachary naturally held absolute authority. Looking at Zachary's resolute expression, it seemed that he recognized Arlen's merits and wanted to elevate Arlen to become a leading new general of the Ming dynasty. Arlen. Reputation. I wonder if Zacharier's choice this time was right or wrong. Evander pondered to himself, but he hesitated for only a moment, so I decided to say no more. After all, the future of the country belongs to Zachary, and Arlen is also a minister that Zachary will value in the future. The decision to truly elevate Arlen and grant him widespread fame ultimately rested with Zachary. "In that case, convey my decree." Evander immediately spoke, his voice carrying an unquestionable authority. Upon hearing this, all the civil and military officials looked at Evander, who sat on the high throne with a mixture of emotions and a touch of unease. Among the eyes of the court officials, there was calmness, indifference, and also a great deal of hidden worry. Proclaim to the world the great victory of the Ming dynasty's champion Marquis Arlen in annihilating the northern Yuan cavalry. Let all the people of our great Ming know of this great victory, and let it inspire all the people. Evander's voice was loud and clear, echoing throughout the hall. It was filled with majesty, the emperor's holy might. As the imperial edict was issued, the court officials shouted in unison. As soon as the decree was issued, the scholars in the imperial court who were recording the emperor's words immediately picked up their pens, dipped them in ink, and quickly wrote down Evander's decree. However, the signs of this decree not being issued so easily will certainly not subside so quickly. After the court session concludes, once this decree is spread, it will surely cause a huge uproar and shake the entire Ming dynasty. Your Majesty, this box contains the head of General Gili Kai of the Northern Yuan, which was personally severed by the Marquis of Champion. At this time, the messenger inside the hall finally spoke, respectfully pointing to the boxes held by the two messengers behind him, saying, "This sword is the sword of Felix." The two messengers carrying the boxes held them with equal respect, barely daring to breathe. "General of the Northern Yuan, Gili Kai." Evander looked up, his gaze calm and unwavering. "Find a place to bury him." His tone was indifferent, clearly indicating that the Felix was not enough to make him think much about it. He was just a mere general of the Northern Yuan. Compared to the former Nahachu, he is far inferior. With the great calamity here now settled, the court proceedings continued. Time passed quietly. The court meeting finally adjourned. Outside the hall OF Chinese letter / heaven serving hall, the civil and military officials in the court walked out in twos and threes, leaving the palace. However, many ministers were not at peace. Their faces wore a variety of complex expressions. Some looked solemn, while others whispered among themselves. "Minister Farnsworth, what is your opinion on this imperial edict proclaimed to the world?" Manfred took small, quick steps and walked up to Lester, a seemingly gentle smile on his face, and asked, "As your subject, I naturally agree with the Emperor's and the Crown Prince's will." Lester bowed slightly and replied with a smile, Although our great Ming dynasty has been established for more than 20 years, the people of the great Ming still have some fear of the Mongols and the Yuan dynasty. The Mongol cavalry was unparalleled in the world. In the past, they also used their iron cavalry to break through the gates of our Chinese nation. But the significance of this great victory in the northern expedition, which decisively defeated the northern Yuan cavalry, is self-evident. This edict will be enough to inspire the people, completely wash away their fear of the Yuan court, and increase their identification with the Ming dynasty. That's certainly a good thing. Lester nodded slightly as he spoke. His words, however, implied that he was pretending not to know what was going on. Being able to become one of the 6 ministers is enough to prove his ability and profound thinking. Even if they were ministers in the same court, they would naturally be extremely wary of each other, and it would be difficult for them to easily reveal their true feelings. To Lester's answer, Lou Manfred smiled slightly and showed no impatience. "Minister Farnsworth, you know that's not what I'm asking about. Hear the words." Lester's smile remained unchanged, and he said meaningfully, "Minister Lou, are you referring to the Marquis of Champion? Minister Farnsworth understands this perfectly." Manfred leaned closer to Lester, lowered his voice, and said softly, "The court in the future, the army in the future, will no longer be dominated by Huixi. It seems Minister Lou has something on his mind," Lester said with a smile, his eyes revealing a knowing glint in them, yet he didn't expose it. "The purpose of this inquiry is actually to find out more about the Marquis of Champion. Minister Farnsworth, who is in charge of the Ministry of War, should know more. I wonder if Minister Farnsworth would be willing to tell me." Manfred's expression turned slightly serious, and with a deep meaning he asked in a low voice. Lester glanced at Lou Manfred, shook his head slightly and smiled helplessly. "Minister Lou, I am old and will not be an official for many more years. Minister Lou does not need to go through me to know these things. With this great victory in the northern expedition, there are still many matters to attend to in the Ministry of War, so I shall take my leave now." Talking, Lester clasped his hands in a respectful greeting to Lou Manfred, a faint smile on his face, and strode away. Watching Lester's retreating figure, Lou Manfred didn't say anything to stop him. Although Lester didn't answer, the meaning was already quite clear from their conversation. Arlen, Marquis of Champion. With His Highness the Crown Prince supporting him so much, if we can win him over, Roland can gain a powerful ally in the army. We absolutely cannot waste this opportunity. Moreover, Arlen's relationship with Hui Fin is not good. Clearly she is someone Roland can easily win over. Manfred thought to himself, a determined look flashing in his eyes, clearly indicating that he had made up his mind. Of course, at this moment, it wasn't just Lou Manfred who had these thoughts. As the court meeting adjourned, the officials continued to discuss the great victory against the Yuan cavalry in the northern expedition. As for Arlen, his fame will be spread throughout the world with the imperial edict, which is naturally within their consideration. Everyone knew that the title of Marquis of Champion signified his unique position in the army. This announcement will further elevate Arlen's prestige to an unimaginable level. It can be said that as long as Arlen does not rebel in the future, this reputation will be a get-out-of-jail-free card for him. Inside Hall of Literary Profundity, "Zachariah, are you really sure about this?" Evander looked at Zachary with a serious expression, his eyes filled with concern and worry. "Once this seal is affixed and sent to the Ministry of Rights, there will be no room for reversal." Between words, in the corner of my eye, spread out on the table, was the imperial edict that Evander had previously issued in court to proclaim to the world. At this moment, all that is needed is to affix the official seal and send it to the Ministry of Rights to announce to the world. Seeing Evander's serious expression, Zachary revealed a confident smile and stepped forward, without the slightest hesitation. Zachary decisively picked up the jade seal from the box containing it, holding it in his hand without any hesitation. The Crown Prince holds the imperial seal, and this happened in front of the Emperor. If this were given to a suspicious emperor, he would surely have some thoughts about it. But for Evander and his son, this simply did not exist. Zachary held the imperial seal firmly in both hands and stamped it affixed to the edict. With a thud, the imperial seal was stamped on and the imperial edict was complete. Seeing this, Evander couldn't help but shake his head and smile wryly. "You rascal, you really are." His words carried a hint of helplessness, but also a deep trust and affection for Zachary. "Father, since you have chosen the Marquis of Champion who has given Arlen endless glory, then I am not afraid that he will be out of control. Zachary said with a smile. The words paused. Zachary's eyes revealed a strange trust. Judging from his current performance, I believe my son has not misjudged him. By giving him the title of champion, you have given him the most prestigious pursuit of a military general. Now, by issuing a proclamation to further promote his fame, you have given him a reputation that will be known throughout the world. Evander sighed softly, his wrinkles seeming to deepen. Zachariah, people's hearts are unpredictable and people can change. We're really worried that you'll raise an uncontrollable military general. Evander's tone was full of worry. As an emperor, he was well aware of the potential dangers that excessive power held by his ministers could bring. Father, don't overthink it. Zachary smiled and comforted Evander. His smile filled with confidence. When I employ people, I trust them completely, and I don't employ those I don't trust. Again, the Marquis of Champion is a man who carries endless fame. This announcement to the world is merely icing on the cake for his reputation. Has little effect. Zachary smiled, completely convinced of his judgment. Therefore, I hereby announce that after the court session ends, those ministers will surely be in an uproar when they return home. Such an honor has never been given to anyone other than your Gawain, Moorland Angus, and Uncle Farnsworth he. Announcing to the world the merits of the war is something that cannot be compared to being promoted or given a title. This is a get-out-of-jail-free card for him. I hope he won't let you down in the future. Evander sighed again, full of emotion, but let Zachary go. In fact, if Zachary hadn't agreed to the proposal to issue this proclamation, Evander would never have approved Maxim and Leicester's memorial. Even if the news of the decisive victory over the northern Yuan cavalry were to be announced to the world to uphold the majesty of the Ming dynasty and gain greater public support, Arlen would not be included in the announcement. After all, Evander was a very suspicious person, and he was always extremely wary of his ministers. Father, the northern expedition has achieved a great victory, severely damaging the northern Yuan. This is something to be happy about, so don't think too much about it. Zachary smiled and tried to reassure Evander, attempting to put his worries aside. With the 100,000 iron cavalry of the northern Yuan defeated, the northern expedition may be successful within half a year. If we can capture Emperor Yuan, that would be a great achievement for a prosperous era. Zachary's eyes gleamed with excitement. You just know how to make us happy. Evander finally smiled. This generation of Yuan emperors is notoriously afraid of death. If our Ming army really reaches the Yuan capital, he will definitely flee back to the northern grasslands. Evander's laughter was full of mockery of the Yuan emperor, showing that the current emperor of the northern Yuan was not considered a rival by Evander at all. Isn't this exactly what you wanted, Father? Zachary smiled and said with intelligence in his eyes, let the northern Yuan return to nomadic life and stop defending cities. In this way, the threat to our great Ming will be greatly reduced. Emperor Yuan, if we can truly conquer it in the future, that would be wonderful. If we cannot conquer it, disintegrating the northern Yuan and driving it back to the northern frontier will still be a successful northern expedition. Zachary analyzed the situation clearly and logically, and he could easily see through his father's thoughts. By the way, Evander snapped out of his reverie, looking at Zachary with concern in his eyes, and asked, "Where is the 17th prince? My son sent the imperial guards to personally escort my 17th brother to the northern frontier. They must be nearly halfway there by now. After all, they can't travel day and night to deliver an urgent message." Zachary replied immediately, clearly showing that he was very concerned about Ellis's enfeefment. I hope the 17th prince can learn something from this northern expedition, and he can also learn some experience in governing vassal states from the 4th prince. Evander nodded slightly and said thoughtfully, however, Liaodong Prefecture also needs a vassal king to guard it. Which of your younger brothers do you think should be sent to guard the area? Evander asked, turning his gaze back to Zachary, seeking his opinion. The decision made by the vassal king was made entirely by you, Father. Since you initiated this plan, I dare not disrupt it, Zachary said with a smile and a shake of his head. Let the 15th prince go. Confer upon him the title of Prince of Liao, and transfer him to govern Liaodong Prefecture. Evander pondered for a moment, his gaze resolute, and then immediately said, Okay. Zachary nodded, showing no objection whatsoever. All right, you don't need to think about this anymore. Evander waved his hand slightly, his expression softening considerably. Arlen's wife and children have been in Yingshan for almost 10 days, and you haven't summoned them yet, have you? Now that Arlen has made such great contributions, he should be summoned and encouraged. Evander smiled and handed the imperial edict stamped with Zachary's seal to Zachary on the table. Please support me. Thank you so much, moi. The imperial edict is here. You can have the Ministry of Rights issue a proclamation yourself. Evander said to Zachary with a smile, "Thank you, Father." Zachary bowed deeply and expressed his sincere gratitude. Subsequently, Zachary stretched out his hands and accepted the imperial edict that proclaimed the news to the world. Followed, he then quickly left Hall of Literary Profundity after Zachary left. The smile on Evander's face gradually faded, replaced by a long and deep sigh. Arlen. His old eyes narrowed slightly, revealing a complex mix of admiration for Arlen's talent and the caution and scrutiny of an emperor. He is indeed a young talent. He trapped and killed his enemies with the Dragon Gate formation, then led his troops to defeat the Northern Yuan's iron cavalry head-on. Even Archibald in the past was perhaps no more than this. Evander was filled with emotion, but after a moment's thought, "But in the end, we have never met him and do not know his true character. I hope he will not disappoint Zacharier's high regard. Otherwise," in an instant, a cold glint flashed in Evander's eyes, and the entire Hall of Literary Profundity instantly became oppressive. "Our swords are not dull yet." The resolute tone in that voice sent chills down one's spine. If there were anyone inside the hall at that moment, they would immediately be so frightened that they would fall to the ground. In Evander's mind, anyone who dared to threaten the stability of the Ming dynasty would be ruthlessly eliminated. "Come back to your senses." Evander's expression hardened, and he spoke in a deep voice with an undeniable air of authority. "Summon Ira Walton." "The slave takes the order." Gawain's high-pitched and submissive voice immediately came from outside the hall. Immediately afterwards, the sound of hurried footsteps could be heard, clearly indicating that they had gone to carry out orders. Not long after, a series of hurried footsteps approached from afar. Ira, dressed in the flying fish uniform of the embroidered uniform guard, hurriedly entered the main hall of the Hall of Literary Profundity. Upon entering the hall, he immediately knelt down on both knees and bowed respectfully, showing his full reverence for Evander. "Your subject pays respects to your majesty." Ira lowered her head, her forehead almost touching the ground, her voice filled with tension and fear. "Have you investigated everything we asked you to?" Evander narrowed his old eyes and stared at Ira, his gaze conveying an invisible sense of oppression. A cold and heavy pressure instantly enveloped Ira's entire body, as if it wanted to crush him. Under this oppressive aura, Ira felt it becoming difficult to breathe, her body trembling slightly. She dared not make any unusual movements. Even though he was the commander of the embroidered uniform guard who acted first and reported later, he still wielded great power. But in front of Evander, they were like ants. "Return to the emperor." Ira tried to keep his voice steady, but could not hide his nervousness. "This is the detailed investigation that I have prepared." As he spoke, Ira quickly took out a booklet from his bosom, raised it high with both hands, and moved very carefully. "Not only now, but also the investigation in Beiping Prefecture. Please have your majesty read this." Ira's tone was full of anticipation and trepidation, a mixture of worry and fear. Vander did not speak, but simply raised his hand slightly, signaling Ira to step forward. Ira immediately understood, quickly got up, and walked briskly to the imperial desk, respectfully placing the register in front of Evander with both hands. Evander's gaze fell on the register, his old eyes revealing curiosity. He reached out and slowly opened the book on the table. Obviously, this record was specifically for Arlen, and Evander deliberately bypassed Zachary, secretly ordering the embroidered uniform guard to investigate it. After all, since the founding of the Ming dynasty, and even before its founding, no one had ever experienced such a rapid rise in rank and title as Arlen. As the emperor of the Ming dynasty, he had never actually met Arlen. However, with the full support of the law, military regulations, and Crown Prince Zachary, Arlen has now been promoted to the position of commander of the garrison, and is now also to be granted the title of Marquis. All of this seemed utterly bizarre to Evander, and so, Evander wanted to thoroughly investigate Arlen's background. Only in this way could he feel more at ease. In Evander's eyes, a person who had lost both parents and only had an old servant, yet possessed such extraordinary abilities, was truly bizarre. If no one had taught him, how could he have grown to this level? Arlen. Evander softly uttered the name, his gaze slowly moving across the register. At the age of 9, he moved from the south to Baping with his grandmother and servant Elijah. It has been nearly 9 years since then. His grandmother was surnamed Elderwood, but her given name is unknown. Her son's identity is also unknown. Upon seeing the information in the investigation report, Evander frowned, a hint of displeasure flashing in his eyes. He immediately turned a cold gaze to Ira, his eyes like a sharp sword, as if trying to see right through him. "Is this all the information you've gathered for us?" Evander's voice was icy. The atmosphere in the hall immediately became oppressive. His grandmother's origins are unknown, and his descendants' origins are even more unknown. Now, Evander's tone was full of questioning and dissatisfaction, clearly indicating his extreme disappointment with the outcome. "Emperor." Ira trembled with fear and immediately knelt down again, his forehead pressed against the ground, his voice filled with terror. "Your subject is incompetent. The embroidered uniform guard only found this much information in Baping Prefecture, and this was only after they went deep into the streets of Arlen's former residence and conducted extensive investigations." As Ira spoke, he secretly glanced at Evander's expression, only to see that the latter's face was becoming increasingly gloomy, which made Ira even more afraid. Then, he hurriedly added, "At the same time, I also secretly reviewed the household registration records in the Baping government, but that's all I could find." Ira's voice grew softer and softer, and she dared not raise it. Ira felt very uneasy when he handed over this investigation record, because he knew perfectly well that this was not the one the Emperor wanted. He knew Evander's character well. He always demanded perfection in matters concerning the country and its people, and his investigation was clearly full of loopholes. "That means..." Evander's voice was low and suppressed, like the prelude to a storm. There was no news of Arlen before he came to Baping Prefecture. Neither her grandmother nor her housekeeper knew anything. Evander's expression grew increasingly grim. "Emperor." Ira spoke cautiously, trying to explain. "Many years ago, when the country was first settled, there were too many people who fled their ancestral homes to escape famine. Although the local government had many records, they were unclear due to the passage of time. Now, after investigation, it can be confirmed that Arlen is by no means a foreigner, but rather a native of the southern part of our great Ming. But we can't know for sure what his past identity was, unless we ask General Arlen in person." As Ira spoke, he silently prayed that his explanation would appease the Emperor. He kept his head down, not daring to look Evander in the eye, for fear of angering the Emperor, listening to Ira's report. Evander glanced at the register, but ultimately did not blame him. He knew Ira's capabilities well. Even he himself could only investigate to this extent, which showed that the information about Arlen's place of origin had been thoroughly investigated. However, although Arlen's information was not fully investigated, the fact that Arlen was not from another country or ethnic group reassured Evander considerably. Immediately, Evander continued to review the information gathered by the embroidered uniform guard. The register included details of Arlen's enlistment in the army in Daning, his subsequent promotions and titles, and many other events. Even Arlen's opening of a winery and a restaurant is all clearly written down. Restaurants are all over Daning Prefecture, and now they're opening branches in Baping Prefecture. Evander's gaze lingered on this line of text, his brows furrowing slightly as he murmured to himself, "The wine produced by the distillery is in short supply. Is there any oppression of the people or abuse of power in this matter?" Evander suddenly raised his head, stared intently at Ira again, and asked in a deep voice. As an emperor, this also reveals his concern for the people's livelihood. As an emperor, he deeply understands the importance of the people's support and will never allow any official to oppress the people and tarnish the reputation of the court. So it has been. He opposed officials in the imperial court engaging in business, but there were no laws to restrict it. However, once someone went into business, they would inevitably be targeted by the embroidered uniform guard. So apart from the most daring individuals, most did not dare to engage in such activities. "Return to the Emperor." Ira quickly replied respectfully. "We didn't find anything about the embroidered uniform guard, but General Arlen's winery and restaurant did recruit a lot of refugees as craftsmen, which can be considered as helping many commoners." As he spoke, he secretly rejoiced that he had made a point of investigating this matter, otherwise he would have been in trouble again. Moreover, the grain purchased for brewing wine is priced higher than that outside, and there is no oppression of the people. As for abusing power to bully others, that has never happened. When asked this question, Ira's voice was very firm and confident, confirming that there was no mistake. Based on your investigation, this Arlen should be under 19 years old, only 17 now, right? Evander narrowed his eyes slightly, pondered for a moment, and then said in a deep voice. At the same time, Arlen's deeds came to mind. It was unbelievable that such a young man could achieve such great military exploits. Exactly. Ira nodded quickly, a cautious look on his face. It is said that when General Arlen enlisted, he was underage, so his household registration record was changed to raise his age. This matter was also discovered by His Highness Daniel during his investigation. Ira added cautiously, afraid of missing any important information. Can you find out who taught him how to command troops and conquer? Evander asked again, his tone full of intense inquiry. He was always curious about the source of Arlen's abilities. How could a young man be so proficient in military strategy and achieve great feats on the battlefield without the guidance of a master? No. Ira shook his head, then added, according to the investigation by the embroidered uniform guard, no one has taught General Arlen, and General Arlen has lived in Beiping City for many years and has never left. Hear this? Evander wore a thoughtful expression. He leaned back on the dragon throne, his eyes slightly closed. His mind filled with countless thoughts. Could there really be people in this world who are exceptionally gifted and born with a talent for commanding troops? Now, this idea also arose in Evander's mind. Apart from that, there seems to be no other explanation for Arlen's extraordinary performance. Arlen has made a great contribution this time, so we plan to reward him with more gold, silver, and servants. You can plant more imperial guards among the servants. Evander suddenly opened his eyes and said in a deep voice, we must keep a close watch on everything that happens in the Pericles family. However, the crown prince must not know about this. The words fell. I accept the decree. Ira immediately bowed and respectfully accepted the order. Yes, you may leave. Evander waved his hand, his face showing a hint of fatigue. My minister, retire. Ira bowed and respectfully withdrew from the main hall of literary profundity. At this time, his forehead was covered in sweat and the back of his clothes was soaked through. For him, this was like a brush with death. He knew Evander's authority and suspicious nature, and that the slightest mistake could lead to his death. Evander leaned back on the dragon throne, watching Ira's departing figure, and fell into deep thought. His household registration was changed to raise his age so that he enlisted at the age of 16. So he is only 17 years old now. Evander murmured to himself, 17 years old, so remarkable, this is simply unbelievable. His voice was filled with emotion and doubt, and he remained lost in thought for a long time. The Pericles family mansion, in front of the government office, there was an unprecedentedly lively scene. A procession of eunuchs, escorted by the imperial guards, slowly approached. Their steps were orderly and their posture upright, displaying the majesty of the royal family. The surrounding area was already filled with onlookers, whispering and discussing among themselves, all filled with curiosity and anticipation. The imperial guards, armed with long spears, maintained order around the area. Their cold, wary gazes watched the crowd closely, preventing any potential clashes. At the gate of the mansion, Sydney Jemima, dressed in the imperial robes of a noblewoman bestowed by the emperor, stood gracefully and dignifiedly, her hands slightly clenched, waiting quietly. The waiting process did not affect her composure and dignity in the slightest. Elijah stood to one side behind her, dressed in a black butler's uniform, his face showing a mixture of nervousness and anticipation. Most of the servants and attendants in the mansion came out and stood in neat rows at the back, their expressions respectful, not daring to make any unusual movements. This is General Pericles' wife. She is indeed dignified and beautiful. Yes, General Pericles is the youngest general in our great Ming dynasty, and he was even granted the title of Earl of Champion. He was a great hero in the Liaodong War. The fact that the imperial guards personally brought the imperial envoys here shows that General Pericles has once again made contributions in the northern expedition. That should be it. Didn't we have an urgent report that rushed into the palace on horseback, and it was about a great victory in the northern expedition? Perhaps this is related to General Pericles. That's actually quite possible. It hasn't been long since the news of the victory reached the palace, and now an imperial envoy has come to the Pericles residence. It must be related to General Pericles, the Earl of Champion. Listen on, this time we're sure to hear news about the northern expedition. In front of the mansion, many people eagerly watched the spectacle, But discussions also raged, naturally focusing on the great victory of the northern expedition and whether it was related to Arlen. In many remote areas, people are concerned about how much grain their fields can produce, how much money they can earn this year, and whether they can support their families. They may not know the name Arlen. When Liaodong was liberated and the news was announced to the world, it certainly caused a great stir among the people. However, the specific generals who made meritorious contributions were not fully mentioned in the announcement. They were only briefly mentioned. However, in this capital city, the center of power in the Ming dynasty, news from the streets is also the most readily available. After the title of champion was bestowed, Yingxin was naturally the first to know, and many news about Arlen had already spread. This time, under the watchful eyes of many, the old eunuch in the center of the Imperial Guard smiled slightly and slowly walked toward Sydney Jemima. This old eunuch was none other than Gawain, the chief eunuch who served as Evander's personal attendant. Madame Pericles. Gawain's voice was high-pitched yet gentle, with a hint of a smile. This servant has come to deliver the imperial decree on His Majesty's orders. As he spoke, he raised the imperial edict high with both hands. Your Majesty, I respectfully obey your decree. Sydney Jemima immediately replied respectfully, her voice clear and melodious, carrying a solemn air. At this moment, she fully displayed the demeanor of a noblewoman and did not embarrass Arlen. Gawain did not hesitate. He gently untied the silk ribbon on the imperial edict, slowly opened the edict in his hand, and then loudly proclaimed, "By the mandate of heaven, the Emperor decrees." The sound starts. Apart from Sydney Jemima, all the surrounding common people, even the imperial guards and servants in the Pericles' residence, knelt down to listen respectfully to the imperial edict. For a moment, the streets were silent, as if time had stood still. Sydney Jemima held the title of imperial noblewoman, which was equivalent to a noble title for men. This meant she was not required to kneel before the emperor or receive imperial decrees. This was also a great honor for those who received imperial titles and noble ranks, showcasing their status. At this moment, she was one of only two standing, highlighting her status and position. In the northern expedition, Champion Earl Arlen rendered meritorious service to the country, leading our Ming cavalry to decisively defeat the northern Yuan Iron Cavalry and displaying the might of our Ming dynasty. Gawain's voice was high-pitched and passionate, echoing through the streets. We are very pleased. Now, the wife of Arlen, the Earl of NZ Champion, was granted the title of third-rank Imperial Lady. He bestowed upon them 100 taels of gold, 1,000 taels of silver, 1,000 bolts of brocade, 100 pieces of jade, and 100 servants. Appreciate this. Gawain held the imperial edict in his hand and read it aloud. The sound also spread throughout the surrounding streets, drawing gasps of amazement from the local residents. Upon hearing this imperial decree, Sydney Jemima was startled, but she quickly regained her composure, immediately bowed and respectfully said, "Your Majesty, I thank you for your great favor." Gawain stepped forward and smiled slightly. Madame Pericles, accept the decree, talking. He handed the imperial edict to Sydney Jemima, who immediately stretched out her hands and carefully took it, holding it high as if she dared not disrespect it, especially in front of so many people. Move all the imperial favors and rewards to the Pericles' residence. Gawain turned around and shouted to the imperial guards behind him. Although he was a eunuch, as Evander's close attendant, his voice carried an air of authority that commanded respect. Yes, the imperial guards responded loudly and in unison. Then they carried the gift boxes and moved them into the Pericles' residence. Simultaneously, 100 servants were also brought along. They were all dressed in uniform servant clothes, their eyes filled with fear and anticipation. They stood there, neatly arranged, awaiting their new owner's arrangement. Madame Pericles. Gawain smiled and said with a kind expression, "The slave registers of these servants are all in the box. Have the steward of the manor check them carefully. I will go back to the palace to report now. Thank you so much, father-in-law." Sydney Jemima immediately thanked him, a smile on her face and gratitude in her eyes. "It is the Emperor's decree. There is no need for thanks." Gawain nodded slightly in acknowledgement, then turned and walked towards the carriage, where he boarded. At the same time, after completing their task of carrying the rewards, the imperial guards quickly formed ranks. They spread out in a fan shape around the carriage, closely surrounding it. Subsequently, the procession moved slowly, heading towards the palace. Upon seeing this, the surrounding people all stood up from the ground. Now, Many people looked at Sydney Jemima with awe. In the eyes of the common people, the status of a third-rank imperial consort was extremely noble. In the vast city of Yingshan, there were very few women who possessed such an honor. Usually, only the wives of marquises and dukes could receive this title, and the opportunity was extremely rare. Just after Gawain read out the imperial edict, the surrounding people already knew the reason for Sydney Jemima's additional title. As many had previously speculated, it was champion Beau Pericles who made outstanding contributions during the northern expedition. Husband, Sydney Jemima tilted her head slightly, looked north, and murmured to herself, "You must take good care of yourself in the northern frontier." Now, although she was granted the title of third-rank imperial lady, she did not feel the joy she had imagined. In her view, there was not much difference between an imperial consort title and a third-rank imperial consort. What mattered most to her was Arlen's safety. The thought of Arlen fighting bloody battles and risking his life on the brutal battlefield in the northern frontier filled Sydney Jemima with deep worry. However, she was powerless to do anything about it and could only pray silently in her heart, hoping that God would bless Arlen to return safely. After a long while, Sydney Jemima finally came to her senses. She turned around and said softly to Elijah behind her, "Uncle Mossgrove, make arrangements for these newly arrived servants. I'll go check on Regisser first." "Yes," Elijah nodded quickly, his face showing his usual respect. He bowed slightly, watched Sydney Jemima leave, and then turned around to begin to methodically direct the newly arrived servants. Seeing this, everyone in the mansion followed their assigned arrangements and returned to the mansion in an orderly manner. The gate slowly closed, shutting out the hustle and bustle. And now, the crowd gathered outside the mansion continued to discuss the matter animatedly, their enthusiasm undiminished. "Did you hear that? I was right. The reason why Madame Pericles was granted the title of third-rank lady is because General Pericles made great contributions in the northern frontier." "Yes, we heard it all clearly. That eunuch just said that it seems General Pericles, the Earl of Champion, led our Ming cavalry to a head-on defeat of the northern Yuan cavalry." Is it real or fake? The northern Yuan Iron Cavalry, those were the Mongol Iron Cavalry of yesteryear. Their fighting prowess was unparalleled. The Mongol cavalry once swept across the world, invincible. How could they be defeated so easily? Although our great Ming dynasty has a powerful infantry force that is invincible in conquering cities and seizing territories, its cavalry is probably inferior to that of the northern Yuan Iron Cavalry, isn't it? I think so too. After all, the Mongol cavalry of the northern Yuan has been powerful for hundreds of years, and it's not something that can be caught up with in a short time. Those Mongols grew up on horseback from childhood, which is quite different from us Cornelius Chinese. Well, that makes sense. But the eunuch just read out that we had decisively defeated the northern Yuan cavalry. Could the imperial edict be wrong? Regarding the imperial edict that just mentioned the Ming cavalry defeating the northern Yuan cavalry, this is truly unbelievable. After all, the fear of the Mongol cavalry was etched into the hearts of countless Chinese people. For a moment, everyone looked at each other, unable to give a definite answer. However, this is foreseeable. Tomorrow, countless rumors will surely circulate in the streets of Yingshan City because of this incident. And this moment, Sydney family. His steward looked flustered and hurried towards the main hall, shouting, "Master! Oh no! P.S. Please support me by following my subscription. Thank you." Sylvan is filled with remorse, "Master! Oh no!" Sydney family's butler, looking flustered, staggered as he rushed toward the inner hall, appearing anxious and helpless. What happened now? Seeing the steward rushing into the inner hall in a panic, Sylvan frowned, his old face full of displeasure. During this period, bad news came like a tide to the Sydney family, one wave after another. Almost every few days, they would receive bad news from various places, especially the north, which made the already aging Sylvan feel overwhelmed. He was constantly busy, personally handling all sorts of matters. An imperial edict has just arrived at the Pericles' residence. Arlen the Earl of Champion has made great contributions in the northern expedition. The Emperor has specially conferred upon Arlen's wife, Sydney Jemima, the title of third-rank imperial consort. The steward's voice trembled slightly, filled with barely concealed fear. Moreover, the news coming from the court has not yet been officially announced, but it seems that Arlen is going to be promoted to the rank of Marquis and be named the Marquis of Champion. Champion. These three words were like a thunderclap, exploding in Sylvan's ears. Sylvan, who was sitting in the main chair, turned pale instantly, and the tea he had been holding steadily in his hand suddenly slipped out of his grasp. With a crisp sound, the teacup shattered on the ground, spilling tea everywhere. How could that be? Sylvan muttered to himself, his voice filled with disbelief. The Marquis of Champion, he's only 17 years old. How could he possibly be granted the title of Marquis of Champion, a marquisate at the age of 17? Sylvan's eyes were filled with fear. His wrinkled old face was now completely filled with fear, as if he had foreseen an inescapable catastrophe in the future. Or, even today, Sylvan still feels as if it were a dream. He can't understand how that unknown young man grew up to be so awe-inspiring and was granted a title and rank at the young age of 17. Of course, from the outside, Arlen was already 19 years old. After all, in order to harm Arlen, Sylvan did not hesitate to spend a lot of money to bribe the recruitment officer and falsify Arlen's age and household registration. But Sylvan knew better than anyone that Pericles Yingxi was really only a little over 17 years old. Now in Sylvan's heart, besides the surging fear, there was another strong emotion churning within him. Regret, a deep, agonizing regret. Deep self-reproach flowed in his eyes. He had originally had the opportunity to become in-laws with Arlen. Arlen was very likely to become his son-in-law, but because of his short-sightedness and his contempt, he ruined this great opportunity with his own hands. Arlen is now on the opposite side of the Sidney family, and the two sides are locked in a life or death struggle. This is something that cannot be changed. Is this news confirmed? Sylvan forced himself to remain calm, regained his composure, and stared intently at the steward, pressing for an answer. Master. The butler smiled wryly, his expression one of utter helplessness and bitterness. The news is confirmed. Just now, the emperor's personal eunuch, the chief eunuch, personally went to the Pericles' residence to deliver an imperial edict, bestowing upon Sidney Jemima the title of a third-rank imperial lady. Master instructed us to keep a close eye on the Pericles' residence, so our servants also went to see what was going on. But he hadn't finished speaking. I'm not asking about this imperial title. Sylvan frowned again, his tone becoming more serious, and asked in a deep voice, I'm asking whether Pericles Yingfeng's marquisate is real or fake. Although the title of a third-rank imperial consort is prestigious, it is a completely different concept compared to that of a marquis. Although it has not been officially announced, the news is already confirmed. The steward, with a solemn expression, said in a low voice, this great victory in the northern expedition was entirely due to Arlen leading the Ming cavalry to a head-on defeat of the northern Yuan's Mongol cavalry. Therefore, His Highness the Crown Prince personally submitted a memorial, earnestly requesting that Caleb Pericles be granted the title of Marquis, while the title of champion shall remain. Now he is a true champion. Upon hearing this, destroy the Mongol cavalry of the northern Yuan head-on. Sylvan's face suddenly darkened. As a merchant who had been active since the Yuan dynasty, he had a profound understanding of the strength of the northern Yuan cavalry. In the past, he had even witnessed firsthand the bloody scene of those rebels being slaughtered like ants under the iron hooves of the northern Yuan cavalry. The formidable fighting power of the northern Yuan cavalry left an indelible shadow in his heart. He knew all too well that ordinary Cornelius cavalry could not easily contend with them. Upon hearing that Arlen had actually led Ming cavalry to a head-on victory against the Mongol cavalry, his first reaction was disbelief. Fake. A glint of light flashed in Sylvan's eyes, as if he had grasped a lifeline. This military merit must be fake. How powerful were the Mongol cavalry? You saw it with your own eyes back then, how capable they were. This Arlen is utterly ruthless in his pursuit of promotion, even daring to lie about military intelligence. This is a capital offense. However, the butler standing to the side shook his head with a wry smile, his expression full of helplessness. Master, the butler said softly, this good news is absolutely true. According to my investigation, this news was personally reported by General Shadowvale Arlen, the Grand General of the Northern Expedition, and there is absolutely no falsehood in it. It is said that after this great victory in the Northern Expedition, the Emperor will issue an imperial edict to announce it to the world, so that all the people may know the martial spirit of our great Ming dynasty and that our army has defeated the northern Yuan cavalry head-on. And Arlen's name will also appear in this proclamation. This is an unparalleled honor bestowed upon Arlen by the Emperor and the Crown Prince. Moreover, there is much discussion in the court now. After this battle, Arlen's reputation and the prestige of the Marquis of Champion will surely resound throughout the world. Now, many people in the court are interested in befriending Arlen. Including many important officials from the 6 ministries, Arlen has completely risen to prominence. My Sydney family has truly made an insurmountable enemy. Even after this announcement to the world, perhaps even those people from Huexi won't be able to do anything to him. The butler's voice was filled with worry and despair. At first, they also attempted to use the power of Huexi and Sydney Jemima's identity to threaten Arlen and force him to abandon his revenge against the Sydney family. But now, it seems that all of this was nothing but wishful thinking on their part, utterly foolish. Hearing the steward's words, Sylvan's face grew even more gloomy. Faced with the current situation, facing the increasingly powerful Arlen, even though he was incredibly wealthy, his riches seemed to vanish instantly in the face of a powerful marquis. Just thinking about the future, about the possible revenge Arlen might take against the Sydney family, filled Sylvan with deep regret and lingering fear, sending chills down his spine. He devoted countless efforts and years of hard work to build the Sydney family's vast fortune, making it one of the leading merchant families in the Ming dynasty. He was already old, but like all those in power, he hoped to pass everything down steadily to his son. But now the thought of the Sydney family having made Arlen such a terrible enemy makes Sylvan feel that he cannot die in peace. He is afraid that once he closes his eyes, the Sydney family will be completely wiped out in Arlen's wrath. Sylvan let out a long sigh, a sigh that seemed to contain all the vicissitudes and helplessness of his life. He slowly turned his gaze to the butler and asked, "What can my Sydney family still do now? Arlen, in just 3 short years, he has grown to such an extent. I was wrong after all. I shouldn't have treated him like that. If we hadn't targeted him like that, but instead facilitated his marriage to Gretchen, and then let Sydney Jemima marry him as a concubine, what glory would our Sydney family have received?" Speaking of which, Sylvan's eyes were filled with regret. He wished he could turn back time and go back 3 years to make that choice that changed the fate of the Sydney family. From the Yuan dynasty to the present, Sylvan has made countless choices for the prosperity of his family, but this time he made the wrong choice. That's ridiculously wrong, master. The butler looked grave, his expression revealing deep worry. What's done is done. Now we must think carefully about how to deal with Arlen's revenge. Although there is no conclusive evidence, it seems that the series of incidents involving my Sydney family's caravans in Baping Prefecture are most likely the work of Arlen. Moreover, given Arlen's current style of doing things and his development trend, his revenge against our Sydney family will not stop easily in the future. It is likely that not only Baping Prefecture, but other places will also be hard to escape. This kid is truly vengeful. Hear the sound. Ugh. Sylvan sighed again and said helplessly, "Now we can only wait for Lysander to come back and see what Arlen's attitude is. As long as he doesn't target my Sydney family, I can accept any price he pays." At this moment, Sylvan had lost his former toughness and confidence, and dared not mention the word threat again. They had previously hoped that Sydney Jemima's status would allow them to control Arlen, but now it seems like a complete joke. With Arlen's promotion to Marquis, and the highly respected champion, Marquis among military generals, although there were many fierce generals from Huexi in the court, who could be absolutely certain of suppressing Arlen. Nowadays, any minister with a modicum of insight in the court can see that the current emperor and crown prince value Arlen so highly because, on the one hand, Arlen has truly distinguished military achievements, and on the other hand, they may also want to use Arlen's strength to suppress the increasingly powerful Huexi forces. As long as Pericles Yingneng continues to make great contributions to the country, he is currently a marquis, and there is a possibility that he may be granted the title of duke in the future. Sydney lowered his head slightly and did not reply. He knew in his heart that he was just a servant, and there were some things that were really inconvenient to say. Even if Sylvan was wrong, he couldn't say anything more. Just then, father. Oh no. Anson's urgent voice came from outside the hall, accompanied by hurried footsteps. Upon hearing this voice, Sylvan's expression calmed down somewhat. In his mind, Anson must have heard the news that Sydney Jemima had been granted the title of a third-rank noblewoman, and that Arlen was about to be ennobled as a marquis. I am already aware of the matter concerning Arlen and Sydney Jemima. Sylvan looked at Anson, who rushed in and said calmly, "There's no need to panic. Father, what are you saying? Anson looked bewildered, his eyes full of confusion, and he was very puzzled by his father's sudden words. You don't know about Sydney Jemima being granted the title of third-rank imperial concubine. Sylvan frowned, a vague sense of unease rising in his heart. Father. Anson hesitated for a moment, a look of struggle flashing across his face, along with barely suppressed anger. Lysander has returned from the north, but... Anson paused, seemingly finding it difficult to speak, and said, Never mind, father, you can see for yourself. As Anson spoke, he turned around and shouted loudly towards the outside of the hall, Bring Lysander in. Echoed. Two servants carefully helped Lysander into the inner hall. Lysander's face was ashen, devoid of any color, and his steps were unsteady, as if a gust of wind could blow him over. He was extremely weak. When Sylvan glanced at it, his face instantly turned ashen, and his old eyes narrowed sharply. Under his gaze, Lysander's hands were tightly bound with layers of white cloth, and bright red blood seeped through the cloth, even dripping onto the ground, leaving bloodstains that were shocking to behold. You. Sylvan raised his trembling hand, pointed at Lysander. His throat seemed to be choked by something, and he couldn't speak for a moment. His face was extremely ugly. Master, Lysander said, his voice trembling with grief and indignation, tears welling in his eyes, that Arlen is a beast. Hey, he cut off my hands. Moreover, he also declared that he would fight the Sydney family to the death. As Lysander spoke, he began to wail in grief, his cries filled with grievance and anger. He seemed to want to devour Arlen whole. When Sydney saw his son's miserable state, his face turned deathly pale, his eyes instantly reddened, and tears streamed down his face. He hurried forward, his hands trembling as he tried to touch his son's wound, but afraid of hurting him, he could only cry out, tears streaming down his face, Lysander, Father. Anson's face was full of anger, his eyes seemed to be spitting fire. This Arlen is simply shameless. My Sydney family has already made such a big concession, and even prepared to give him tens of thousands of gold as compensation. But not only did he not accept it, he even dared to treat Lysander so cruelly. He is clearly courting death. In that case, let's reveal Sydney Jemima's identity to the public. I believe that once those people in Huexi find out, they will definitely deal with Arlen. Anson's breathing became rapid due to anger, and his chest heaved violently. Lysander was his confidant, someone he had sent. How could he not be angry that Lysander had suffered such a terrible fate, coupled with the humiliating experience of being beaten away by Sydney Jemima's men when he went to the Pericle's residence? His hatred for Arlen deepened. Judging from his behavior, he was clearly unaware of the momentous event outside, that Arlen was about to be ennobled. Enough, Sylvan's face was terribly gloomy as he coldly rebuked him. Father, Anson said urgently, filled with resentment, we've come to this point, are we still going to keep backing down? Arlen is clearly determined to oppose the Sydney family to the very end. I just received another letter from my second brother. Even though he hired a security escort agency at great expense, our caravan still suffered heavy losses. Those bandits are like ghosts, impossible to guard against. If this continues, my Sydney family's business in Beiping Prefecture will be completely impossible to continue. Before Anson could finish speaking, go out and inquire now, Sylvan said in a cold and heavy voice. Arlen is going to be ennobled. That girl Sydney Jemima has also been granted the title of a third-rank imperial consort. Huexi, they probably have no way to deal with Arlen now. These words struck Anson's heart like a heavy hammer. Anson's face turned deathly pale instantly. He looked up in astonishment and said in a trembling voice, a title of nobility, young master. Steward Sydney sighed helplessly and explained, it's already spread outside. The imperial decree bestowing the title of lady upon Sydney Jemima has already reached the Pericle's residence. This time, Arlen made great contributions in the northern expedition. Now he is powerful and influential, and is also the youngest nobleman in the court. Let alone my Sydney family, even Huexi would probably be helpless against Arlen. Upon hearing this, Anson was completely stunned, as if he had been frozen in place, unable to move. Even Lysander, who was originally filled with anger and resentment because his hands had been cut off, and was shouting for Sylvan to take revenge, was now completely stunned, as if struck by lightning. Mr. Tanglewood, Marquis. Although the Sydney family was extremely wealthy in this Hongwu era, the current emperor had a great aversion to merchants. Trying to use money to deal with a marquis is undoubtedly courting death. Dealing with the marquis, you're asking for it. Inside the main hall of the East Palace, Manfred straightened up and stood respectfully in the center of the hall, holding the imperial edict that had been stamped with the official seal in his hands. "Your Highness," Lou Manfred bowed slightly, his voice steady and respectful. "Should this imperial edict be issued as an urgent report, or should it be distributed to the various prefectures gradually according to regulations?" Now, as always, Zachary sat upright at his desk, reviewing memorials. Only after hearing Lou Manfred's voice did his gaze fall on Lou Manfred himself. "The northern expedition is not over yet." Zachary pondered for a moment before speaking slowly. His voice calm yet carrying an undeniable authority, issuing proclamations step by step according to the established procedure is sufficient. "After the northern expedition is successful, we will send an urgent report to announce it." "This old minister understands," Lou Manfred replied respectfully. "There's nothing else here, so go and prepare for the announcement." Zachary said calmly, "Tomorrow make the announcement first in Yingshan City, and then gradually expand it to Yingshan Prefecture and even the surrounding prefectures. We need to act quickly." "This old minister understands." Lou Manfred bowed again to accept the order. However, before taking his leave, Lou Manfred hesitated for a moment and then respectfully said again, "Your Highness, this old minister has not seen his daughter for a long time. I wonder if I could stay at the Eastern Palace for a while." Hear this. Zachary was slightly taken aback, then a gentle smile appeared on his face. "Go ahead. Although the Eastern Palace is not as strictly governed as the Imperial Palace, all the etiquette and regulations are no different from those in the Imperial Palace." Even though Lou Manfred was Lou's father, he still needed Zachary's permission to stay in the Eastern Palace for a short time. "Thank you, Your Highness." Upon receiving Zachary's approval, Lou Manfred smiled happily, thanked him. Quickly withdrew, "Bernard." After Lou Manfred withdrew, Zachary shouted loudly towards the outside of the hall. Bernard, the commander of the Golden Guard, dressed in armor and wearing a bright red cloak, strode into the hall upon hearing the summons. After entering the palace, he immediately walked up to Zachary and bowed deeply. "Please give your orders, Your Highness," Bernard said respectfully. "Go to the Pericle's residence and deliver the imperial decree." Zachary said calmly and in a peaceful tone, "Tomorrow, have Arlen's wife, Sydney Jemima, bring her son to the Eastern Palace for an audience. She has been in Yingshan for more than 10 days now, and it is time for me to summon her." The words fell, "Your subject obeys the decree." Bernard immediately accepted the order. He stood up and strode away. They were decisive and efficient. After receiving the imperial decree, Zachary turned his attention back to the mountain of memorials piled on the table. As night approached, he looked somewhat tired, but his diligence was evident. The daily stream of memorials and government affairs was almost non-stop, and tomorrow he would have to find time to arrange an audience. Meanwhile, in the Eastern Palace, inside the palace where Lady Lou resided, the daughter greets her father. As soon as Lou Manfred entered the palace, Lady Lou immediately stood up and bowed respectfully. Manfred slightly raised his eyes, his gaze sweeping over the palace maids waiting inside the hall. Lady Lou immediately understood and said softly, "You all go and guard outside the palace. My slave takes orders." The palace maids all bowed and then filed out of the hall, quietly waiting outside. P.S. Thank you for subscribing and supporting me. Thank you very much. He was astonished. After the palace maids filed out, the palace doors closed, and the palace fell into silence. Madame Lou moved slowly and gently, helping Lou Manfred to sit down in the main chair. She then stood to the side, her expression respectful, and asked softly, "Father, have you come here with important matters to instruct your daughter?" Although Lady Lou is now a concubine in charge of the internal affairs of the Eastern Palace and holds considerable power in the Inner Palace, she shows no arrogance towards her father, only respect for Lou Manfred. After all, her ability to enter the Eastern Palace and become the Crown Prince's concubine, and to reach her current status step by step, was entirely due to the path meticulously paved by Lou Manfred behind the scenes. If it weren't for Lou Manfred standing behind her, she might not have been able to compete with the other women in the Eastern Palace. "You must already know the news from the court today, right?" Manfred asked with a serious expression. "Ah." Lady Lou nodded slightly, then said, "I heard from Roland's teachers that Champion Earl Arlen made great contributions again in the Northern Expedition. At today's court meeting, His Highness the Crown Prince personally proposed to promote the Earl of Champion to the Marquis of Champion, and to announce to the world that the Marquis of Champion's achievements should be widely praised." Manfred's expression grew increasingly serious. He nodded slightly, his gaze fixed on Madame Rosalind, and pressed for an answer. "What are your thoughts on this, Father. After a moment's thought, Madame Lu said with a touch of emotion, "This Arlen is truly outstanding in ability, and what's even more remarkable is his exceptional luck. I've only been in the army for 3 short years, and I'm not even 20 years old yet. He has already earned such a marquisate and is highly regarded by the Emperor and the Crown Prince. His future prospects are truly limitless. Speaking of which," Lady Lu paused slightly, a thoughtful look in her eyes, and continued, "With him, there's a great chance that he will become an asset to Roland. But for the nobles of Huexi, and for Roland, this is undoubtedly bad news." Back then, the Huexi faction held considerable sway in the imperial court, with its military forces deeply entrenched and intertwined. Huexi was the leader, and together they formed a force that could not be underestimated. Because the Ming dynasty was constantly at war, the emperor had no choice but to rely on them. Over time, the nobles of Huexi became arrogant, and their behavior became increasingly overbearing. Lady Lu sighed softly, a cold glint flashing in her eyes. Now, the situation where Huexi holds absolute power in the court is about to change. This Arlen, not to mention the current Hongwu dynasty, just considering the future succession of the Crown Prince, he will surely become a new generation of outstanding military generals, holding great power. Hearing what Rosalind Moonvale said, Manfred nodded in satisfaction. He was afraid that Lady Lu might misjudge the situation and offend Arlen, which would not be a good thing. "Therefore, we should only befriend him and never offend him easily," Manfred said in a deep voice with a sense of admonition. "Father, don't worry." With a firm expression, Madame Lu said earnestly, "Such an outstanding person is a natural asset to Roland. How could I be so foolish as to offend him?" This time, Arlen's wife has been granted the title of a third-rank imperial consort. "As your father, I will prepare a generous gift and send it to the Pericles family in Roland's name." After a moment's thought, Lu Manfred calmly instructed, "In the future, you should also find an appropriate opportunity to express goodwill to Arlen. As far as I know, many generals in Huexi, especially Rufus's group, do not have a good relationship with Arlen, and there were many frictions between them when they were in Liaodong. We must make use of this point. As long as we are at odds with Huexi, it will be to our advantage. In this regard, my daughter has also heard about this. Those Huexi generals are used to being arrogant. In the past Liaodong battle, Arlen made great contributions by breaking through the city and caught the emperor's eye. The emperor then had the intention to cultivate him. The nobles of Huexi naturally understood the emperor's intentions and suppressed Arlen many times." Lady Lu nodded, her eyes showing a clear understanding. Under Lu Manfred's long-term influence, although she was a woman, she was exceptionally intelligent and had a keen insight into the political situation at court. Otherwise, he no longer has complete control over the Eastern Palace. Even as the legitimate son, Roland would not be completely suppressed by her. Lady Lu was an extremely intelligent woman, and she was also quite shrewd. "The enemy of my enemy is the natural ally that I can win over. The nobles of Huexi, led by Rufus, must be standing behind Roland. But Roland lacks supporters in the army, and Arlen is the best candidate at the moment." Lu Manfred solemnly reiterated his instructions, stating them clearly and directly. Their biggest enemy in the future will be Huexi. Madame Lu nodded heavily and replied, "Please rest assured, Father, I understand the implications. As for Roland, although you have him firmly under your control now, must not be negligent in the slightest before you become the true crown princess and Roland is made the crown prince. After all, he was the legitimate son, while Roland was born out of wedlock. This difference in status was an insurmountable chasm. When the emperor founded the country, he said that the eldest son of the legitimate wife should be the heir. The eldest son comes before the legitimate son," Lu Manfred reminded him earnestly once again. Every time he came to the Eastern Palace, this was something Lu Manfred would always remind him of. He was afraid that his daughter would underestimate him and relax her guard because she thought she had Roland under control. That would lead to utter defeat. They really can't afford to lose. Based on what the Lu family has done to Roland over the years, if Roland were to become the crown prince in the future, the Lu family would definitely be purged. I understand, Roland can't cause any trouble, and those 2 wretched girls are nothing to fear. They are now completely under my control. Nothing can escape my eyes." A cold smile appeared on Madame Lu's lips, exuding confidence. Inside the main hall of the Pericles' residence, Madame Pericles, Bernard, the commander of the Imperial Guard, dressed in armor, stood in the hall, clasped his hands in a salute to Sidney Jemima, and then said loudly, "By order of His Highness the Crown Prince, please invite Lady Pericles and her son to the Eastern Palace for an audience tomorrow." Sidney Jemima was dressed in the imperial robes of a noblewoman, and her demeanor was dignified. Hear the words, she immediately bowed slightly and replied respectfully, "Thank you for conveying the decree, Commander Aldridge. I will certainly go to the Eastern Palace to pay my respects on time tomorrow." Between words, Sidney Jemima could not hide her nervousness and trepidation. "Then I'll take my leave." After conveying the decree, Bernard clasped his hands in a fist salute once more, then turned and strode away. After Bernard's figure disappeared outside the mansion gate, Sidney Jemima frowned slightly, turned to look at Elijah beside her, and asked softly, "Uncle Mossgrove, do you think this summons from the Crown Prince is a good thing or a bad thing?" "The highest official I've ever met before was Uncle Percival, but now I have to meet His Highness the Crown Prince. I'm very nervous, afraid of embarrassing my husband." While talking, Sidney Jemima was very nervous and her eyes were full of worry. "Young madam, don't worry." Elijah smiled and said in a kind tone, "His Highness the Crown Prince is extremely busy. It is a great favor that he could summon you amidst his busy schedule. This precisely demonstrates how much the Emperor and the Crown Prince value the young master. Your staying in Yingshan now is the best support you can give to the young master. Tomorrow's audience with the Emperor is simply a matter of following the proper etiquette and protocol. This is also His Highness the Crown Prince's routine concern for the young master and young mistress. Hear this." "Ah." Sidney Jemima nodded gently, her expression softening slightly. At this time, Elijah's smile deepened and he said with some delight, "Young madam, this old servant has found 2 excellent locations in Yingshan City suitable for opening a restaurant. One place is located in the inner city, a bustling and lively place frequented by high-ranking officials and nobles. The other place is in the outer city, which is also bustling with people. In addition, there is a winery in the outer city. I have already sent someone to negotiate with them. I estimate that we can acquire the shop this month, and then we can start brewing wine." Speaking of which, Elijah's eyes gleamed with excitement. He was filled with excitement and anticipation at being able to establish a business for his young master in the capital city of Yingshan. Yingshan is a place where powerful and wealthy people gather. According to regulations, opening a restaurant or tavern requires reporting to the government. Have you encountered any obstacles in these matters? Sidney Jemima was still a little worried and couldn't help but ask. "Young madam, you underestimate the young master's current prestige. Initially, when I sent people to the government to handle the official documents for opening restaurants and wineries, the clerks made things difficult and created many obstacles. After all, the status of merchants was lowly in the Ming dynasty. But once the young master's identity was revealed, things immediately went smoothly. Now the young master has truly joined the ranks of the powerful and noble and was granted a marquisate before the age of 20. This is unprecedented since the founding of the Ming dynasty. No one dares to offend the young master." Elijah spoke with a tone full of pride and self-satisfaction. Elijah had dealt extensively with the situation in Yingshan and even with the officials and dignitaries in Daning Prefecture. It would be foolish not to use one's power. And then, Elijah did not use any power, but rather relied on the prestige of his young master. The young master had made many military achievements in the Ming dynasty, which were known to all in the court. He was also highly regarded by the emperor and the crown prince. Naturally, no one dared to hinder him from opening restaurants and wineries. The imperial edict has not yet been officially issued. We don't know if the matter of bestowing a title is true or false. Sidney Jemima shook her head slightly and said softly, although the rumors had spread like wildfire and everyone in the mansion was discussing it, she still felt uneasy until the imperial decree arrived. Who cares? As long as the young master's luck is on the rise, that's enough. This old servant will only take care of preparing the property for the young master in Yingshan Prefecture. Even if the young master resigns from his official post and retires in the future, our family will still have no worries about food and clothing. Elijah waved his hand dismissively, a cheerful smile on his face. In his heart, everything was for his young master. As long as he could ensure his young master's long-term stability, he would be content. Things on the battlefield. He couldn't offer much help as a steward, but Elijah would never let his young master worry about matters concerning the manor or even the business. At this moment, "Mother, mother!" Several clear shouts came from outside the hall. Little fellow dressed in black finery, with outstretched arms and unsteady steps, walked from outside the hall toward Sidney Jemima. Two maids followed closely behind him, protecting him with smiles on their faces. Regisser, upon seeing Regis, Sidney Jemima's slightly worried face immediately broke into a smile. She quickly stepped forward and picked up the little one. Now, Regis is already 8 months old. He can not only walk a short distance, but also babbles and can call out mother and father. Watching her son grow up day by day, Sidney Jemima is filled with joy. The next day, morning, outside the palace, the main gate, Hongwu Gate, stands majestically, exuding an imposing aura. Sidney Jemima's carriage, driven by Elijah himself, slowly drove to the gate. Stop! The Imperial Guards stationed at Hongwu Gate immediately stepped forward, their spears held horizontally, blocking the carriage's path. My wife is the wife of the Earl of Champion. She has been ordered by His Highness the Crown Prince to go to the Eastern Palace for an audience. Please let me know. Elijah hurriedly got off the coachman's seat and said with a smile to the centurion on duty in front of him. So it was Madame Pericles. Upon hearing Elijah's words, the Imperial Guard centurion and the surrounding Imperial Guards instantly showed expressions of reverence. Today, on the very day that the news was announced that the Northern Yuan cavalry had been defeated by Arlen's army, the palace guards, being well informed, had naturally heard of Arlen's extraordinary military achievements. The Imperial Guards were all elite troops carefully selected from various armies. Arlen's bravery and fearlessness, as well as his feat of leading the Ming army to a great victory over the strongest army of the Northern Yuan, earned the respect and recognition of every Ming soldier, including these Imperial Guards. His Highness the Crown Prince has given instructions that if Madame Pericles enters the palace, she can be allowed to pass directly. I am willing to lead the way for Madame Pericles. The officer on duty bowed and replied loudly. His reverence for Arlen was now fully revealed. In that case, I'll trouble you, Commander. Elijah quickly expressed his gratitude. After all, the inner palace is like a maze. If you go astray and accidentally enter a forbidden area without someone to guide you, it would be a serious offense. Please, with a wave of his hand, the guards on duty quickly dispersed, making way for passage. Then he personally took the reins and led the way, heading towards the East Palace. Those who are able to receive this honor. Perhaps only Arlen's prestige could bring this. The palace was vast in scale, with magnificent halls and pavilions. Imperial guards could be seen patrolling everywhere. After about half an incense stick's time, led by the centurion, they finally arrived at Palace Complex. Unlike the main gate of the palace, which is guarded by the Imperial Guards, this place is guarded by the Jinwu Guard, which is directly under the jurisdiction of the Eastern Palace. Looking around, one sees numerous Imperial Guards standing guard all around. The constant stream of them patrolling, making the entire palace complex heavily guarded. Or, the entire palace was an impenetrable fortress, with sentries everywhere. If an assassin were to attempt an assassination or infiltrate the palace, it would be virtually impossible. Upon arriving at the main gate of the East Palace, Bernard, who had already received the news, was already waiting outside the gate. Madame Pericles. Bernard strode to the carriage and clasped his hands in a gesture of respect. Upon seeing this, Elijah immediately stepped forward and carefully lifted the curtain of the carriage. Sidney Jemima, holding her infant son, slowly stepped down from the carriage. Looking at the magnificent palace before her, Sidney Jemima couldn't help but feel a sense of unease. 3 years ago, she was just a merchant's daughter of humble status, but now she stands at the core of the Ming dynasty's power, about to meet the crown prince. This huge change in status makes her feel a little dazed, as if she were in a dream. Commander Aldridge. Deliver it here after you win the bid. I'll take my leave. The centurion who brought Sidney Jemima bowed deeply to Bernard and then slowly withdrew. Bernard nodded at him. I cannot disgrace my husband. I am representing him. Now, Sidney Jemima took a deep breath, trying to calm her inner tension. She raised her head and looked at Bernard in front of her with a gentle expression and asked softly, Commander Aldridge, should I go in directly, or is there another arrangement? Steward Yvonne is waiting outside the palace. I will lead Madame Pericles into the palace for an audience. Bernard first gave Elijah some instructions, then turned to the side and gestured for people to enter the hall. It is good. Sidney Jemima nodded, picked up her son, and walked forward cautiously. Outside the East Palace, security was tight and the atmosphere was tense. Inside the East Palace, there were guards every 5 steps and sentries every 10 steps. The golden guards standing guard in various places were like statues, but the weapons they held were all gleaming coldly, making the place extremely imposing. Led by Bernard, they traveled smoothly and soon arrived at the East Palace. Sydney Jemima held Regis tightly, her heart filled with caution and trepidation. Little Regis, however, was completely unaware of this. With her big, watery eyes wide open, she curiously looked around, filled with wonder at this unfamiliar and novel environment. "Your Highness, Madame Pericles and her son are waiting outside the palace." "May we enter?" Bernard stood outside the hall and bowed, calling out to those inside. "Just a few breaths. Come in." Zachary's gentle yet authoritative voice came from inside the hall. "Madame Pericles, please come in." Bernard immediately turned around, pointed to the main hall in front of him, and respectfully addressed Sydney Jemima. "Thanks." Sydney Jemima thanked him softly, then looked up at the Eastern Palace, a symbol of supreme power, and her heart began to race. After all, this time she was to meet the second most powerful person in the Ming dynasty after the emperor, the current crown prince, and the future emperor of the Ming dynasty, let alone an ordinary woman like him. Even if those ministers were to meet him, they would probably be nervous. Imperial power, that is deterrence. Inside the main hall there were no imperial guards on duty, making it exceptionally quiet. Zachary sat upright in the main seat, intently reviewing the memorials. He had only 2 personal eunuchs by his side. One was carefully grinding ink for him, while the other stood by, ready to deliver memorials to him at any time. Zachary held a writing brush in his hand, intently reviewing one memorial after another, his expression serious and meticulous. Historically, it has been said that Zachary's early death in his prime was related to his long-term overwork. During the Hongwu reign, which abolished the prime minister system, both the emperor and the crown prince bore heavy political burdens. Especially now that the emperor has delegated most of his power to the Crown Prince Zachary is becoming increasingly busy, spending his days immersed in mountains of official business. "Your subject, Sydney Jemima, and her son Regis pay their respects to your Highness the Crown Prince." Upon entering the hall, Sydney Jemima walked to the center, gently placed Regis down, and then slowly bowed in respect, her demeanor dignified. As an imperial edict, there is naturally no need to kneel or bow. Regis looked at her mother with a blank expression. Perhaps influenced by the serious atmosphere, she was surprisingly quiet and did not cry or make a fuss. "No courtesy, stay on your own." Zachary did not look up immediately. His brush continued to move across the memorial, as if he were about to finish reviewing it. "Thank you, Your Highness." Sydney Jemima thanked him softly, then looked up slightly and secretly glanced at Zachary. Zachary was engrossed in reviewing the memorials, working very diligently without showing any sign of stopping. Rumor has it that the current crown prince is exceptionally diligent, the most so of all the crown princes in history. Now it seems that the rumors are indeed true. No wonder the Ming dynasty is so powerful now. No wonder my husband was able to get promoted and ennobled based on his military achievements. All of this is due to the emperor and the crown princes. Wise and decisive actions. Sydney Jemima thought to herself. Now, as Zachary reviewed the memorials, she dared not disturb him and could only hold Regis's hand with one hand, standing quietly in place, patiently waiting. After a while, Zachary finally finished reviewing the memorial in his hand. This memorial concerns military supplies. Instruct the Ministry of War and the Ministry of Works to contact each other immediately and ensure that the supplies are sent to the northern frontier as soon as possible. Zachary picked up the memorial, handed it to the eunuch beside him, and said authoritatively, "The slave takes the order." The eunuch accepted the memorial with both hands and responded respectfully, then quickly passed the memorial to the other side hall. After finishing his official business, Zachary finally raised his head and looked at Sydney Jemima. The moment Zachary looked up, a gentle smile appeared on his face. This friendly smile instantly made the originally solemn and dignified atmosphere of the East Palace Hall much more relaxed. Sydney Jemima. Zachary smiled slightly, glanced at Sydney Jemima out of the corner of his eye, and nodded in praise. "Not bad. You and Arlen are truly a perfect match, a match made in heaven." "That's a compliment." This was naturally a compliment to Sydney Jemima's superior appearance, suggesting she was a good match for Arlen. "Thank you for the compliment, His Royal Highness." Sydney Jemima quickly bowed and thanked him, feeling uneasy inside but maintaining her composure on the surface. She was encouraging herself, reminding herself that she was representing her husband and couldn't let Arlen down. This time, Regis, who was hiding behind Sydney Jemima, heard Zachary's voice and her curiosity was piqued. She secretly peeked out and looked at Zachary with her bright eyes. He poked his head out. Zachary's gaze then fell on Regis, who was standing next to Sydney Jemima. This look, Zachary was suddenly startled. His eyes widened instantly, and he stared intently at Regis as if he had seen something unbelievable. Hero! Zachary couldn't help but let out a soft gasp, a surge of indescribable emotion welling up in his eyes. His gaze held shock, confusion, and above all, a deep longing. Left Zachary stunned, seeing Regis in front of him. Zachary's thoughts immediately returned to that year. At that time, his valor is only this small. He was being held in his arms by his older sister, who affectionately called him Daddy. At that moment, the Ming dynasty had only been established for a short time, those repeated calls of father. Upon seeing Regis at this moment, it seemed as if the image of her was constantly echoing in Zachary's ears. Zachary was completely stunned. Inside the hall, Sydney Jemima looked at Zachary with confusion, but she didn't dare to say anything, though she was a little surprised. What's wrong with the crown prince? Why is he staring at Regis? Have we broken some taboo? Sydney Jemima thought with some worry after going on for quite a while. Zachary slowly came to his senses, but his gaze remained fixed on Regis, and within that gaze lay a multitude of emotions. Remember, sad, guilt. There was even an indescribable sense of intimacy. Ugh, Levi is gone, he can't come back to life. The dead cannot be brought back to life. I witnessed him being buried with my mother, but... Zachary thought to himself. But his gaze was fixed on Regis. How can there be such a similar person in this world? This Regis is almost a carbon copy of Corey Arlen when he was a child. Is there really such a thing as reincarnation in this world? Perhaps. Now, Zachary's heart was filled with turmoil. If he hadn't seen his son buried in the tomb with his own eyes, he would have truly believed that the Regis before him was his son coming to find him when he was a child. Your name is Regis Frostborn, right? Coming to his senses, Zachary looked at Regis with a gentle smile, displaying an unprecedented level of warmth. Regis can only call out father and mother at this point, and he doesn't quite understand what Zachary is saying. Naturally, they also didn't know the meaning of the name. So he looked up at his mother with a blank expression. Come here to me. Zachary smiled gently and waved to Regis. See this scene? Sydney Jemima was quite uneasy. After all, Regis was still young and his behavior was unpredictable. It wouldn't be good if I did something that offended them. About to speak. But Regis didn't seem afraid of Zachary at all. She actually opened her arms and took small steps toward Zachary. See this? Sydney Jemima didn't dare to speak again. What's wrong with Regis today? Apart from the two maids, myself and Uncle Mossgrove, I am usually very shy around everyone else. Why aren't you afraid of the crown prince today? Sydney Jemima was also very puzzled and surprised. Seeing Regis walk over, Zachary's face also showed an indescribable emotion. This is what happened at this moment. This further plunged Zachary into memories. It is also the Eastern Palace. Outside this main hall, his most beloved wife, Madame Orson, she came to him carrying her son. Zachary still remembers that he was standing on the steps in front of the main hall. When Pericles Corey Arlen saw him, he was about the same age as Regis in front of him and had just learned to walk. He also opened his arms and called out "Father" when he saw him. As Regis slowly approached, Zachary's eyes were filled with a sense of warmth and tenderness. He actually stood up from the chair, walked around the imperial desk, and squatted down in front of it, spreading his arms. The eunuchs serving nearby were also somewhat stunned by what they saw, but he dared not utter a sound and could only lower his head. After a while, Regis took small steps and finally reached Zachary. She pounced on him without any shyness. Zachary then picked up Regis and stood up. Regis, you've got some nerve. He's not afraid of me at all. Zachary looked at Regis, who looked remarkably like his deceased son, and felt an indescribable sense of closeness in his eyes. His Royal Highness. Normally, Regis is shy around strangers. Apart from my wife and the housekeeper, he is very shy with everyone else. But today, when I saw His Highness the Crown Prince, I wasn't afraid at all. This also surprised me greatly, Sydney Jemima said with a smile. Hear this? Zachary's smile widened. Ha ha, Regis, it seems you are close to me. I feel the same way about you, very close to you. Zachary hugged Regis tightly. At this moment, Regis's feelings for Zachary were perhaps like those for Regis hugging his own son in the past. For him, who had lost his son many years ago, this brought a rare and indescribable comfort. Sydney Jemima, who was standing to the side, smiled as she watched the scene unfold. This scene looks like They looked just like grandfather and grandson, but this was just a coincidence. In Sydney Jemima's opinion, perhaps it was because her son was curious about Zachary, or perhaps it was because Zachary possessed a kind of unspoken affability. "Jemima, I am much older than you, and I am considered your father, so I will call you that." Zachary smiled as he looked at Sydney Jemima, teasing little Regis as he asked, "How are things in Yingshan City?" "Thank you for your concern, Your Highness. Yingshan City is very prosperous, and I am doing well." Sydney Jemima immediately replied with gratitude. Arlen is a key minister of the state, and also the youngest and most promising general of our great Ming dynasty. The reason I summoned you to Yingshan is not to pose a threat to Arlen, but to reassure him to focus on the northern expedition. Now that Arlen is in the northern frontier, his reputation in the northern Yuan is growing, and the enemy will naturally try every means to deal with him. And you, as his wives, are naturally the ones they are dealing with. Although Angus Ning is part of the territory of our great Ming, it is ultimately a border region. If assassins or bandits were to infiltrate, that would be entirely possible. But in Arlen Tian, none of that will happen, Zachary said to Sydney Jemima with a smile. Obviously, the sudden summons of Sydney Jemima to Yingshan might be intended to control Arlen. But these things cannot be explained too clearly, as it would be disheartening. Zachary's explanation makes sense. Even in later generations, there have been villains and assassins, how much more so now? Located in a border prefecture, its advantages are self-evident. Arlen is now in the northern Yuan and the Jurchens, and they hate him to the bone. Staying in Daning was indeed dangerous. Upon hearing this, Sydney Jemima immediately said, "On behalf of my husband, I thank your highness for your concern. My husband and I have no complaints about my entering Yingshan." Sydney Jemima understood. To have the Crown Prince Zachary personally explain this is an immense honor. "Haha," Zachary chuckled and then said, "Of course. Besides better protection, the reason I summon you to Yingshan is also to let you live there first. When the northern expedition is successful, Arlen can return directly to the capital to pay homage. I have heard the name Arlen countless times in Yingshan, but I have never seen him. After this northern expedition, we must meet again." "Hear this," Sydney Jemima immediately replied with a smile. "My husband once told me that he has long admired the current emperor and the crown prince and has always wanted to come to the capital to meet them. It seems that I and Pericles are heading in the same direction." Zachary said with a hearty laugh, appearing very pleased. "I've heard that your Pericles family also has a liquor business. How are the sales?" Zachary asked with a smile. In this regard, Sydney Jemima was not surprised. She naturally knew about the existence of the embroidered uniform guard during her previous conversations with her husband, and she hadn't hidden her family's businesses either. It would be strange if Zachary didn't know. "My husband's family used to own a winery, and he has a set of winemaking skills. The wines produced by his family's winery are very mellow and are loved by wine drinkers. In Daning, the supply of alcoholic beverages cannot meet the demand. Now that we've come to Yingshan, I plan to open a restaurant and winery there. Firstly, to earn some money to support the household, and secondly, to recruit some people to provide for their livelihood," Sydney Jemima said with a smile. Seeing how gentle Zachary was, Sydney Jemima was no longer so nervous. The way of merchants is not the best. However, brewing wine is not really the way of a merchant. And one should not get too involved. After all, the Hongwu dynasty does not treat merchants with great favor, especially officials engaging in commerce. Although there are no explicit regulations, one must still be cautious, Zachary said with a hint of admonition. "Hear this." Sydney Jemima's heart tightened, and she immediately nodded and said, "Please rest assured, Your Highness. My Pericles family currently only owns wineries and restaurants. Although this involves commerce, my Pericles family will never do anything dirty. No need to be nervous. I was just mentioning it briefly. After all, in the eyes of the current emperor, merchants value profit above all else, and he cannot tolerate them going too far. Of course. Arlen is so young yet already possesses such abilities. He will undoubtedly become a pillar of our Ming dynasty in the future. We must not allow him to be influenced by other matters," Zachary said gently. "Your Highness's words will be firmly remembered. When my husband returns, I will certainly explain them to him." Sydney Jemima nodded immediately. "The Sydney family. You are Sylvan's daughter. Why are you at odds with the Sydney family?" Zachary's eyes flashed and he suddenly asked this question. Sydney Jemima felt a pang of anxiety. The relationship with the Sydney family. In reality, it was Sydney Jemima's heartache, but it was also a heartache she had to face. This time, Zachary asked a question Sydney Jemima didn't know how to answer. This humble woman dares not conceal the truth. I did grow up in the Sydney family since I was a child. And Sylvan is my father in name only. But that's it. Sydney Jemima recalled the days she had been bullied in the Sydney family since childhood, and her face turned ugly. Zachary immediately understood what was going on. The Sydney family is the Sydney family, and you are you. After you marry Arlen, you will belong to Arlen and have nothing to do with the Sydney family. I was just asking casually, you don't need to think about it or answer, Zachary said with a smile. Sydney Jemima breathed a sigh of relief and immediately thanked him. Thank you, Your Highness. For the Sydney family. Sydney Jemima really has nothing to say. If there was such a thing, it was meeting Arlen at the Sydney family home, where he stood up for her for the first time, and then took care of her for many years afterward. But after arriving in Daning, the Sydney family went so far as to send assassins to kill him and Uncle Mossgrove to silence them. These are things that are naturally inconvenient to say. How old is this little guy? Zachary looked at Regis in his arms and then asked. She is already 8 months old. I just learned to walk not long ago. By the time his father returns, he should be able to move around completely, Sydney Jemima replied gently. Regis. Zachary stared at the little guy's face, and every glance stirred something deep within him. After all, for him, it was as if he were seeing his deceased son. I really like this little guy, Zachary said gently, his eyes full of affection. I can tell. His Highness really likes children, Sydney Jemima said with a smile. Maybe. Zachary smiled faintly without saying anything explicitly. As the crown prince, he is the heir apparent to the throne. If he wanted, he could have as many children as he wanted by taking more concubines. For royalty, offspring are not important, and those born into royalty do not necessarily experience much kinship. But Regis, it was clear that it touched upon the most unforgettable memories in Zachary's heart. That time, his mother is still alive, his wife is still alive, and his eldest son is still alive. Family, it's fun, and now, everything has changed. I summoned you and your son here today to see how you are doing in Yingshan. After all, Arlen is an important minister of the country, and I cannot treat his wife and children poorly. Now that I see you have gotten used to life in Yingshan, I am relieved. All right, take the little one back to the manor to rest. If you encounter any difficulties, feel free to come to the Eastern Palace to find me. Zachary spoke gently, squatted down, and slowly put Regis down. Your Highness, I thank you. Sydney Jemima bowed slightly, then slowly picked up Regis and walked towards the palace entrance. But just then, Regis raised her little head, looked at Zachary with her big eyes, and surprisingly spoke in a clear voice. Ah, Grandpa, this sound. Zachary was stunned, staring blankly at Sydney Jemima and her son who had already reached the palace gate, meeting Regis's big eyes. Can't help it. Zachary replied gently, yes. This is the response. Regis's eyes widened and then she chuckled, appearing very happy. Sydney Jemima was taken aback, looking at Regis with amusement, and then nervously said to Zachary, Your Highness, this little guy was always told to call our elders Grandpa at home, but he never did. Perhaps he felt close to Your Highness because he called out to them right away. Go. Zachary waved his hand, his heart still unsettled. Upon seeing this, Sydney Jemima carried Regis and walked out of the main hall, but no one could see it. 2 clear tears streamed down Zachary's smiling face beneath his eyes. Levy, if you were still here, perhaps Dad already has a grandson. If you were still here, it will also be able to help Dad with a lot of things. Sister Tilton, I'm sorry, I failed to protect our son. This moment, Zachary's tears flowed uncontrollably. For Zachary, the crown prince and heir apparent, who was usually so resolute in front of everyone, to be so moved, one can imagine how deeply Regis's address of Grandpa touched him. This reminded Zachary of his son, his wife, and his mother. If they were all still here, how wonderful that would be. What would the Ming dynasty be like if they were still here? The eunuch serving at the imperial desk saw Zachary standing there in a daze for a long time, so he called out in a low voice, Your Highness, hear the sound. Zachary then slowly came to his senses. She immediately raised her hand and wiped away the tears from her eyes. You should retreat first. If there's anything I need, I'll summon you myself. Zachary turned around and waved to the eunuch. The eunuch glanced at him nervously, then immediately bowed and said, This servant takes his leave. Inside the vast East Palace Hall, only Zachary remained. So many years have passed, but I still can't completely forget it. Zachary sighed deeply, walked to the chair and sat down. Outside the East Palace, Sydney Jemima carried Regis out and Elijah immediately came to greet her. "Young madam, are you all right?" Elijah immediately asked in a low voice. "Fine." His Highness the Crown Prince simply expressed his concern. "Let's go back to the manor first," Sydney Jemima replied with a smile, giving Elijah a wink. "See this." Elijah immediately understood and without asking any further questions, took the mounting ladder from the carriage and helped Sydney Jemima and her son onto the carriage. "Commander Aldridge, then we'll take our leave now." Elijah thanked Bernard. "Butler Yvonne, the palace is very large and it's easy to get lost. I'll lead you out of the palace." Bernard stepped forward and personally took the reins of the carriage to lead you out of the palace. "Thank you for your trouble," Elijah said immediately. "But now, inside the East Palace, inside the palace of the Liu family." The eunuch who originally served Zachary actually came into the hall and stood respectfully in front of Lady Liu. "Gawain, what did the Crown Prince and Arlen's wife talk about in the main hall today?" Lady Liu asked with a smile. "Miss, His Highness the Crown Prince didn't say anything special to Madame Pericles. He just showed concern for her and told her not to get too involved in business matters. However, there is one more thing. This servant doesn't know whether I should say this or not," the eunuch said, his voice trembling slightly. "What's up?" Lady Liu frowned and immediately pressed for an answer. After His Highness the Crown Prince saw Lady Pericles' son, he became particularly affectionate towards him, even holding him for a while, and seemed to like him very much. And after Madame Pericles left, the little fellow unintentionally called out "Grandpa, Your Highness." Your Highness seemed to shed tears. The eunuch dared not conceal the truth and said, "Respectfully." Hear this? Lady Liu's expression changed as if she had thought of something. He glanced at the eunuch in front of him again. He picked up a money bag from the table next to him and threw it at the eunuch in front of him. "Well done, go back." The eunuch respectfully accepted the money bag, then knelt on the ground and kowtowed repeatedly. "Thank you, Your Majesty, thank you, Your Majesty." After kowtowing several times, the eunuch quickly left Lady Liu's palace. After the eunuch left, a hint of hatred flashed across Lady Liu's previously calm face. "Your Highness, it seems you haven't forgotten that bastard. All these years, in what way am I inferior to that vile woman, and in what way is Roland inferior to that bastard? Haven't I moved you all these years?" Madame Liu clenched her fists, a sense of resentment and hatred welling up in her heart. As Zachary's most favored concubine, Lady Liu knew him well. Through the eunuch's description, and recalling how Arlen's son called out "Grandpa," she touched Zachary and even brought him to tears. Naturally, I immediately thought of what had moved Zachary. Clearly, all of this is because of Pericles' Corey Arlen. The Pericles family mansion. "Young lady, what exactly did the Crown Prince say just now, once home?" Elijah asked with great concern. The Crown Prince reminded him that since my husband holds an official title, he should avoid getting involved in business matters. "It further clarifies that the current emperor dislikes merchants," Sydney Jemima said solemnly. Hear this? Elijah looked thoughtful, then said, "Does the Crown Prince not want us to run the wineries and restaurants anymore?" "No." Sydney Jemima shook her head and said, "He said that wineries and restaurants are not too deeply involved in business, so it's fine. He just reminded me that the Pericles family should not get involved in other business matters anymore, and the current emperor does not like officials doing business." "That's how it is said." Elijah also breathed a sigh of relief. "In that case, the young master's business will be fine. As for other business matters, my Pericles family has enough wineries and restaurants. As for the others, we don't even look at them," Elijah said with a smile. This time, Sydney Jemima looked at Regis beside her and said with a somewhat bewildered tone, "Regisser is also acting strangely today. I'm shy around everyone and don't dare to get close to anyone. But when he saw the Crown Prince today, he actually went up to him on his own initiative and even let the Crown Prince hug him. When she left, Regisser even called out Grandpa," Sydney Jemima said with some amazement. Hear this? Elijah smiled and said, "His Highness the Crown Prince is well known among the people and is said to be very benevolent, which is why he is so popular. Perhaps it is this quality that makes Regisser feel close to him. Probably. However, the Crown Prince quite likes Regisser," Sydney Jemima said with a smile. "This must be what they mean by love me, love my dog. Young master has fought for the country and expanded its territory, which has earned him the Crown Prince's high regard. Naturally, he would also value the son of a subject he values," Elijah said. The Marquis of Champion's prestige spreads far and wide. The next day, inside Yingshan City, The bustling markets throughout the inner and outer cities were teeming with activity. The Ministry of Rights issued a proclamation to the prefectural governor of the capital, and the news quickly spread throughout the city. As the capital, Yingshan was naturally the first place to learn of such a major event. The place where the imperial edict was proclaimed was already surrounded by a dense crowd. People flocked from all directions, crowding the place to the brim. Everyone craned their necks, their eyes filled with anticipation. They knew that a decree truly proclaimed to the world must be a matter of great importance, and no one wanted to miss this moment to witness history. A cacophony of voices is not enough to describe the flow of people at the place where the imperial edict was proclaimed. Amidst the eager anticipation of countless people, the proclamation ceremony finally began. An official in full robes, holding an imperial edict, solemnly walked up to the high platform. He cleared his throat and loudly proclaimed, "By the mandate of heaven the emperor decrees." The moment those 8 words were uttered, the previously noisy crowd instantly fell silent. Everyone held their breath, afraid of missing a single word. It was filled with awe. Today, the Northern Expedition has achieved a great victory. The results are enough to inspire the people of our great Ming dynasty. The Ministry of Rights is hereby ordered to issue this decree to the world to boost the morale of all the people of the great Ming dynasty. The official's voice was loud and clear, echoing around. For hundreds of years, the Mongol cavalry of the Northern Yuan dynasty was known as unparalleled and invincible in the world. In the past, the Mongols, with the power of their iron cavalry, forcibly opened the gates of our Chinese nation and enslaved our Chinese people for more than 100 years, causing them endless suffering and humiliation. Speaking of which, anger flashed in the official's eyes, along with resentment for the humiliation of the past. While the people below the stage also showed grief and indignation, they had never forgotten that dark period of history. After all, the Ming dynasty had only been established for a little over 20 years. The tyranny of the former Japanese court is still vivid in our minds. Although the youth of today are a new generation, the previous generation is still here, and they have passed on the tyranny of the Yuan dynasty to their descendants. They were acutely aware of the cruelty of the Yuan court. Now, our great Ming takes it upon itself to launch a northern expedition against the North Yuan and vows to annihilate them. Recently, within the territory of the Northern Yuan, our Northern Expeditionary Army encountered 100,000 Northern Yuan cavalry on a narrow road. At that time, the Ming army was mostly composed of infantry, and the number of cavalry was far less than that of the Northern Yuan. We were at a disadvantage in terms of manpower, and it was difficult to confront the Northern Yuan cavalry head-on. Indeed, our great Ming dynasty is the legitimate successor of China, and outstanding people have emerged in great numbers. Arlan, the champion earl and commander of Daning, used the Dragon Gate formation that was once used by the Farnsworth dynasty to defeat cavalry, to severely damage nearly half of the Northern Yuan's iron cavalry, greatly weakening the enemy's strength. The official's voice suddenly rose, his eyes filled with admiration. As soon as these words fell, the name of the champion was revealed. Many people couldn't help but exclaim in amazement, deeply admiring the bravery and wisdom of this champion. After the battle, Arlan, the commander of Angus Ning, led 40,000 cavalry of our great Ming dynasty to meet nearly 60,000 iron cavalry of the Northern Yuan dynasty. The unfavorable situation of being outnumbered and outmatched, General Arlan was incredibly brave and led from the front. For the glory of our great Ming dynasty, he resolutely fought against the strong with the weak. The official's description made the people feel as if they could see the situation on the battlefield where the enemy was strong and they were weak, and they could even imagine the fierce fighting. The figure of General Arlan, the champion, charging ahead, became even more towering in their hearts. After a day of fierce fighting, General Arlan led 40,000 cavalry of our great Ming dynasty and successfully defeated 60,000 Northern Yuan cavalry with the advantage of being weaker, killing nearly 20,000 enemy soldiers and capturing countless others. The Northern Expedition has achieved a major victory. This battle shattered the prestige of the Northern Yuan Mongol cavalry, which had dominated the world for hundreds of years and broke their myth of being unparalleled in the world. From then on, the Mongol cavalry of the Northern Yuan was no longer as brave as it once was, while the cavalry of our great Ming dynasty was undoubtedly the best in the world. In the past, the gates of our Chinese nation were breached by the Mongol cavalry, resulting in a century of humiliation. Today, we have finally avenged that shame. The champion Earl, Arlen, the commander of Angus Ning, is not yet 20 years old, but he possesses the bravery and strength of a fierce general and outstanding military command skills. He can be described as both a scholar and a warrior, and is truly an outstanding talent of our great Ming. In the past, during the Liaodong War, champion Earl Arlen made great contributions to the Ming dynasty. Many strong cities in Liaodong were captured, and the northern Yuan Morgan Nahachu also died at his hands. Today, he once again led our Ming cavalry to a head-on defeat of the northern Yuan Iron Cavalry, which is a great achievement in protecting the country and showcasing the might of our Ming dynasty. The announcement was made. The proclamation drafted by the Ministry of Rights also lavished praise on Arlen. After this rendering, the people also held this young general in high esteem and admiration. In the past, the Emperor bestowed upon Arlen the title of Earl of Champion, using the name of the former Marquis of Champion as an encouragement and to inspire people. To this day, Champion Beau Pericle should live up to the Emperor's favor and once again make contributions to the country. Upon His Highness, the Crown Prince's memorial, Arlen, the Earl of Champion, is promoted to the rank of Marquis, and is hereby conferred the title of Marquis of Champion. This is a great honor, and it is hereby proclaimed to the world that our great Ming dynasty now possesses the Marquis of Champion, who once annihilated Morgan invaders during the mighty Cornelius dynasty. Now I hereby proclaim this, to inspire the hearts of all people under heaven, and to let them bear witness. As soon as the official finished reading, the city of Yingshan erupted in cheers, with thunderous applause erupting from below the stage. Even the entire city of Yingshan. The onlookers were deeply moved upon hearing this news. An elderly man with white hair, tears streaming down his face, looked up to the sky and sighed, "Heaven has eyes. Our great Ming dynasty has actually achieved such a great victory." A middle-aged man next to him clenched his fist and said excitedly, "How arrogant the Mongol cavalry was in the past. They broke through the gates of our Chinese nation, enslaved us for 100 years, and made countless people suffer humiliation. Today, we have finally avenged ourselves." "That's right," another young man chimed in. "The Mongol cavalry was once known as invincible. Now they have been defeated by our Ming dynasty cavalry. It's truly a great honor. Champion Beau Jiang, I have heard of his name before. He shone brightly in the Liaodong War back then. I heard that he rose from an ordinary soldier to the high position of commander of Daning in just over a year. This was all earned through real military achievements. I have a distant cousin who works in the border army of Daning. He told me that in the eyes of those foreign tribes in the northern frontier, the champion Earl is like a god of death. Even children dare not cry when they hear his name at night. Moreover, it is said that in every major battle, the champion always took the lead and charged ahead, which greatly inspired the soldiers. Yes, it is a blessing for our great Ming to have a talent like the Earl of Champion. This also proves that our great Ming prioritizes military merit. The Emperor and the Crown Prince are wise. As long as one has military achievements, one can be promoted and ennobled. With such fairness and justice, how can our great Ming not prosper? You're still calling him the Earl of Champion. General Arlen is now the Marquis of Champion of our great Ming. In the past, Archibald defeated the Xingnu and displayed the might of our Cornelius people. Now, the Marquis of Champion of our great Ming dynasty is no less impressive. He is also not yet 20 years old, but he led his cavalry to defeat the invincible Mongol cavalry. How magnificent! Truly magnificent! Marquis Champion is awe-inspiring. Our Ming cavalry is unparalleled in the world. The might of our great Ming dynasty is invincible under heaven. The Marquis of Champion, the Marquis of Champion. As the discussion grew more heated, the shouts of the people rose and fell, spreading like a surging tide throughout the entire city of Yingshan. The title Champion Marquis resounded throughout the entire city of Yingshan. The cheers, like waves of sound, spread throughout the entire city. Even inside the palace, the impassioned shouts could be clearly heard. Inside Hall of Literary Profundity, Vander was focused on reviewing memorials, his brush dancing across the paper. Sudden, a faint shout reached his ears. He paused slightly, stopped what he was doing, slowly raised his head and listened carefully. As the shouts grew clearer, a look of emotion gradually appeared on his old face. "Arlen," Evander muttered to himself, his eyes filled with complex emotions. "My son has secured an immense honor for you." The name of the second-generation champion will accompany you from now on and will be remembered forever in history. I hope you won't let our son down, otherwise, we really won't be polite. Obviously, Vander remained somewhat worried about the way his officials gained prestige and the way the imperial edict was proclaimed throughout the land. Inside the main hall of the East Palace, Zachary also heard these enthusiastic shouts. He was also reviewing memorials when he heard the sound. He gently put down the memorial in his hand, and a gentle and gratified smile appeared on his face. Champion Marquis, Zachary said softly, sighing, our great Ming dynasty has a Marquis of Champion now. With this victory as our motivation, today is Yingshan, and tomorrow will be the world of our great Ming. The Archibald Marquis Archibald sealed the wolf's lair and made outstanding military achievements, but he was envied by the heavens. My champion Arlen will surely live on in the Ming dynasty and protect the world of our great Ming. I believe that my choice is not wrong. Zachary's eyes were filled with confidence and determination. He had no regrets about making this announcement. He could foresee why Arlen would continue to achieve even more military exploits for the Ming dynasty. Now, inside the Pericles' residence, the scene was equally chaotic. Elijah stood in the courtyard, listening to the cheers coming from outside, his face flushed with excitement. He strode into the hall and said to Sydney Jemima, "Young madam, did you hear that? Young master, he really has been ennobled as a marquis. And he is the most prestigious marquis among all marquises. Ha ha ha. It's a pity that the old lady is no longer here. If she could see how successful the young master is today, she would surely be very happy." As Elijah spoke, he couldn't help but laugh out loud, his eyes glistening with tears of joy. Yes, Sydney Jemima nodded gently, her face also beaming with joy. My husband will be very happy to hear this news. This is the Marquis of Champion, now. Sydney Jemima's heart was filled with pride and honor for her husband. Every woman longs for her husband to be a peerless hero, and she was undoubtedly lucky because her husband truly did, becoming a hero admired by all. Just then, a guard rushed into the main hall and respectfully reported to Sydney Jemima and Elijah. "Madam, steward, many carriages have arrived outside the mansion, saying they are here to deliver congratulatory gifts to the master." "This is a gift card." Talking. The guard handed over a large stack of gift invitations with both hands. Elijah accepted the gift invitation, casually opened one and saw that it read, "Gift invitation from Manfred, Minister of Rights." He couldn't help but show a look of surprise. Then he opened another letter from Lester, Minister of War. He knew in his heart that the owners of these gift invitations were all powerful and influential figures in the imperial court. "Young madam," Elijah said solemnly, "the owners of these gift invitations are all powerful and influential figures in the court. This old servant feels that we cannot be negligent." "What should we do?" Sydney Jemima asked, slightly flustered. It was the first time she had encountered such a situation, and she was at a loss. The invitation can be accepted, but the gift itself cannot be accepted. Elijah said solemnly, "This matter must be handled personally by the young mistress. The emperor and the crown prince have already shown great favor to the young master. If he were to accept these gifts, it might be seen as forming a clique for personal gain. Therefore, we must treat this matter with caution." Hear the words, "Yes." Sydney Jemima nodded immediately. She knew the importance of this matter and naturally did not want to hold her husband back. So she and Elijah walked out of the mansion together, preparing to deal with the visiting guests and their invitations. However, the atmosphere was completely different at the Sydney family home. Inside the Sydney residence, Sylvan and his sons sat there, each with an exceptionally grim expression. Steward Sydney rushed in anxiously and reported to Sylvan, "Master, it's true, Pericles Yingshan has been ennobled. Champion Marquis. Moreover, the current emperor has also issued a proclamation that the entire city of Yingshan, and in the future the whole world, will know the fame of Marquis Arlen." According to reports from spies outside the Pericles residence, many powerful officials from the court have sent people to the Pericles residence to deliver gifts. The entire Pericles residence is packed with people and countless visitors. As Sylvan listened to his steward's report, his face grew increasingly grim. He clenched his fists so tightly that the veins on the back of his hands bulged. At this moment, the shouts of Champion Marquis, coming from outside the mansion, were like sharp blades piercing their eardrums. Arlen's current reputation is undoubtedly a huge threat to the Sydney family, like a sword hanging over their heads that could fall at any moment. "Sai." Sylvan sighed deeply, his old face filled with bitterness and helplessness. How could he have imagined this situation? He had been in business for many years and was always cautious and steady, rarely encountering such a major setback. At this time, Gretchen stormed into the inner hall, her eyes red. She looked at her father and complained loudly, "Father, you shouldn't have married your daughter to Lou Malcolm. If I had married Arlen, I would be the wife of the Marquis of Champion now, with a noble status. How could I have ended up like this?" Her voice was filled with regret and resentment, and tears welled up in her eyes. Faced with his daughter's accusations, Sylvan was speechless. He lowered his head, his heart filled with regret and self-blame. The situation was now completely out of his control, and he felt utterly powerless and desperate. Northern Frontier, the territory of the Northern Yuan dynasty. The wind howled, yellow sand filled the sky, and the scene was desolate. In the distance, a Northern Yuan cavalry general was leading less than 100 riders and several thousand routed Yuan infantrymen in a desperate retreat. Their faces were filled with exhaustion and fear, and even their weapons were scattered and broken. Suddenly, a sharp, piercing sound rang out across the sky, like thunder. Before the leading general could react, an arrow shot out like lightning, instantly piercing his armor and penetrating his body. The powerful force threw him off his horse and onto the ground, where he crashed heavily into the yellow sand. General's divine might, kill, brothers, outflank them and surround them. Leave no one alive among these fleeing Yuan soldiers. Kill. Percy, mounted on his horse, brandished his long sword and shouted excitedly. His face was beaming with excitement, and his killing intent was boundless. "It's not just him. Kill, 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 kill all these Tartars. Kill." 10,000 cavalrymen surged forth like a tidal, waved their hooves thundering, causing the earth to tremble. They charged in swiftly from both sides, like two sharp scissors, and quickly surrounded the fleeing Yuan army. Cavalry already had a huge advantage over infantry, not to mention that the Yuan army was already demoralized and powerless to resist. Defeat Bei Yuan Wanjiang, collect 30 points of all attributes, collect 30 days of lifespan, and receive a Tier 1 treasure chest as a reward. After the army charged out, Arlen held his precious carved bow, his expression indifferent. That arrow was shot by him. He gently squeezed the horse's flanks, and the black steed beneath him shot off like an arrow towards the enemy. As Arlen galloped, he drew arrows from his quiver on his back, his eyes like an eagle's fixed on the fleeing Yuan soldiers. An arrow shot out. Kill the Northern Yuan soldiers, pick up 1 point of strength, pick up 5 days of life. Killed a Northern Yuan soldier, picked up 1 point of constitution. A series of notification sounds rang in his mind. Arlen's archery skills were superb. Each arrow was like a call from the dead, taking the lives of Yuan soldiers. His arrows rained down, piercing several Yuan soldiers who fell into pools of blood. Arlen's arrows didn't stop. He continued to relentlessly shoot down the fleeing Yuan soldiers, killing as many as he could. At this time, nearly a month had passed since the defeat of the Northern Yuan cavalry. With the threat of the Northern Yuan cavalry gone, the two armies of the Ming dynasty have gradually joined forces and launched attacks on the various Arlen cities of the Northern Yuan. At present, a Arlen city of the Northern Yuan has been captured, and the Yuan soldiers in the city are fleeing in all directions. Arlen's border troops are chasing after them and trying to kill as many Yuan soldiers as possible. Time passed quickly, and the thousands of fleeing Yuan soldiers were soon caught up by Arlen's cavalry. After a fierce battle, the Yuan army was either killed or surrendered. Arlen led his soldiers back to the camp in victory. Night fell over the land, and a roaring bonfire blazed in the military camp. Inside the tent, Arlen lay on the couch, a satisfied smile on his face. 16 treasure chests now, Arlen said softly with a joyful smile. All attributes are now over 6,000 points. This northern expedition has truly boosted our strength significantly. Arlen closed his eyes, recalling the battles he had fought over the past month, very satisfied. The war during this period, he continued to charge ahead as always, never missing an opportunity to improve his strength. The total number of enemies killed has successfully exceeded 13,000, which can be said to be a great achievement. The northern expedition has now reached this point. Baiyuan has very few cards left to play. P.S. Please support me by following my lead, my darlings, thank you. At this moment, there was a sound of footsteps outside the camp. General, and Rufus, General Amos and the others have arrived and have already gone to the main camp. The general sent someone to summon you to the camp for meeting, saying there was something important to discuss. Marvin's voice rang out from outside the tent. Kindness. Arlen responded in a deep voice, opened his eyes, and sat up from the couch, immediately. He walked straight out of the tent, the military camp at this moment. The sounds of soldiers and horses moving about were constant. Moreover, campfires were scattered throughout the military camp. This military camp is where the two armies of the Northern Expedition joined forces. The troops that are being gradually mobilized are the combined forces. Set up camp, military camp center, main business, general. Now we are less than 2 cities away from Yuandu. Although the Yuan army still has a considerable number of troops, they are already defeated and their morale is low, so they are not worth worrying about. Soon, my northern expedition will be successful and the northern Yuan will be destroyed. Otis said excitedly. Even if the Yuan capital is breached, the northern Yuan will still exist. Unless we capture Emperor Yuan. That might just be the end for the northern Yuan, Todd said in a deep voice. His understanding quite clear. Hearing the words of his two generals, Arlen smiled and suddenly said, "Do you know why I ordered the entire Angus Ning border army to be cavalry?" This question, Otis and Todd were both stunned, their faces filled with deep thought. After a while, Todd's eyes lit up and he whispered, "General, do you intend to invade the heart of northern Yuan? To seal the wolf's lair and utterly defeat Morgan invaders?" "My wish." Arlen chuckled and said no more. He strode towards Arlen. Otis and Todd exchanged a glance, both harboring an unspoken ambition. Seal the wolf's lair and dwell in the moorland. If it could really be done, then one would be famous for all time. As Arlen's two deputy generals, they will also be remembered in history along with Arlen's name. Todd, following the general, his name will be remembered for eternity. Otis said with a serious expression. That's the way it is. Todd nodded emphatically. Quickly, Arlen and the other two then arrived at the main camp. The guards waiting outside immediately drew back the curtain for Arlen. Entering the camp, the room was already full of people. Samson sat upright in the main seat. But today, it was not that Rufus and Daniel sat on the left and right sides. Instead, a man a few years younger than Arlen, dressed in royal robes, sat in the first seat on the right, while Daniel sat in the first seat on the left. Rufus and Frederick sat in the second seat. Which of old Pericles' sons is this person? Arlen glanced around and immediately spotted the man in the royal robe at the head of the right side. Judging from the royal robe he was wearing, it was clear that he was Evander's son and had also been granted the title of king. General Pericles has arrived. As Arlen walked in, Samson, the commander of the personal guards inside, shouted loudly. Suddenly, all the generals inside the tent turned their gazes toward the tent entrance. Arlen, in the Northern Expeditionary Army today, although his official rank and title are not the highest, his prestige is absolutely the highest. The fundamental reason is that Arlen defeated 100,000 Northern Yuan cavalry. The man in the royal robe sitting at the head of the table on the right immediately raised his head and looked at Arlen with great curiosity. As Arlen approached step by step, he walked towards the center of the camp. The man in the royal robes also became extremely shocked, his eyes widening in astonishment. "You those eyes are so alike. She looks exactly like you when she was a child." The man in the royal robe stared intently at Arlen, especially into Arlen's eyes, his expression one of profound astonishment. "How come this prince is just like Daniel? They stare at me as soon as they see me." Once inside, Arlen felt the gaze of the man in the royal robe. Although he did not know who he was, the man's gaze was exactly the same as when he first met Daniel. They completely have eyes on their own bodies. If I were a woman, I'd probably be interested. But the problem is that I am not the one in question. The men of the Pericles family are indeed strange. This humble general pays his respects to the great general. Upon arriving at the camp center, Arlen immediately led Otis and the other man to bow in salute. "Ha ha ha. General Pericles, there's no need for such formalities. Please take a seat." Samson burst into laughter, a wave of hands. It points to the third position from the left, right next to Rufus. Having been in the army for so long and fought in so many battles, Rufus has always disliked Arlen, starting from Liaodong. Of course, Arlen also dislikes Rufus. But it's quite unusual that we're sitting together today. It would be absolutely strange if Samson hadn't been involved in this. But Arlen didn't say much but sat down next to Rufus. Rufus remained expressionless and didn't even glance at Arlen. As for Otis and Todd, they sat in the 2 seats behind Arlen. "Everyone is here." Samson glanced at it and said with a smile. "Reply to the general." "Everyone's here," Frederick said with a smile. With our 2 armies from the northern expedition now united, it means we are not far from conquering the capital of the northern Yuan, Samson said with a hearty laugh, his expression deeply moved. General, now only 2 Arlan cities remain between us and the Yuan capital. Even though the Yuan army has garrisoned troops for defense, they are ultimately a defeated army with lost morale. The day they break through the Yuan capital is not far off, Frederick said very seriously. The situation on the battlefield is now completely clear. Naturally, there is no need to say more. Rufus, have all the armies come together? Samson asked Rufus. Report to the general. All of my army has been assembled, Rufus replied immediately, clasping his hands in a fist salute. Our Northern Expeditionary Army still has nearly 260,000 troops. Compared with the Yuan soldiers killed and captured, our casualties can be considered minor. This Northern Expedition is about to reach the capital of the Northern Yuan. This victory was achieved by all the soldiers. Furthermore, the contributions of the generals in commanding the troops are also noteworthy. I thank you all, generals. Samson clasped his hands in a very serious manner and addressed the generals in the tent. General, you're too kind. The generals returned the salute with clasped hands. Samson smiled, changed the subject, and looked directly at Arlen. Of course. The reason why this northern expedition was able to proceed so quickly and with such swift action, resulting in the Yuan army being routed. The greatest military achievement undoubtedly belongs to General Pericles. If General Pericles had not broken through the border city of the northern Yuan in one day, if General Pericles had not defeated 100,000 northern Yuan cavalry, today, our 2 armies would not have gathered here so quickly and were even blocked and defeated by the northern Yuan cavalry. Samson said loudly, his words revealing his undisguised approval of Arlen's achievements and victories. And to this, the generals in the 2nd Army all nodded in agreement. After all, it is true. However, the generals of Huaxi, such as Rufus and Tristan, remained noncommittal, scoffed, and didn't even show any sign of agreement. Perhaps in their hearts, they had to admit that Arlen was a capable commander who had defeated the northern Yuan cavalry. But on the surface, they still loathed him. And the military achievements belonged to General Pericles. The current emperor has already bestowed honors upon us. Samson smiled, but her expression gradually became serious. Please summon the angels. Samson shouted loudly and quickly stood up from her seat. The generals inside the tent were taken aback and stood up one after another, including Arlen. Why are the rewards being bestowed so quickly this time? Why not save them for after the northern expedition is over? Arlen was slightly surprised, but an expectant look also appeared on his face. The reward is just in time. It means another treasure chest. Samson's voice rang out. Self-operated outside the tent. Commander of the Imperial Guard, dressed in armor and wearing a red cloak, walked in slowly. He held 2 imperial edicts in his hands, appearing extremely solemn. As he arrived, no one dared to be negligent, and they all bowed and paid their respects, saying, Your subjects respectfully welcome the Imperial Edict. The commander of the Imperial Guard stood in the main hall, opened an Imperial Edict, and loudly proclaimed, By the mandate of heaven, the Emperor decrees. We already know the outcome of the battle at the Northern Yuan Royal Ranch. 100,000 Northern Yuan cavalry intend to annihilate my Northern Expeditionary Army and cut off my path to the Northern Expedition. The champion Earl Arlen, the commander of Angus Ning, used formations to defend against the enemy and cavalry to break through their defenses, defeating 100,000 Northern Yuan cavalry and achieving a great victory. We are very proud of it. Arlen is worthy of the title of champion of our great Ming, worthy of the spirit of a general of our great Ming, and worthy of the military spirit of a soldier of our great Ming. Here, Champion Arlen has rendered meritorious service in defeating the enemy and deserves a great reward. At the request of the Crown Prince, Earl of Champion was promoted to Marquis of Champion. And in the name of Champion Marquis Arlen, following the great victory of the Northern Expedition and the decisive defeat of the Northern Yuan cavalry, the results were announced to the world to show the Emperor's grace. Appreciate this. The commander of the Imperial Guard read it aloud. We dare not slack off in this regard, and so the Imperial Edict was read aloud. Inside the tent, the expressions of the generals varied. Some were shocked, some were jealous, some were deeply envious, and some were full of admiration. It can be said, these generals were truly numerous and diverse. The name of Marquis Arlen, the champion, is proclaimed throughout the world along with this great victory, especially this sentence. This alone was enough to move all the generals, because everyone knows very well that once the proclamation is made, the person will become famous throughout the world and gain endless prestige. And this is also a natural get-out-of-jail-free card. With such great prestige, it can be said that he has made great contributions to the country, and as long as he does not rebel or treason, his prestige can protect his life. What merit or ability does he possess to deserve such an honor? Proclaim it to the world in his name, along with the great victory. What a divine blessing this is! Is the emperor really going to abandon Huexi? In order to suppress Huexi, he is showing such favor to Arlen. Tristan stared at Arlen, his eyes filled with intense jealousy and resentment. Rufus clenched her fists, a look of resentment appearing on her face. Although the Duke was extremely honored, with this achievement announced to the world, the Duke seemed to have lost much of his prestige. This is truly an unparalleled honor. Don't say it's them. Even General Shadowvale Arlen, who was leading the army on this northern expedition. Shocked, although he knew that the envoy from Yingshan had arrived, he never expected that the current emperor would bestow such a great honor and grace upon Arlen. Emperor, how could he possibly agree to such a heavenly favor? Given His Majesty's temperament, this shouldn't be the case. He would not allow his subjects to have such prestige. In Samson's heart, however, she was secretly astonished, her heart pounding wildly. As a veteran general who had followed Evander in his conquests before the founding of the dynasty, Samson had come to understand the emperor's character through Dun Huaiyang and the powerful figures who died under Evander's sword. For his subjects, the emperor's fundamental principle was to use his authority to suppress them. Such kindness has never been seen before. No one had ever dared to imagine it. But now, the burden has truly fallen on Arlen, a warrior who's not even 20 years old. He was a general who was granted the title of Marquis before he was even 20 years old, and he was the most honored Marquis of Champion. This is enough to make everyone jealous and envious. Could it be the Crown Prince? Samson thought for a moment and realized that the imperial edict promoting Arlen to the title of Marquis of Champion was proposed by the Crown Prince. So it seemed that this proclamation was also drafted by the Crown Prince. After all, during the Hongwu reign of the Ming dynasty, he was the only Crown Prince who could issue imperial edicts. This way, Arlen's future is unimaginable, Samson thought to herself, and the two people to the left and right below Samson, both Daniel and Ellis, were shocked, as expected of the eldest brother. Such favor and such high regard are truly unparalleled in the entire court. Brother, it seems you also know Arlen's abilities, which is why you are so grateful to him. Daniel's heart was filled with complex emotions. My own older brother, his prestige is too great, and his courage is too great. If it were him, if he were the Crown Prince, perhaps he wouldn't have bestowed such great favor upon Arlen. Perhaps being promoted to the rank of Marquis is one. But to announce it to the world, to let all the people know of Arlen's military achievements and make him a hero of the entire Ming Empire, would greatly enhance his prestige. No wonder my elder brother kept telling me to learn from Arlen when I came here. Now it seems that he is indeed someone I should learn from. Destroyed 100,000 Northern Yuan cavalry, champion Marquis. He doesn't look much older than me, yet he has achieved so much. Ellis gazed at Arlen, his heart also filled with inexplicable emotions. Arlen is the protagonist of this imperial edict. He couldn't help but feel a surge of admiration. Zachary, he truly has great courage and vision. This proclamation to the world, announced along with the great victory of the Northern Expedition, shows that although Evander was a great emperor of all time, he was extremely wary of his subjects. This act of announcing the victory to the world to boost his prestige was definitely not his doing. It must have been done by Crown Prince Zachary. Upon hearing this proclamation, Arlen only had a moment to speculate before immediately figuring out who had included his name in it. Through history, he knew Evander too well. Only Zachary could have produced something like this. Such a pity. If Zachary had not died young, he might have become a wise ruler who surpassed Daniel. Now, Arlen couldn't help but feel a pang of emotion. But, seeing the generals in the tent all looking so shocked and speechless, Arlen remained quite calm. What they were pursuing was something Arlen actually looked down upon, so-called prestige and reputation. For Arlen, the so-called get-out-of-jail-free card was neither useful nor necessary. Although Evander was a great emperor throughout history, if he wanted to kill him, Arlen would not show any mercy and would definitely turn the Ming dynasty upside down. Just look at Arlen's current strength, the many weapon blueprints that are ahead of their time, and various technologies such as cement and concrete. Future. If Pericles Yingxiang so desires, it can surely create a powerful nation that surpasses this era, surpass the Ming dynasty. It goes without saying that it is not difficult. Now that Arlan is in the Ming dynasty, it's a mutually beneficial arrangement. Your subject Arlan accepts the imperial decree and expresses his gratitude. Arlan remained calm and bowed deeply. The commander of the imperial guards immediately stepped forward and placed the imperial edict in Arlan's hand. The host has been promoted to the title of non-hereditary Marquis and will be rewarded with a Tier 1 treasure chest. Received an imperial edict and a common treasure chest. As a reward, the panel message read, Champion Marquis. This imperial edict is also a blessing from the Emperor. After learning that the Marquis of Champion had decisively defeated the Northern Yuan cavalry in the northern frontier, the Emperor has already bestowed upon Lady Pericles the title of third-rank Imperial Lady. Now Madame Pericles enjoys immense prestige in Yingshan, the Imperial Guard commander said respectfully to Arlan. Your subject Arlan thanks your majesty for your great kindness. Arlan immediately expressed his gratitude. He accepted the imperial edict once again. Received an imperial edict. Rewarded with 1 ordinary treasure chest. The panel notified again, indicating that another treasure chest had been obtained. Imperial edict, good stuff. I got 2 treasure chests with ease, and I was also granted the title of Marquis of Champion plus a Tier 1 treasure chest. Every time old Pericles' envoy arrives, it's a good thing, Arlan thought with satisfaction. General. Now that the imperial decree has been delivered, His Majesty has specially sent Zachary to convey a message to the Grand General. The commander of the Imperial Guards looked at Samson. Please say. Samson immediately replied. His Majesty said that the strongest cavalry of the Northern Yuan has been defeated by our great Ming, and the Northern Yuan is no longer a threat. His Majesty hopes that the general will not be greedy for merit and act rashly, but will proceed steadily and surely, the commander of the Imperial Guards said respectfully. Hear this? Samson immediately bowed and said, Please tell your Majesty that I will make steady progress and will never be greedy for credit or act rashly. In this way, this humble general will take his leave now. The commander of the Imperial Guard nodded, said no more, and respectfully withdrew from the tent. Followed. Samson's gaze fell on Arlan and he laughed loudly. Champion Marquis, today I should congratulate you. Congratulations to the Marquis of Champion. Frederick and Damon Cornell immediately offered their congratulations. Congratulations to the Marquis of Champion. Many generals in the camp also offered their congratulations to Arlan. Even the generals of Huexi only clasped their hands in a perfunctory gesture. Arlan smiled and returned the greetings to each of the people who came to congratulate him, showing perfect manners and without the slightest negligence. Seeing that everything was settled, Samson waved his hand and announced loudly, The imperial edict has been delivered. Generals, please take your seats. Yes, the generals responded in unison, their voices booming. They then proceeded to their respective seats in an orderly fashion. Once everyone was seated, Samson's expression hardened, and he cut straight to the point. Currently, our army is only 2 Arlan cities away from the Yuan capital. According to the intelligence we have now, there are no fewer than 300,000 Yuan troops in these 2 cities. Samson's voice was low and serious. If we launch a full-scale attack, this will be a tough battle. Generals, what are your thoughts on this? As Samson spoke, her gaze slowly swept over the generals, her eyes filled with inquiry and expectation. Nothing else. Rufus suddenly stood up, his voice booming and full of confidence. After these months of northern expedition, the Yuan army still has troops, but their morale has collapsed and they are exhausted. Furthermore, the Yuan army and our Ming army are completely different. Our army is united in the cause of the northern expedition, while the Yuan army is a temporary force cobbled together from various tribes with different intentions. In order to preserve their own strength, they will never fight to the death. This can be seen from our success in conquering cities along the way. Although the Yuan army had the advantage in numbers, they were nothing more than a rabble. Of the remaining 2 fortified cities, I will lead a large army and surely be able to conquer one of them. The city will fall within 3 days. Rufus stood tall and proud, surveying his generals with an air of arrogance and confidence, as if victory and the fall of the city were already in sight. Since Rufus has said so, then my 2 armies will attack the other one. If we launch our attacks simultaneously, we will be able to breach the Yuandu garrison city at the fastest speed. Frederick also quickly stood up and said with a determined look, although he wasn't as arrogant as Rufus, his words were full of fighting spirit. Of course, the source of his confidence lies in Arlen. Seeing that both commanders had made their stance so firm, Samson nodded in satisfaction, and without wasting any more words, immediately said, "Good. Then we will launch an attack on these two Arlen cities tomorrow. After capturing these two cities, our army will launch a direct attack on the Yuan capital and completely annihilate the Northern Yuan. This unparalleled achievement in the Northern expedition will belong to our army." Samson's voice was passionate and stirring, full of lofty aspirations, and also meant to encourage the generals. As soon as he finished speaking, all the generals shouted in unison, "We obey the general's order." "All right, with a great battle imminent, all generals, please return to your camps and rest." The agreement was reached at this point. Samson waved her hand, signaling everyone to step back. His face showed a hint of fatigue, but even more so, he looked forward to tomorrow's big battle. The success of the Northern expedition is drawing ever closer. "I will retire at the end." The generals all stood up, bowed respectfully to Samson in unison, and then filed out. After everyone else left, only Daniel and Ellis remained in the tent. "Your Highness Ellis." Samson looked at Ellis, who was sitting in the first seat on the right, and said with some concern, "This time you will be staying in the same camp as His Highness the Daniel. Your personal guards will also be placed here." The words fell. "Thank you for your trouble, General." Ellis smiled and stood up to express his gratitude. "I came here mainly to observe and learn. General, you are very busy and need not worry about me too much. After the Northern expedition is over, I will still return to Daming." Compared to Daniel's dignified and capable demeanor, Ellis appeared quite immature, though his smile was gentle, humble, and very polite. Apart from Evander's second and third sons, the other royal children were all doing well. After the battle ends tomorrow, Ellis can go to General Arlen to inquire about the situation in Daning Prefecture. Samson suggested with a smile. Naturally, this also carried a deeper meaning, seemingly hinting at something. Ellis immediately nodded in agreement. "I will remember what the general said. The Marquis of Champion is young and promising, unlike ordinary people. I really need to learn more from him." Ellis's words were full of admiration for Arlen, and his eyes also held a sense of anticipation, hoping to have a real conversation with Arlen. "Haha, then I won't disturb the two princes' rest any longer." Samson laughed a few times and didn't keep the two of them any longer. "General, we shall take our leave now," Daniel said with a smile and a fist salute. The same applies to Ellis. Soon, inside Daniel's tent, Ellis was like a bird just released from its cage, full of curiosity about everything around him. Even though it was just a small military tent, he looked around excitedly. "Fourth brother, do you usually live in this tent?" Ellis reached out and touched the fabric of the tent, then carefully observed the surrounding furnishings, occasionally letting out exclamations of surprise. "Obviously, this is the canary who has just left the capital city of Yingshan and is now free to roam. Being away from the capital and no longer living under his father's strict rule was a great benefit for Ellis. Now he is free, however. Daniel, however, had no interest in chatting with him about these trivial matters. With a serious expression, he looked at Ellis and asked, "17th brother, what do you think of Arlen?" As he spoke, Daniel's eyes were deep and sharp as he stared at Ellis, as if he could see right through him. "What do you think of Arlen?" Ellis was taken aback by the sudden question, a look of confusion appearing on his face. He frowned slightly and fell into deep thought. After a while, the scene of seeing Pericles Yingshi in the tent just now flashed through Ellis's mind. Arlen's calm demeanor, especially his eyes, those eyes revealed a familiar, almost déjà vu. This involuntarily reminded Ellis of his childhood playmate, Pericles Corey Arlen. Ellis subconsciously lowered his voice, glanced around warily to make sure no one was eavesdropping, and then said with a serious expression, "Fourth brother, don't you have a feeling?" As he spoke, Ellis's voice trembled slightly as if he was suppressing his inner excitement. "What does it feel like?" Daniel pressed for an answer, a hint of curiosity showing on his face. "Arlen, he looks so much like Corey Arlen." Although Ellis's voice was low, every word he spoke struck Daniel's heart like a heavy hammer. "Although he doesn't look much like you, when he was a child, his eyes are exactly the same. If I hadn't seen Corey Arlen buried with my own eyes, I would have really suspected that Arlen was Corey Arlen. They look so alike, they are practically identical. It's exactly one person's eyes." Moreover, if you look closely, looking down into his eyes, it seems as if he has some of the features of Blake High in his former days. Ellis's eyes flashed with amazement and doubt. At this moment, he was also looking at Daniel, as if trying to find the answer from Daniel. Upon hearing Ellis's words, Daniel's long-buried doubts were instantly ignited. Those thoughts that he had deliberately forgotten now surged into his mind like a tide. Does 17th brother also think Arlen resembles Corey Arlen? Daniel asked in surprise, his voice rising slightly, filled with disbelief. Levi used to play with 4th brother a lot, so 4th brother was naturally better at recognizing people. Those eyes are practically identical. Ellis nodded affirmatively, his expression becoming increasingly serious. The words fell. Daniel's expression instantly became very complicated. He remained silent and fell into deep thought. Ugh. Ellis sighed deeply, his eyes filled with endless nostalgia. When we were little, Corey Arlen always took me and my 12 brothers to play everywhere. At that time, although he was young, he had a lot of clever ideas and could always come up with all sorts of novel and interesting ways to play. Moreover, as long as Corey Arlen is around, no matter how much trouble we cause, Father's anger will dissipate instantly. Since the passing of Corey Arlen and the Selma, Father Emperor seems to have become a different person, and he is immersed in grief every day. My older brother is no longer as cheerful as before, he always seems preoccupied. If only you, Ed, was still here, talking. Ellis's voice was choked with emotion, and his eyes were filled with nostalgia and longing for the good old days. There's also a longing for his nephew with whom he grew up and played. Daniel listened quietly to Ellis's recollections, but felt nothing. Instead, his expression grew increasingly grim, his hands clenched unconsciously. If Pericles Corey Arlen was really still alive, wouldn't his newly ignited ambition have become a colossal joke? As the levy of the emperor, Pericles Corey Arlen possessed the righteous right to rule the Ming dynasty, the support of the court's etiquette and laws, and the backing of the nobles of Huexi. His position was as solid as a rock, and no one could shake it. Even if what Doran said is true, that the future crown Prince Zachary will not live long, as long as Pericles Corey Arlen is there, nothing will change. Could it be that there is some kind of connection between Arlen and Corey Arlen? At this moment, when someone else pointed out that Arlen and Pericles Corey Arlen were extremely similar, Daniel couldn't help but feel an indescribable unease. The more he thought about it, the more terrifying it became, and the sense of unease grew stronger. 4th brother, why do you look so pale? Could it be that you caught a cold? Ellis snapped out of his reverie, looked up, and saw Daniel's grim face. Sense of worry immediately welled up in his heart. He stepped forward with concern and reached out to feel Daniel's forehead. Daniel then snapped out of his daze, stepped back and forced a smile. It's nothing, I was just lost in thought. Hearing you mention you, high school reminds me of many things from the past. Daniel's smile appeared somewhat stiff, and a trace of worry lingered in his eyes. Sigh, I only dare to say such things in front of my 4th brother. When I was in Yingshan, I didn't dare to mention Corey Arlen even in front of my mother. After all, this is a taboo between father and my elder brother. Anyone who accidentally mentions it will inevitably be punished. Ellis sighed and shook his head helplessly. You can tell. Even mentioning his father, the emperor, revealed a sense of fear in him, and he seemed to still feel lingering fear when recounting what had just happened. When father sent you to take up your fief, did he say whether Liaodong Prefecture would be under your control from now on? Also, how is the military power in Daning Prefecture arranged? Daniel suppressed the turmoil in his heart, changed the subject, and asked with a smile. His eyes seemed nonchalant, but upon closer inspection, one could discern a hint of tension and anticipation hidden within. The 50,000 border troops of Daning Prefecture should be under my command. Ellis truthfully replied, but I'm not so sure about Huizhu Guard and the 2 guards in Liaodong Prefecture. Moreover, father has not yet issued a specific decree on the restriction. I don't know whether I will be in charge of the Angus Ning Guard or the Huizhu Guard in the future. Ellis frowned slightly, looking somewhat bewildered. Didn't know much about how he would control the Angus Ning Prefecture and its military power in the future. Of course, even if what I know at this moment is not entirely clear. In front of Daniel, Ellis told him everything he knew without reservation. He was simple-minded by nature, and his trip to his fiefdom was solely at the behest of his father, the emperor, and he only wanted to govern Daning Prefecture well. Although he was a prince, He knew in his heart that all financial and military power was still under the control of the imperial court and directly under the command of the Ministry of War. The greatest power of a border vassal king lies in his ability to more flexibly deploy troops to deal with crises when facing foreign invasion. The border vassal system meticulously established by Evander was interconnected, protecting the Ming dynasty's territory while also serving as a check and balance among the various factions. However, Evander never anticipated that this system would cause so much chaos in the originally planned historical future. It seems that in the future, the emperor will likely send another prince to oversee Liaodong Prefecture. Daniel astutely deduced this from Ellis's words. Liaodong Prefecture was a vast area, and it was guarded by 100,000 troops. Evander would never have entrusted it entirely to Ellis for control. The military power of each border vassal king was subject to certain limitations. It won't be too big. This also made it easier for the imperial court to control and manage the situation. Liaodong Prefecture is so important. They will definitely send another vassal king. Ellis nodded in agreement, then changed the subject, saying, I just wonder if I will have any good generals serving under me in the future. If Arlen could stay in Daning, that would be the best thing. With him here, I don't need to worry about foreign invasions when governing Angus Ning. He became the champion before he was even 20 years old. He was truly young and promising, which is admirable. When Arlen was mentioned, Ellis's eyes gleamed with admiration. He had full confidence in Arlen's abilities. Of course, there was also an expectation that Arlen would continue to command the army in Daning Prefecture. After this northern expedition, his official position will surely be promoted to a higher level. Daniel said affirmatively. He knew his father and elder brother's style of doing things very well, since they had given Arlen such a generous reward, bestowing upon him the title of Marquis of Champion and announcing his achievements to the world. He was quite surprised. Once the northern expedition is successfully completed, Arlen's promotion is inevitable. Indeed. Ellis nodded in agreement without a doubt. At this time, Ellis felt a wave of fatigue wash over him. He yawned, stretched, and laughed. Fourth brother, we're going to attack the city tomorrow. I'm exhausted from the journey today. I'll go back to my tent to rest first, and come back to watch the siege tomorrow. Ellis waved his hand casually and turned to walk out of the tent. His steps were heavy, clearly indicating that he was extremely tired. After Ellis left, Daniel looked at the empty tent and slowly spoke, his face showing undisguised solemnity. Do you think it's possible that Arlen is really Pericles Corey Arlen? The words fell. The camp was completely silent. After a long while a faint sigh came. Your Highness, you are too attached to appearances. The dead cannot be brought back to life, you're overthinking it. The voice seemed to come from inside the tent, carrying a sense of helplessness and persuasion. When I first saw him, I had a similar feeling as if I saw Pericles Corey Arlen. When my 17th brother mentioned it today, the thought I had been suppressing resurfaced. I'm really worried. What if Arlen is really connected with Pericles Corey Arlen? Then, do I still have a chance? Daniel's voice was filled with anxiety and unease, and his expression showed a struggle. Although I know it's almost impossible, I always have a nameless worry in my heart that I can't shake off. Daniel's brows were furrowed, as if he were trapped in a nightmare from which he could not escape. Since your Highness has such concerns, you must already have a plan in mind. Doran's voice rang out again, calm and deep. I do not want him to respond to heaven. A ruthless glint flashed in Daniel's eyes. Regardless of whether he is related to Pericles Corey Arlen, as long as he cannot be used by me, he will definitely be my great enemy. Perhaps this is the reason for my deepest unease. Since I cannot control him, I would rather destroy him. Daniel clenched his fists tightly, as if he wanted to crush the fear and unease in his heart. In that case, this humble Doran has a plan that may grant your Highness's wish, Doran said slowly, with a hint of seriousness in his voice. What strategy? Daniel asked impatiently, full of anticipation. The Ming army's northern expedition has reached the Yuan capital city and will surely be captured soon. Emperor Yuan will surely flee north. Doran said unhurriedly, the greatest achievement of this northern expedition is to completely destroy the northern Yuan and cause it to fall apart. This is exactly what the current emperor wants. Therefore, when Emperor Yuan fled, Samson would definitely have ordered a pursuit. Doran gradually became serious, as if he had already deduced many of the scenarios for the subsequent northern expedition. Daniel's heart stirred, as if he understood something. The entire Angus Ning border army under Arlen's command is cavalry, with a strength of nearly 40,000. If we pursue them, Arlen will definitely be the first to be attacked. Once he penetrates deep into the northern border, it will be difficult for him to escape unscathed. The heartland of Bayuan is a vast grassland and desert where it is easy to lose one's way, and it is also the home ground of the Bayuan tribes. Daniel continued, his eyes filled with even more murderous intent. If we leak even a little more military intelligence to the Bayuan tribe, such as Arlen's location, how could the Bayuan tribe let him go? Doran's voice turned cold. Upon hearing this, Daniel's face showed a struggle. The northern Yuan has always been the greatest enemy of our great Ming. If Arlen ventures deep into the northern frontier and never returns, that is his own fate. But I cannot betray this information to the northern Yuan and cause the deaths of my Ming soldiers. That concludes this discussion. Daniel, however, said firmly, after all, I am only wary of him. His death alone is enough. Under Doran's influence, Daniel, despite his ambition for the white hat, still maintained his bottom line when it came to the greater good. That was merely a suggestion from this humble Doran. Whether your highness agrees or not is entirely up to you, Doran said calmly. Of course, the northern desert is full of unknowns. Your highness could actually test Arlen. If he can be of use to your highness, that would be even better. Doran's words carried a faint smile as if he were hinting at something. Nature. Daniel nodded heavily, but his expression remained solemn. My elder brother has been so kind to him, how easy is it to get him to submit to me? Inside the military camp of the border troops in Daning. Inside the tent, Arlen sat alone in a chair, his eyes gleaming with barely suppressed excitement. It's been delayed for so long. Finally, I can open the treasure chest. Arlen smiled broadly, but his voice was filled with urgency. This time, he reaped a great harvest. With the arrival of the imperial decree, he received 3 more treasure chests. Combined with the ones he had accumulated before, he now possesses a considerable number of treasure chests. There are a total of 23 treasure chests, 16 regular treasure chests, 6 Tier 1 treasure chests, and 1 Tier 2 treasure chest. If I don't get anything good from this, then I'm really just unlucky, Arlen thought to himself, his anticipation growing stronger. After saving up for so long, the moment has finally come to open the treasure chest, filled with excitement. Arlen took a deep breath to calm himself down and then gave the order, open all the treasure chests. Host command, open all treasure chests, the panel prompted. Open 16 regular treasure chests. Obtain 10 bottles of Bigu pill. Obtain 10 bottles of exquisite hemostatic powder. Acquired 1 copy of the mineral vein exploration method. Obtain 500 taels of gold. Obtain a set of silver needles. Obtained a low-grade yellow rank golden silk soft armor. Obtained 1 copy of the pigeon taming method. Received 1,000 taels of silver. Obtain 100 fine steel knives. Obtained 100 steel armor-piercing arrows. Obtain a compass. Followed by, open the first-level treasure chest. I have obtained a copy of petroleum exploration laws. Obtained yellow rank low-grade basic internal skill. Obtained the recipe for the yellow rank high-grade power-enhancing pill. Obtained the low-grade Elmer rank star shift. Obtained the manufacturing blueprints for the new water wheel manufacturing blueprint. Obtained the salt refining method, at last. Open the second-level treasure chest. Obtain the Elmer rank superior grade 9 Bernard divine skill. All panel prompts have ended. Before Arlen's eyes, all the treasure chests were opened and all the spoils were displayed. The technology, weapons, cultivation methods, pill formulas, and even high-grade Elmer-level cultivation techniques of later generations were all presented to him. High-grade Elmer level 9 Bernard divine skill. Arlen's voice trembled slightly, filled with shock and joy. There really is a secret martial arts manual. Treasure chests can indeed contain treasures from all the heavens and myriad realms. And then there's the shifting of stars and constellations. With just a glance, Arlen's gaze was completely drawn to the dense array of the 2 Elmer-level techniques, and countless thoughts surged in his mind. I wonder if I can cultivate this 9 Bernard divine art now. Arlen's heart was filled with anticipation. Immediately, Arlen made a thought and extracted the technique. Next moment, he felt a violent surge in his sea of consciousness, as if a powerful force was churning within it. High-grade Elmer-level cultivation technique was thus imprinted in his sea of consciousness. In just a moment, Arlen memorized the contents of the technique. Use internal energy to transform internal energy into external force, and then release that internal force outward. Currently, cultivation can only increase internal energy. Based on my current data-driven attributes, I must wait until my internal energy breaks through to 10,000 points before it can be converted into internal force. Moreover, this cultivation requires the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Does the spiritual energy of heaven and earth exist in this world? Arlen looked at the 9 Bernard divine skill in his mind, feeling both excited and somewhat frustrated. Compared to the internal energy cultivation techniques I had previously acquired, this 9 Bernard divine skill is indeed much more powerful. Practicing it for a day can increase my internal energy by 10 points, which is also a result of data analysis. However, transforming inner energy into inner power is a huge leap that requires the support of the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Because once this step is taken, internal energy will be transformed into internal power, which will be true transcendence, and Arlen will become the only extraordinary person in this world. But the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, Arlen truly had never experienced it. The stars change. Arlen's gaze fell on another martial arts manual. Although it also requires internal energy to unleash the power of this martial art, with my current level of internal energy, I can control this martial art within at least 1 zhang using my internal energy. If I were to face a hail of arrows one day, I would have nothing to fear. After Arlen extracted the technique, he gained a deeper understanding of it and felt more confident. After temporarily setting aside the 2 Elma rank martial arts techniques, Arlen looked at the treasures that had been opened from the other treasure chests. Mineral vein exploration, oil exploration, refined salt refining, and manufacturing of new water wheels. Although these things may not seem very useful at the moment, Arlen knew that they would play a crucial role if he were to establish a country in the future. With the various technologies he has acquired, Arlen is bound to create a technologically advanced nation in the future. Of course, to fully transform these technologies into tangible results, one needs sufficient talent and sufficient time. Given that there is currently no scientific research involved, it is still very difficult to fully realize this goal. Therefore, he needs to wait patiently and accumulate experience continuously. He has no shortage of time. All these treasure chests are quite useful overall. Arlen muttered to himself, his eyes gleaming with joy. Next, I'll continue killing enemies in the army to collect attributes and incidentally find the imperial seal of the state. As long as I obtain this imperial seal, I, Arlen, will be the rightful heir when the country is established in the future. As they moved further north, they got closer and closer to the imperial seal of the state. Arlen, naturally, was filled with a fervent desire for this. The imperial seal of the state. Who wouldn't be tempted by such a treasure that symbolizes supreme power? At this time, Lord. Outside the tent, Marvin's respectful voice came. Come in, Arlen said in a deep voice, instantly composing himself and regaining his usual composure. Marvin immediately lifted the curtain and walked in, holding a map in his hands. My lord, Marvin held the map high with both hands, his tone filled with awe. This is the most detailed map of the northern frontier that we have found in the military council camp. But, between words, Marvin frowned slightly and continued, however, the northern Yuan people are extremely cunning. Although the map roughly marks the locations, it only shows details of the places where the northern Yuan built their cities. The deeper one goes into the northern frontier, the more ominous it becomes. Marvin respectfully handed over the map, his eyes revealing his dissatisfaction with Bei Yuan. Let alone the current emperor of the northern Yuan, even among the former members of the northern Yuan royal family, apart from Bartholomew, who could have such a detailed understanding of the northern frontier. Arlen reached out and took the map, gently unfolded it, and slowly scanned it with his eyes. Furthermore, the northern Yuan is not stupid. If they really do draw a detailed map of the location of northern Xinjiang, it will be a catastrophe for them. Arlen smiled faintly, knowing the fundamental reason why the northern Yuan map was unfamiliar to him, too. Marvin nodded and said thoughtfully, if the northern Yuan really draws up a map, how will they hide in the future? For countless years, our Chinese people have been unable to find any trace of these alien races, haven't we? Marvin nodded knowingly. All right. Arlen looked up at Marvin and said gently, go and rest. Subordinates retire. Marvin didn't say much, bowed deeply, and then slowly left the tent. At the same time, Arlen then took out the map of the imperial seal of the state. He placed the two maps side by side on the table, carefully scanning them with his eyes, not missing a single detail. Finally, his gaze settled on one spot. Wolf's Lair Mountain. Arlen's eyes narrowed slightly, revealing surprise and excitement. The imperial seal of the state is actually here. Arlen's gaze was fixed on a location on the map. That place was deep inside the heart of the northern Yuan, and it was also known as the place where a military general truly embodied the greatest glory. To seal the wolf's lair and dwell in the moorland. It was in that very place. It seems, Arlen's voice was deep and firm, this time we must achieve the sealing the wolf's lair feat no matter what. It's not just for the imperial seal, but also for sealing the wolf's lair. What Chinese man wouldn't want that? Only in this way can I truly live up to the title of champion. Arlen stared at the map, muttering to himself. But a strong sense of ambition welled up in his eyes, the greatest pursuit and aspiration of Chinese men in any era. Yuandu, the main hall for imperial deliberation. The atmosphere was so oppressive that it was hard to breathe. The main hall was solemn and dignified, yet it was filled with an air of decay. My beloved ministers. Emperor Yuan sat on the dragon throne, his voice weary and helpless. His gaze slowly swept over the court officials in the hall. The Ming army is already about to reach the last two Arlen cities of my capital. Don't you have anything to say? Emperor Yuan's voice echoed in the hall, but it did not stir up the slightest ripple. Faced with Emperor Yuan's question and his expectant gaze, all the officials in the court lowered their heads, as if the ground held an endless attraction. Their faces showed fear or helplessness, but none of them dared to stand up and speak. An eerie silence filled the entire hall. Ugh! Emperor Yuan sighed deeply, appearing extremely frail and powerless. He leaned back on the dragon throne, his eyes revealing deep disappointment. Didn't you say that my great Yuan cavalry was enough to crush the Ming army? Didn't you say that the fortified city of my great Yuan was like an impregnable fortress? And now, the Ming army is about to reach the capital of my great Yuan, yet none of you are saying a word. Emperor Yuan spoke with a bitter expression, his voice filled with disappointment. Emperor. The barbarian stepped forward, his loud voice breaking the silence in the hall. Currently, there are still 300,000 troops in the two fortified cities. With ample food supplies, we can definitely hold it. The barbarian clasped his hands together, looking at Emperor Yuan with a confident expression. Is the Morgan so confident? Emperor Yuan's previously dim eyes suddenly lit up, as if he had seen a glimmer of dawn in the darkness. If you ask me to defend it, I will certainly be able to hold it, Morgan said earnestly, his expression unwavering. Very well. Emperor Yuan immediately nodded, staring at Morgan and said, Since the Morgan has such confidence, then I will entrust you with the authority to allocate these 300,000 troops. You must defend these two Arlen cities, which are the last bulwark of our great Yuan. I hope you can hold the line. And I hope you will not disappoint my expectations. Emperor Yuan's voice was urgent, and it also carried a sense of last hope. Hear this. The barbarian immediately stepped forward, knelt on one knee and loudly replied, Your Majesty, I will certainly not disappoint you. Then Morgan, let's set off immediately. We absolutely cannot give the Ming army any opportunity to take advantage of this, the Yuan emperor said immediately, his eyes revealing his anxiety. I understand. The barbarian nodded emphatically, seemingly genuinely believing that Emperor Yuan was serious. He immediately turned and left the court, quickly disappearing outside the main hall, preparing to head to Awakens. Gentlemen, do any of you have anything else to report? After the barbarians left, Emperor Yuan looked at the ministers in the court. His gaze slowly swept over everyone, his eyes filled with a sliver of hopeful expectation, wishing that someone would step forward and offer some useful advice. But no one spoke up as his gaze swept across the land. Now, his northern Yuan territory is falling step by step, leaving only the Yuan capital and two Arlen cities. So-called government affairs naturally ceased to exist, and where would there be any memorials to be submitted? The entire hall fell into a deathly silence once again. Since there's nothing more to discuss, let's adjourn the court session. I am also tired. Seeing that no one spoke, Emperor Yuan waved his hand and leaned back on the dragon throne in great disappointment. His voice was filled with weariness and resentment, as if he had aged considerably in an instant. I'm waiting to retire. The officials withdrew in a flustered manner, their steps hurried, and they quickly left the hall. In the blink of an eye, only Prime Minister Shilamen remained in the main hall. When only he remained, Emperor Yuan raised his head and waved to the Shili gate. Perseus immediately strode over, his steps quick, as if afraid of delaying something important. How are the preparations going? Emperor Yuan asked in a low voice, his tone tinged with tension and caution. Your Majesty, Shilamen replied in a low voice, everything is ready. All the supplies in the national treasury were transported north in batches half a month ago. The people appointed by the emperor have already been secretly notified. They are just waiting for the emperor's decree to set off for the north immediately. Hear this? Emperor Yuan nodded in satisfaction. I have already sent the crown prince ahead of us. The Ming army is getting closer and closer, and there is no time to lose. We'll leave tonight. Withdraw from the ancestral lands. There's a saying among the Cornelius people, where there's life, there's hope. No matter what, saving lives and preserving the foundation of our great Yuan is the most important thing. Once they retreat into the ancestral lands, I do not believe the Ming army will dare to pursue them. Ugh, I regret it so much. I should have evacuated months ago. Emperor Yuan said with great bitterness. Although the reason for the northward retreat was to save his life, Emperor Yuan was still very reluctant to leave the capital where he had lived for many years, which was also the most prosperous place in his northern Yuan and the place most similar to Cornelius culture. His face was filled with longing and helplessness, and he was very reluctant to leave. Emperor, Perseus said with a serious expression, the withdrawal now is for the future. As long as the emperor is here, the Yuan dynasty royal family will still exist. In the future, our great Yuan will surely make a comeback, and we will take back all the territories and cities that were seized by the Ming dynasty sooner or later. Moreover, my great Yuan will surely be able to trample the central plains on horseback, just like our ancestors, and once again make those lowly Cornelius people grovel at our feet. Shilamen's words were filled with determination. Even in this predicament, he still harbored ambition. It seemed that in his words they were not fleeing in disarray, but waiting for the day when his great Yuan would rise again. Upon hearing this, Emperor Yuan expressed his strong agreement. You are right. One day my great Yuan will make a comeback. The lowly Cornelius Chinese, they deserve to die. A fierce light flashed in the eyes of the Yuan emperor, revealing his endless hatred for the Cornelius people and for the Ming dynasty. This time, Shilamen thought of something else. Your Majesty, we must not let the news of this northward retreat leak out, otherwise it will be difficult to proceed. Moreover, the tribal leaders in the court all have different thoughts. Now our great Yuan royal family has suffered considerable losses, and I'm afraid they may have ulterior motives. The news of the emperor's retreat to the north must be discussed after we meet with the crown prince. After all, His Majesty still has 100,000 elite troops in the northern frontier, which is enough to protect His Majesty. Perseus said very cautiously. He was fully aware of the importance and danger of this northward retreat. Their great Yuan dynasty is not an impenetrable fortress. The tribal leaders in the court had different thoughts. Emperor Yuan nodded emphatically. Prime Minister, with you, I am fortunate. What a pity for Morgan. If we hadn't let him stay, how could he have deceived those rebellious ministers with ulterior motives? If the Ming dynasty had been united from the very beginning, how could my great Yuan have ended up in such a state? If they had sent troops to rescue Liaodong before it fell, they wouldn't have hindered me. How could the great Yuan have fallen to such a state? These traitors all deserve to die. Recalling the past, Emperor Yuan was filled with regret, but there is no medicine for regret in this world. Now, besides regret, Emperor Yuan was also furious. Yingshan Imperial Palace, Hall of Literary Profundity. Zakaria. Evander's excited voice rang out in the pavilion. He held a military report in his hand, a joyful smile on his old face. Have you seen it? Our Northern Expeditionary Army is about to reach the capital of the Northern Yuan. Now the northern expedition of our great Ming dynasty is finally about to succeed. Ha ha ha. Evander's laughter was hearty and exuberant, a celebration of his great victory. Father, this is the achievement of my elite troops in the northern expedition. After this northern expedition, the northern Yuan will be unable to cause any trouble for several years, Zachary said with a smile, clearly pleased. Inside the hall, several ministers also congratulated Evander, saying, Your Majesty, we congratulate you on the imminent success of the northern expedition. Your Majesty's achievements will be forever recorded in history. Hear this. Evander waved his hand and said, This is not our achievement, but the crown prince's. In this northern expedition, all the allocation of provisions and troops was approved and handled by the crown prince. We didn't do anything. We're just going to listen to the reports and reward the meritorious officials. Evander smiled and said, his words naturally containing a deeper meaning. Obviously, Just like the Liaodong War of the past, this is a great achievement that will be remembered in history. He wanted to leave it all to his son. Evander's expectations for Zachary were known throughout the court, but no one had ever truly achieved them before. The prince is wise. After the northern expedition, the name of the crown prince will be forever recorded in history. The ministers inside the hall immediately spoke in unison. They naturally understood the emperor's will, so how could they possibly disobey it? Can the supplies for the northern expedition still last? Evander looked at Ragnar. Your Majesty, please rest assured. The Ministry of Revenue has raised enough grain and provisions for the northern expedition, and there is still a surplus. Moreover, this expedition to the north has only lasted for less than 7 months, and we have ample supplies, Ragnar replied immediately. Very good. Evander nodded with satisfaction. Let's start playing, Your Majesty. The Ministry of Works has a sufficient supply of iron bullets and cannonballs. We will absolutely not allow the northern expedition to end, the Minister of Works immediately replied. Evander nodded, then said, Send an edict to Samson. Our goal is to destroy the northern Yuan, not to seize cities. Now that we still have plenty of food and supplies, let him handle it himself. Arlen's son looks exactly like Kori Arlen. For Evander, capturing the Yuan capital and seizing dozens of cities built by the northern Yuan was nothing more than gaining some population and territory. As long as the North Yuan Sea exists, the threat from the north remains like a sword hanging overhead, ready to invade the Ming dynasty at any moment. As long as the northern Yuan dynasty exists, there will never be peace on the northern border. Therefore, his greatest wish was to dismantle the northern Yuan and plunge it into a state of fragmentation. This was the true purpose of the northern expedition, and also its greatest achievement. After the officials had left, Evander called out softly, Zachary. Then, with a look of expectation mixed with some worry, he asked, Do you think our northern expeditionary army can dismantle the northern Yuan this time? Now, Evander is old and frail. He's only thinking about clearing away all obstacles for Zachary in the future and solving all the problems one by one before he dies. Only in this way can Zachary devote himself to developing people's livelihood and making the Ming dynasty stronger and more prosperous, to become an entity like Emperor Malachi of Cornelius. Their story will surely be remembered in future historical records. Father. With a smile and a confident expression, Zachary said, The results achieved by the Northern Expeditionary Army have already exceeded our expectations. Originally, we envisioned that if the Northern Expeditionary Army could reach the capital of the Northern Yuan, within a year it would be a great victory. But now, in less than 8 months, we have already achieved such a brilliant result, which is truly remarkable. I believe the Northern Expeditionary Army will not let us down. Between words, Zachary had complete confidence in the Northern Expeditionary Army and had no doubts whatsoever. Evander nodded. After Zachary said that, the big stone in his heart seemed to have been lifted, and his expression relaxed a lot. Correct. Evander seemed to remember something, a smile appearing on his face, and asked, You met Arlen's wife and children some time ago. What did you think of them? She comes from a merchant family. Does she have that merchant's air about her? She doesn't have the air of a merchant. Instead, she has the demeanor of a well-bred lady. Zachary smiled earnestly and said slowly, She didn't show much fear in front of me either. Her manners were dignified and polite. She is indeed worthy of Arlen. It's good that he's a good match. Evander nodded slightly, then sighed softly and said with a hint of regret, It's a pity that Arlen got married too early, otherwise he could have become our grandson-in-law. This time, Zachary's expression became somewhat intriguing. He gazed at his father and slowly asked, Father, do you believe in the existence of reincarnation? Upon hearing this, Evander was taken aback at first, then smiled and asked, Silly boy, what happened to you? Why would you say such a thing? We don't know if there is such a thing as reincarnation, but if there really is, that would be great. When the topic of reincarnation came up, a deep sadness appeared on Evander's weathered old face. Clearly, he was thinking of his wife. Rebirth and reincarnation, memories of the past flooded my mind in an instant. If it really exists, that would be incredibly wonderful, Father. Zachary tilted his head slightly, his eyes filled with longing and reminiscence. The last time I saw Arlen's wife and children, do you know what I saw? Arlen's son looks exactly like Kori Arlen when he was a child. No, he looks exactly like he did when he was 2 years old. If I hadn't seen you, with my own eyes, sigh. I really thought he was you, high school. Zachary was filled with emotion. He would only mention these words in front of Evander. After all, seeing someone who looks so much like you again feels like a lifetime ago, and the complex emotions are hard to describe. Sometimes, Zachary really hoped that the child was his Corey Arlen reincarnated. Do they really look that alike? Evander asked, somewhat surprised as he looked at Zachary's appearance. Yes. Zachary nodded heavily, his tone very serious. Exactly the same. If it weren't like this, why would my son suddenly bring this up? Speaking of it. A bitter smile appeared on Zachary's face, his heart filled with mixed feelings. Seeing Zachary like this, Evander slowly stood up, walked to his side, gently patted his shoulder and comforted him. It's all over now, everything is over. Yuandu, a thick, murderous aura hung over the city, like a heavy gloom shrouding the entire city. The entire Yuan capital was completely surrounded by the Ming army, leaving no room for escape. 4 days ago, although the 2 Arlen cities of the northern Yuan were guarded by 300,000 troops, these troops were already a defeated army, with low morale, like birds startled by a bow. Faced with the overwhelming momentum of the Ming dynasty's northern expedition, the 2 Arlen cities fell swiftly after just 3 days of repeated attacks, with cannons firing in unison, causing the earth to shake. They collapsed almost instantly. Despite the efforts of the northern Yuan's Morgan to maintain the situation, he was still unable to stop the Ming army's fierce advance. The army of over 300,000 Yuan crumbled instantly, scattering and fleeing like birds and beasts. After all, these Yuan troops were pieced together from various tribes, and their morale was not united. Moreover, as news of Emperor Yuan's secret retreat and escape to the north spread, the morale of the army became even more scattered, like a pile of loose sand, even though there was no explicit announcement. Now, at the 3 gates of Yuandu, the Ming army launched an attack from 3 sides, leaving only the north gate untouched. This is precisely the strategy of surrounding 3 sides and leaving one side open. If the Yuan army were completely surrounded, the Yuan soldiers inside the city might fight desperately out of desperation, and the battle would be extremely fierce. But leaving an opening would change everything. The Yuan army would have a sliver of hope, and their morale would crumble further. This was a crucial battle in the northern expedition. Once this capital is captured, the northern Yuan will face its farewell battle in the open. Even if Emperor Yuan successfully escaped to the northern frontier, to their ancestral homeland, the name of the northern Yuan would be completely lost. After all, having lost its capital and numerous cities, the northern Yuan could no longer maintain its imperial authority and could only revert to its former nomadic lifestyle, kept outside the Great Wall by the Ming dynasty. Its threat to the Ming dynasty would also be much less than before. Where the border troops of Angus Ning, Arlen rode his prized black steed, wielding a battle sword and roared with imposing authority. The sound was like thunder, resounding all around, carrying a chilling aura. Kill, kill, kill. Behind Arlen there were no infantrymen left, only cavalrymen. Through this northern expedition, Arlen not only broke through cities and killed enemies on the battlefield, but also captured 100,000 northern Yuan cavalry. After a major battle, he used his military achievements to request and successfully reorganize all the infantry of Daning into cavalry, which greatly increased the army's combat strength and made the Daning border army even stronger, with all its soldiers being cavalry. Soldiers, Arlen's voice was deep yet full of authority. Follow me and kill, say it. Arlen spurred his warhorse, and Todd Raphael let out a high-pitched neigh, like a black lightning bolt, rushing swiftly towards the Yuandu city gate ahead. Its speed was truly worthy of being called a precious horse. Marvin, leading his personal guards, waited quietly for a moment. Once Arlen had put 50 paces between them, Marvin suddenly shouted, "Personnel guard, follow the general, kill." His voice was like thunder, carrying an indomitable momentum. Then he led his personal guard cavalry, like a surging torrent, charging forward, the sound of their hooves shaking the earth. Arlen remained as brave and fearless as ever. On the city wall, arrows rained down like locusts, but none of them could harm Arlen in the slightest. At this point, the morale of the Yuan army on the city wall had already plummeted to rock bottom, and even their defensive arrow rain had become sparse and utterly ineffective. Arlen approached the city gate with almost no effort. "Break!" Arlen roared, raised his battle sword high, mobilized all his strength, and channeled his surging inner energy into the sword. Then, Arlen slashed fiercely at the city gate in front of him, his momentum enough to cut through anything. the moment the blade made contact with the city gate. With a deafening roar, the powerful force instantly cleaved open the city gate. The internal energy surged, unleashing an invisible yet extremely destructive burst of power that shattered the massive gate, sending iron filings flying and sparks flying everywhere. The god of slaughter, that god of slaughter from the Ming dynasty, is back again. Arlen, it's that killer Arlen again. Retreat, retreat quickly. He is a demon. We are no match for him at all. Retreat. The Yuan soldiers screamed in terror, their voices filled with fear and despair. Like in the past, when the Yuan army would rush out and fight fiercely when the city was breached, this time, after Arlen broke through the city gate, the Yuan army seemed to have seen the most terrifying monster in the world, and they were so frightened that they scattered and fled in all directions. Even if some generals tried to maintain order, it was to no avail in the face of such chaos. The morale of the army had collapsed, and their fighting spirit was completely gone. These Yuan soldiers wished they had more legs so they could escape this terrible battlefield as quickly as possible. But Arlen would not let them off so easily. With a swift movement of his sword, Todd Raphael charged and pursued the fleeing Yuan army like a streak of black light. After catching up with the Yuan soldiers, Arlen wielded his sword with great force, and with a flash of cold light, he easily killed one Yuan soldier after another. Kill the northern Yuan soldiers. Pick up 1 point of strength, pick up 5 days of life. Killed a northern Yuan soldier, collected 1 point of internal energy. For Arlen, the pleasant notification sound kept ringing in his mind. Seizing the opportunity, Arlen, like a hungry beast, frantically killed the enemy, each swing of his sword carrying away the lives of several Yuan soldiers. Behind Arlen, Marvin led his personal guards like a sharp spear, charging wildly into the enemy territory. A large number of Angus Ning cavalry followed closely behind, surging into the city like a tidal wave and unleashing a frenzied massacre. Faced with the demoralized and defeated Yuan army, Arlen's soldiers followed only one principle. Those who resisted with weapons in hand were killed. Those who knelt down to surrender and discarded their weapons were allowed to live. Time passed slowly, and the entire Yuandu city fell into chaos. Especially at the North Gate, countless people rushed to flee out of the city, creating a chaotic scene. Tens of thousands of people crowded at the city gate, and despair and fear spread like a plague, with panic written on everyone's face. At the North Gate, besides the fleeing Yuan soldiers, there were also northern Yuan nobles in the city, who were traveling with their families and looked panicked. Many civilians were also swept up in this torrent of escape, bewildered and desperate, to flee the city that was about to be engulfed by war. With the fall of the 2 fortified cities, the court proceedings in the Yuan capital ceased, and the imperial guards seemed to have vanished without a trace. This sudden turn of events threw many previously unaware nobles into a panic. They realized that the emperor had fled, and the Ming army was about to breach the city. What should they do? So in the days following the Ming army's attack, the entire Yuan capital was filled with fleeing people. Even though Morgan tried his best to maintain order, he could not stop this wave of escape. Don't block the way. Get out of the way. The Ming army has already begun its attack on the city. Let's go. The city gate is blocked. Hurry up, quickly. At the north gate of Yuandu, noise and shouts mingled together, creating an extremely chaotic scene. They pushed and shoved each other, neither willing to give way. The once wide city gate was now completely packed with people, like a giant whirlpool that was drawing everyone in. The chaos and despair were suffocating. As the capital, Yuandu's 3 city gates were now completely blocked. One can imagine how terrifying this scene must have been, as if the end of the world had come. But at this moment, the Yuan army's defeat was inevitable. The city was in complete chaos, beyond the control of the Yuan army, and they had no opportunity to do so. Time passes quietly. The situation in Yuandu City became increasingly chaotic, with defeated troops and refugees everywhere, and the entire city seemed to have fallen into an endless abyss of darkness. Inside the palace, Morgan stood quietly in the main hall, gazing at the dragon throne with a complex expression. That dragon throne, which once symbolized supreme power, now seems to have become a joke, a recurrence of the humiliation of the Jinkang incident in the Song dynasty. Emperor, the barbarian murmured to himself, although you abandoned me, at least you took my family with you. I will repay this debt with my life. Presumably, you have now safely returned to the depths of the northern frontier, and the Ming army should not be able to catch up with you. His voice, tinged with a hint of helplessness yet also loyalty, echoed in the empty hall. Report. A Yuan general covered in blood rushed into the main hall and reported in a terrified tone. Reporting to the Morgan, the Ming army has breached the city, and a large number of Ming soldiers have entered the city. Our great Yuan has truly been defeated. The general's voice was filled with despair, as if the world had collapsed at that moment. The barbarian slowly turned around, calmly looking at the generals before him, his face showing no sign of reproach. After all, even the emperor had fled, so what right did he have to blame his army? Moreover, long after the two fortified cities were captured, a large number of troops had already withdrawn to the northern frontier and did not return to reinforce Yuandu. Even those who remained in Yuandu numbered only tens of thousands of troops, and they were still fleeing frantically. As long as the emperor is still alive, there is still hope for our great Yuan to return and fight back. The barbarian said with a firm expression, "Generals, as subjects and as warriors, you have done your best. I will not stop you today. If you are willing to live and die with the nation, then wait here with me for the Ming army. If you want to return to the northern frontier and save your lives, then take off your armor and blend in with the refugees." The Ming army probably wouldn't attack civilians, so they probably took advantage of the chaos to escape. The barbarian's voice was weary yet resolute, as if he were making a final struggle. Hear the sound. Many of the dozen or so generals immediately showed signs of interest. A general stepped forward and said anxiously, "My family is still in the northern frontier. If I die, my family will become slaves. I cannot die with the Morgan. This humble general is also. Take care, Morgan. This humble general takes his leave." Immediately, half of the generals quickly retreated, their figures appearing hurried, fearful, and fleeing in a disheveled state within the hall. "Generals!" The barbarian laughed loudly, his laughter tinged with a sense of tragic heroism. "You are all good sons and brave warriors of my great Yuan. Let us fight one last battle for the great Yuan." "Say it." The barbarian drew his sword from his waist. Subsequently, he sat directly on the steps in front of the dragon throne, his eyes filled with unyielding courage, waiting quietly. The remaining 9 generals drew their swords, their faces filled with loyalty and determination, and stood quietly beside Morgan, ready to face the final battle. Clearly, in any era and in any country, there will always be loyal and righteous people. Their loyalty and courage are admirable. For them, and perhaps for anyone, dying for one's country is the most glorious way to die. Time passed by minute. Kill, kill, kill. Kill anyone who wields a weapon. Lay down your weapons and surrender, and you will be spared death. The general has ordered that our great Ming is a benevolent and righteous army and will not indiscriminately kill civilians. Civilians can return to their homes and be spared the ravages of war. If any soldiers infiltrate the civilian population, they shall be killed. Kill. Countless battle cries echoed throughout Yuandu City, rising and falling like a stirring war song. Countless Ming soldiers stormed into the city like a surging tide. Compared to the brutality and inhumanity of the foreign tribes, the Ming soldiers still showed some restraint after entering the city. Because Samson had already issued strict orders before the battle, restraining his troops from indiscriminate slaughter. After all, from now on, this new capital city will be part of the territory of the Ming dynasty, and the common people here will become subjects of the Ming dynasty. This is different from invading the uncontrollable northern frontier. In the northern frontier, one can take advantage of the rules of the grassland tribes. Anyone taller than a cartwheel can be killed. But within the city walls, the Ming dynasty could completely control the situation. After all, during the prosperous Farnsworth dynasty and the powerful Cornelius dynasty, this area belonged to the Central Plains and was the Hedao region. At the palace gate, Arlen raised his battle sword high and swung it forcefully. With a loud crash, the palace gate shattered and iron filings flew everywhere. "Tell the brothers." Just before rushing into the palace, Arlen shouted, "Once inside the palace, loot and plunder freely. You can take anything valuable as long as you can carry it. Now." Arlen's voice was full of pride as he announced a grand celebration to his soldiers. "The general is wise." The many soldiers of Angus Ning behind Arlen shouted excitedly, their eyes gleaming with greed. Arlen still possesses this much power. Moreover, Arlen also knew that the imperial palace treasure trove had been taken away by Emperor Yuan, but there must have been some treasures left behind that could not be taken away. Through the reconnaissance of the Golden Eagle, Arlen had long since grasped the movements of the Yuan army. Soon, Arlen led his army directly into the Yuan capital palace. This was also the first time he had ever breached the capital of a country and entered the royal palace. That sense of accomplishment filled Arlen with immense excitement. When Arlen arrived at the main hall of the imperial palace, the barbarians and their generals all stood up with solemn expressions, swords in hand. Their eyes held both resentment and determination. Obviously, they were ready to face their impending death. Arlen led a large number of his personal guards directly into the main hall, standing guard on all four sides and blocking all paths. Without Arlen's order, they did not take any action, but merely watched the Yuan generals coldly. So many generals. Arlen looked at the Yuan general in the main hall and smiled. This can be considered a big gift package left for me. Daniel is about to make a move to test the waters. A great secret is about to be discovered. Arlen slowly stepped into the hall and threw the tiger-headed battle sword in his hand at Marvin, who immediately caught it. To surrender or to coexist with the Yuan? Follow closely. Arlen glanced at the group of generals in the hall and asked in a low, cold voice. Now, Arlen did not inquire about the identities of these Yuan generals. At this moment, their identities were irrelevant. What he needed was a straightforward answer. To surrender or not to surrender? In reality, Arlen did not want them to surrender. Surrender might allow one to live, but for a warrior, it would be a humiliation. If these Yuan generals before him were to remain defiant to the death, then Arlen would hold them in higher regard. Of course, Arlen can also get more treasure chests. Which general of the Ming dynasty are you? The barbarian slowly stood up, staring intently at Arlen, his voice hoarse as he squeezed it out from deep in his throat. Arlen, Marquis of the Great Ming and Commander of the Great Ning. Arlen spoke calmly and in a calm tone. You're Arlen? Upon hearing this, Morgan raised his head, his eyes widening in astonishment. He even wanted to say something, but then he was speechless for a moment. Not only the barbarians, but also the Yuan generals beside him were all astonished, their eyes fixed on Arlen. Every single one of them looked shocked, confused, and even more so, incredulous. During the Liaodong War, Arlen had already come into the sights of the Northern Yuan. From then on, he was regarded as a major enemy by the Northern Yuan, and his name was widely known in the Northern Yuan army. The assassins sent by the Northern Yuan dynasty specifically targeted Arlen for assassination. As the Ming dynasty launched its northern expedition, Pericles Yingzhai's name frequently appeared in the Northern Yuan court. Each appearance was accompanied by bad news. Either the Northern Yuan had lost a city or suffered heavy losses. Even compared to Samson, the Grand General of the Ming dynasty's northern expedition, the Northern Yuan's hatred for Arlen was even greater. It was Arlen who first broke through the border city of the Northern Yuan, and in just one day, he turned the Northern Yuan's years of painstaking planning into nothing. Furthermore, his supposedly invincible 100,000 Northern Yuan cavalry were also defeated by Arlen, shattering the myth of the Northern Yuan cavalry and severely damaging the Northern Yuan. I didn't expect that. The barbarian sighed deeply, his voice filled with endless emotion. You are so young. Our great Yuan dynasty did not lose unjustly. Although hatred still lingered in his eyes, a hint of respect for Arlen also unconsciously surfaced. On the battlefield, strength is the only standard for earning respect. Arlen's outstanding military talent and invincible bravery forced the barbarians to submit. On the battlefield, true skill is revealed through actions. It's pointless to waste time talking nonsense. Arlen spoke calmly, yet every word was like a knife. The voice just fell. Arlen moved his right hand slightly, and with a whoosh, the azure rainbow sword was drawn from its sheath. The blade gleamed coldly, exuding murderous intent. Arlen gripped the azure rainbow sword tightly, his gaze cold and filled with murderous intent as he stared at the assembled generals. You must be the Northern Yuan Morgan. Now, I will only ask you once, fight or surrender. At this question, Morgan's eyes narrowed slightly, a resolute glint in them. He instinctively gripped his sword tightly with both hands, staring intently at Arlen. In the past, Morgan Nahachu died in battle for the country. I received the Emperor's great favor and was granted the position of Morgan. I am deeply grateful for his boundless grace and favor. How can I surrender? Arlen, do you dare to fight this Morgan? The barbarian roared, his voice echoing throughout the hall. Now his face was full of defiance and determination, as if to say that even if he died in battle, he would defend the dignity of the Northern Yuan, which was also his last dignity as a military general. Arlen didn't speak, but a look of admiration flashed in his eyes. followed by a cold smile. He walked steadily forward, raised his azure rainbow sword, and leaped towards Morgan. It's clearly a move to let the barbarians make the first move. The great Yuan dynasty is invincible. One day, our great Yuan will surely make a comeback and crush the gates of your Ming kingdom. The barbarian roared, his voice almost lifting the roof off the main hall. He raised his sword high with both hands, the blade gleaming coldly, and then charged fiercely towards Arlen. As he approached Arlen, he mustered all his strength and slashed down at Arlen with his sword. The strike carried an unparalleled force, as if it would cleave Arlen in two, perhaps. What he truly desired was to kill Arlen and eliminate a major enemy for his northern Yuan. But the barbarian's deadly move was like child's play to Arlen. Arlen remained completely calm, showing no intention of dodging. Just as Morgan's sword was about to strike him, Arlen's Kinghong sword suddenly moved. A cold glint flashed, so fast that the sword's trajectory was almost invisible. The sword light, like a bolt of lightning, instantly pierced through Morgan's armor and reached his heart. You're saying the northern Yuan is going to make a comeback? I can tell you that as long as I, Arlen, am alive, your northern Yuan will have no chance. Even if the Ming dynasty is destroyed, the Central Plains will never give your foreign races any opportunity to take advantage of us. Arlen spoke coldly, his voice low and firm, carrying an air of arrogant confidence. Say it. Arlen flicked his wrist backward, and the azure rainbow sword was instantly pulled out from Morgan's chest. The barbarian spat out a mouthful of blood. His eyes filled with death and gradually became glazed over. His body then collapsed limply to the ground with a dull thud. Kill Morgan, chieftain of the northern Yuan, collect 100 points of all attributes, collect 100 days of lifespan, and receive a Tier 1 treasure chest as a reward. The moment of the kill, a notification sound then rang out from the panel. After all, Morgan was the Morgan of the northern Yuan, a very high-ranking official. After being killed by Arlen, he would naturally receive a generous reward. Will you fight or surrender? Having dealt with the barbarians, Arlen slowly turned his gaze to the remaining Yuan generals. These generals are all at least commanders of 10,000 or higher. If you can kill them, you will likely get a lot of attribute bonuses. You might even get treasure chest rewards. For Arlen, killing them was tantamount to making a profit. We swear to follow the Morgan to the death. For the great Yuan kill. The remaining 9 generals did not hesitate at all. They roared in unison, their voices echoing throughout the hall. Their eyes burned with anger and an indomitable spirit to coexist with their nation. They all gripped their swords tightly, and then, like 9 mad beasts, they charged towards Arlen. If an ordinary general were faced with this situation, his personal guards would immediately rush forward and kill these generals to protect their commander's safety. But Arlen did not give any orders. The guards in the hall stood silently like statues, without making any moves, just staring intently at Arlen because they all knew how powerful their master was. Next moment, Arlen moved. His figure vanished from the sight of the generals in an instant like a black afterimage. Before the generals could react, they saw a flash of cold light and then felt a chill on their necks. Arlen moved with an almost terrifying speed, instantly traversing between the 9 generals. The azure rainbow sword in his hand flickered like a nimble light. Almost simultaneously, the necks of the 9 generals were slashed open one by the azure rainbow sword, and blood gushed out like a fountain. Their eyes widened, their faces filled with shock and resentment, and then the 9 heads fell slowly along with their bodies. They were all killed. Defeat Bei Yuan Wanjiang, collect 30 points of all attributes. Collect 30 days of lifespan and receive a common treasure chest as a reward. Defeat the northern Yuan general and collect all attributes. The panel beeped repeatedly. Easy. Arlen successfully obtained 6 more ordinary treasure chests, which was a pretty good result for him. These 9 heads should be given to General Somerset Otis and his men, and that will be considered their merits in battle. Arlen turned to Marvin and said, his tone was calm, as if the bloody battle he had just experienced was nothing more than a trivial matter. Yes. Without the slightest hesitation, Marvin immediately gave his subordinate a wink. Several guards quickly stepped forward, skillfully picked up the 9 heads, wrapped them in a prepared cloth, and then carefully put them away. As for Morgan's head, Arlen naturally wanted to take it personally, since he had just beheaded another northern Yuan Morgan, which was a considerable achievement. Seeing how skillfully Arlen's personal guards handled the heads, it was clear that this was not the first time they had done this. Arlen had many generals under his command. For Arlen, Killing these ordinary generals, or even enemy generals of equal rank, did not bring much promotion. It was merely icing on the cake. However, for the generals under his command, these military achievements were real and could earn them promotions and opportunities for advancement. Therefore, Arlen would often secretly distribute the merits of beheading generals, which were not of much use to him, to his old brothers who had followed him for a long time, such as Percy, Todd, and Julian, who all benefited from this. After dealing with these Yuan generals, Arlen slowly turned his gaze to the dragon throne high above in the main hall. The dragon throne stood high up, exuding an aura of majesty. This dragon throne symbolizes supreme imperial power and represents the rule over the world. Arlen stared at the dragon throne, his eyes swirling with emotion. In his eyes there was a thirst for power, a yearning for the future, and an unwavering belief. One day I will also have my own dragon throne. Arlen secretly vowed in his heart, filled with endless ambition. At this moment, suddenly a series of hurried footsteps came from outside the hall. It seems a group of people are rushing over. The general has arrived, outside the temple. Cornelius shouted at the top of his lungs, and the words immediately echoed into the hall. Immediately, the guards on duty outside the hall sprang into action, neatly spreading out to both sides to make way. Surrounded by a group of generals, Samson strode towards the main hall, leading the way and displaying the majesty of a great general. Daniel, Ellis, Rufus, Frederick, and others were among them. They followed Samson, their faces displaying various expressions, some excited, some thrilled, and some thoughtful. These generals differed from Arlen. On the battlefield, they were mainly responsible for command and coordination, and would not personally risk their lives to charge into enemy lines to fight. Now, they arrived at the Grand Hall of State, a symbol of the Northern Yuan's authority, and each of them was filled with excitement. "I've met the general." Arlen turned around, clasped his hands in a fist salute to Samson. The Marquis of Champion is indeed exceptionally brave and fierce. This time, in the conquest of Yuandu, it was once again the Marquis of Champion who took the lead and was the first to break in. Samson walked forward with a smile on her face, helped Arlen up with both hands, and was full of appreciation and satisfaction. "Thank you for your praise, General." Arlen responded modestly with a smile. "In this battle, the Marquis of Champion has once again won the greatest credit. We will always remember the merit of conquering the Yuan capital." Frederick walked over with a beaming smile, his eyes filled with a hint of ingratiation. Along the way, he had long been impressed by Arlen's strength and strategy. He was filled with relief. If it weren't for Arlen's presence, he, as the nominal commander of the Second Army, would never have had such an easy time. During his nearly 9-month northern expedition, he practically won without lifting a finger. Arlen was decisive and ruthless on the battlefield and made many meritorious contributions. Although these merits were not personally obtained by Frederick, as the commander of the Second Army, he could still get a share of the credit. When he returned to Yingshan in the future, he would surely receive the court's favor. It can be said that Arlen's presence made Frederick's northern expedition incredibly smooth, and also made his initial anxiety disappear without a trace. "General Amos, you flatter me. In this battle, all the soldiers who captured Yuandu City have made great contributions." Arlen responded with a smile, his voice steady. He understood that taking all the credit would only breed resentment. With so many troops entering the city, it would be foolish of him to claim all the credit for the victory. Winning first place is enough, of course. Upon learning that Arlen had breached the city first, Rufus's expression turned extremely unpleasant, and he was filled with displeasure. Originally, the generals of Huexi all hoped to seize the credit for capturing the capital, thereby adding merit to the northern expedition and gaining a higher position and more rewards in the court. But now Arlen has taken away their last chance to conquer the capital, and their plan has failed, which makes Rufus and the others extremely unwilling. "All you do is sweet talk. So slick at such a young age. He's obviously no good." Tristan stood beside Rufus, muttering in a very low voice, his face full of disdain. He thought his voice was too soft to be heard, but he didn't expect Arlen to have such good hearing that he heard everything clearly. Upon hearing this, Arlen's gaze instantly shot towards Tristan like a sharp sword. Tristan felt a chill run from his feet straight to his head. Startled, his face turned pale instantly. Could he have heard me? Tristan muttered to himself, a sense of foreboding creeping into his heart. He stood there awkwardly, his eyes darting around, avoiding Pericles' gaze. Arlen stared at Tristan for a moment, a hint of contempt flashing in his eyes before slowly looking away. In his heart, he secretly wondered, is this guy really Orson Yuchun's son? This person was both reckless and foolish in his dealings with others. No wonder the Huexi group was eventually purged. It was all their own doing. Arlen knew their original fate and couldn't be bothered to argue with Tristan. After all, given the temperament and character of the people in Huexi, if things continue as they are, their fate will likely be difficult to change. Arlen knew that these people were naturally supportive of Roland, but Roland was timid and weak. Although he was the eldest son, he was not capable of being of great use and could not shoulder important responsibilities. In the future struggle for the throne, neither the Huexi group nor Roland will likely escape their doom. Samson slowly scanned the main hall of the Yuan court, a gaze finally settling on the Yuan Emperor's dragon throne. The Yuan capital has fallen. The last city of the northern Yuan has finally been captured by our great Ming. From then on, the northern Yuan dynasty was no longer known as a dynasty. Samson was filled with emotion, her voice brimming with excitement and the joy of victory. Yes. In the past, the northern Yuan made our great Ming dynasty extremely wary because, like our great Ming dynasty, they built cities, learned our Cornelius culture, manufactured cannons, and even harbored the ambition to annex the central plains of our Cornelius people. Breaking through the Yuan capital at this moment will completely strip them of their dynasty title, returning them to the Mongol era and turning them back into nomads. Moreover, for the northern Yuan, the strength of the northern Yuan royal family is not enough to completely suppress the various northern Yuan tribes. Daniel nodded slightly and slowly began to speak. Although he did not personally fight on the front lines during this war, he always accompanied the army and had a very thorough understanding of the situation. Although the capital of the northern Yuan was destroyed, and the northern Yuan was no longer known as a dynasty. But as long as Emperor Yuan is alive and the northern Yuan royal family still exists, the vast land of the northern frontier will remain the domain of the northern Yuan, and their strength will still be considerable. Frederick said with a serious expression. Although he was not good at leading troops into battle, he could still offer some insights into the analysis of such situations. After all, he was well versed in military strategy and had considerable experience in theoretical warfare. These remarks were consistent with his established persona. I believe His Majesty will make a wise decision on this matter. Whether to continue the pursuit or to consolidate the capital, we only need to follow the Emperor's orders. Samson spoke with a solemn expression and in a low voice. He was also somewhat hesitant about making the next strategic decision. Pursuing the Yuan Emperor deep into the northern border was fraught with danger. A slight misstep could lead to the annihilation of the entire army. However, if they did not pursue him and allowed the Yuan Emperor to escape, the northern Yuan might rise again and become a threat to the Ming dynasty once more. Upon hearing Samson's words, all the generals fell silent. They all knew that with the fall of Yuandu, the campaign had achieved a phased victory. However, whether they choose to continue the pursuit or consolidate Yuandu, they face enormous risks and challenges. If they pursue deep into the northern frontier, the soldiers may get lost in the vast grasslands, encounter attacks from the northern Yuan tribes, and ultimately be wiped out. Throughout history, only Archibald achieved the feat of sealing the wolf's lair because he truly stormed into the northern frontier, routed the Xingnu army, and demonstrated the might of the Cornelius dynasty. But such a record is easier said than done. General, this humble general requests permission to pursue them. Without the slightest hesitation, Arlen stepped forward and loudly requested permission. Champion Marquis, you don't need to do this. The Emperor once decreed that we should attack the Yuan capital and destroy the northern Yuan. Now, my northern expeditionary army has fulfilled the imperial decree. As for pursuing them northwards, that's far too dangerous. Samson looked at Arlen and said with a smile without criticizing him at all. In his eyes, Arlen was a pillar of the Ming dynasty, and he did not want Arlen to take any risks. Moreover, he was well aware of the dangers of venturing deep into the northern frontier, and even if the army were to set out, he was not entirely confident that he could bring his soldiers back safely. The vast grasslands of northern Xinjiang may appear peaceful, but they actually conceal countless dangers. The desert is ravaged by sandstorms. Water is scarce and hard to find, and the complex terrain is like a maze, making it easy for an army to lose its way. Once you venture deep into the area, logistical support will face enormous challenges, and a slight misstep could lead to dire straits. Thinking about all this, Samson was filled with worry. Of course, most importantly, Samson also had his own selfish motives. He felt that with his own abilities, he was not entirely confident that he could bring the army back safely. If they were to encounter misfortune and suffer a crushing defeat, then even if they had successfully captured the Yuan capital, recovered dozens of cities in the northern Yuan, and gained millions of people, the great achievements of the northern expedition would likely vanish in an instant, and the court might even consider their transgressions to outweigh their merits. After all, perhaps it was because Samson was getting older that his former courage and fearlessness had gradually faded, and he had become more hesitant and fearful. Getting old. Therefore, he dared not give the order, much less gamble. They didn't dare to directly agree to Arlen's request to pursue them. "General," Arlen stepped forward and said firmly, "by imperial decree, destroy the northern Yuan." Their true intention was to completely dismantle the northern Yuan, making it impossible for it to exist as a whole. Now, the Yuan emperor has fled in panic, and many members of the northern Yuan royal family and nobles have also scattered like birds and beasts. If the Yuan emperor were allowed to retreat to his ancestral Mongol homeland, he would still have the opportunity to regroup the northern Yuan forces and suppress the many tribes on the grasslands, given his prestige in the northern Yuan. This is by no means the situation His Majesty wished to see. To truly and completely eliminate the northern Yuan, we must capture and kill the Yuan emperor and nip it in the bud. Only in this way will the northern Yuan fall into a state of fragmentation, and the threat to our great Ming can be completely eliminated. The reason why I earnestly requested the general to grant the entire Angus Ning cavalry force was precisely to deal with the current situation, so that we could penetrate deep into the northern border at a critical moment, pursue the Yuan emperor, and eliminate the hidden dangers on the northern border of our great Ming. Arlen finished speaking in one breath, his expression becoming even more solemn. Upon hearing these words, Samson's expression changed, and her previously dim eyes brightened instantly, showing a hint of interest. He raised his head, his gaze fixed on Arlen, as if he were getting to know this young general all over again. Arlen's remarks were clear, logical, and to the point, deeply moving Samson. The generals standing nearby were also astonished, never expecting Arlen to be so serious and so audacious. They actually intend to head north and pursue them, just as Doran had thought. Daniel thought to himself, Arlen will definitely not give up the opportunity to penetrate deep into the northern frontier. Now, the time has come for me to make a crucial decision. Tonight I must test him. If we can win them over, that would be ideal. If you can't, alas, now that things have come to this, I have no choice but to make a decision. A barely perceptible glint of cold light flashed in Daniel's eyes. Immediately, Daniel took a deep breath, composed himself, and put on a gentle smile again before stepping out from the crowd. He smiled at Arlen and said calmly, "The Marquis of Champion need not be in such a hurry. The Yuan capital has just been pacified, and the soldiers are exhausted after days of hard fighting and urgently need a rest. When my northern expeditionary army attacked the last two Arlen cities of the northern Yuan, a battle report was already urgently sent to Yingshan. Based on my prediction, His Majesty's decree will surely reach here within a few days. Let the soldiers rest and recuperate for the next few days. As for the matter of pursuing them northward, we will discuss it further and make a decision later." Hear this, the generals all nodded in agreement. Seeing this, Samson quickly nodded in agreement. What the Daniel said is absolutely right. The soldiers of Angus Ning have fought bravely and made great contributions. They certainly need a good rest. The matter of pursuing them northward is of great importance and cannot be acted rashly. Let's wait for the Emperor's decree before we discuss countermeasures together. As Samson spoke, she gestured to Arlen with her eyes, hoping he could understand the current situation. See this situation, although they cannot pursue immediately. Samson had already gone this far, and Arlen understood very well that Samson was worried that if something happened to him after he went north, he wouldn't dare to take the blame. Simply, Arlen nodded slightly and said in a deep voice, "This humble general will obey the orders of the general and the Daniel." However, deep down, Arlen was very clear that, given the current situation, this northward pursuit of Emperor Yuan was an inevitable course of action. Given Evander's personality, who was far away in Yingshan, he would definitely issue an order to continue the pursuit. From beginning to end, This was Evander's goal. May the Northern Yuan cease to exist and be torn apart. A day goes by in the blink of an eye. The war subsided. The city has its own army to clean up the battlefield and remove any traces of the battle. Night fell quietly. Arlen concluded his inspection tour of the city and returned to the military camp of the Daning Border Army. In the military camp, a vast training ground, the soldiers were sitting together making a lively scene. "Oh," a soldier shouted excitedly, "the cooks are really going all out today, they even have mutton," following his gaze. Large sheep was roasting over the campfire, its aroma filling the air. "Haha, we're going to eat our fill today," another soldier echoed, his face also showing great excitement. "Brothers, let's eat our fill today. This was specially requested by the general from the Grand General for us. Our great Ning Border Army was the first to break through Yuandu and made the greatest contribution. This is the general's reward for us. It's been so long since I've had any meat. Today I can finally eat my fill." Inside the military camp's drill ground, many bonfires burned brightly, illuminating the entire area. A whole sheep was roasting over the campfire, and there was even beef, which was forbidden to be killed in the Ming dynasty. These were all spoils of war captured from the city, now within the authority granted to them by Samsonen. They became delicacies at the soldiers' victory banquet. After all, the Yuan capital and the captured cities of the northern Yuan are still under military control, not under government control, and the laws of the Ming dynasty have not yet been fully implemented. This northern expedition resulted in a great victory over the northern Yuan, with numerous cattle and sheep captured. The entire training ground of the Daning Border Army was filled with the rich aroma of meat, which greatly increased the appetite of the soldiers. Many soldiers were very excited, eating meat heartily while talking loudly, with laughter and cheers rising and falling. Unfortunately, since the northern expedition was not yet completely over, in order to maintain the army's discipline and combat effectiveness, drinking alcohol was not allowed at this time, and the soldiers could only enjoy the pleasure of eating meat to their heart's content. On the command platform in the center of the drill ground, Arlen strode up to the platform, his gaze sweeping over the soldiers below, and then he shouted loudly, "Brothers." The shout echoed through the night, instantly piercing the noisy atmosphere and silencing the entire training ground. The tens of thousands of soldiers of the Angus Ning Border Army below all looked at Arlen on the command platform, their eyes filled with fervor and reverence. For every soldier of the Daning Border Army, having followed Arlen in his campaigns for many years, Arlen had long become a god of war in their hearts and the soul of the entire Daning army. Over the years, the Angus Ning Border Army has fought in Liaodong and invaded the northern Yuan, experiencing countless battles large and small, gaining rich combat experience and fighting with unparalleled bravery. Even compared to the large army led by Rufus and his men, the Angus Ning Border Army participated in more and fiercer battles. Under Arlen's command, the Daning Border Army created a miracle. Despite experiencing countless brutal battles, the casualties of the Daning Border Army were minimal compared to other Arlen armies. On the battlefield, 70% of the soldiers were wounded, 30% were killed, and sometimes even close to 80% were wounded, but most of them were able to survive and recover. In contrast, other Arlen troops often suffered casualties of 70% of their soldiers in actual frontal battles and offensive campaigns, with only 20% being wounded. Even when facing the 100,000 iron cavalry of the northern Yuan, the strongest cavalry force in the world, Arlen led the Angus Ning Border Army to successfully defeat them and inflict a great defeat on the Yuan army. The difficulties and achievements are self-evident. For these soldiers, their survival to this day and their numerous military achievements are all thanks to their general, Arlen. Every time he went into battle, Arlen always took the lead and charged ahead. His bravery and outstanding command earned him the deep respect and trust of his soldiers. Meet the general, next moment. Tens of thousands of soldiers shouted in unison across the entire training ground, their voices resounding through the night sky, deafeningly loud. This also reveals Arlen's status and the soldiers' respect for him from these shouts. "Brothers," Arlen declared loudly, "today is the day of great celebration as our army breaches the Yuan capital. As the first army to break through the Yuan capital, our great Ning Border Army became famous throughout the country and also received the general's reward. Although there is no wine today, there is plenty of meat. Brothers, eat as much as you like." This is also an encouragement for you to fight the enemy with all your might. After the northern expedition is over, I will personally host a banquet in Daning Prefecture and drink to my heart's content with everyone." Arlen's voice rang out, carrying encouragement to all the soldiers. "The general is mighty. The general is wise. Follow the general to the death." The soldiers on the drill ground cheered excitedly once again, their voices filled with support and love for Arlen. Began to eat. Arlen burst into laughter, and his hearty laughter infected everyone present. Subsequently, he sat directly on the command platform, sitting with his generals. The old comrades from the past are still here, and they are now gathered around the command platform, each of them a general of the rank of Arlen commander. Otis, Todd, Dustin, Percy, and the others were all there. "Brothers, what are you all standing there for?" Arlen glanced at it and laughed. "Eat." Subsequently, Arlen was the first to tear off a piece of mutton from the campfire and began to eat it with great relish. Although the food of this era was not as delicious as that of later generations, Arlen had long since gotten used to it. "Did you hear that? The general is starting to eat. Let's eat. The cattle and sheep of Bayeuan are famously delicious. We can't let them go to waste. Eat." The generals responded enthusiastically without the slightest hesitation. Like Arlen, they tore off pieces of mutton from the campfire and ate them heartily. In the military, the atmosphere is so pure. Everyone, regardless of rank or status, is a brother fighting for a common goal. Especially in Arlen's army, there was no infighting. Everyone treated each other with honesty and openness. This pure and sincere atmosphere is what Arlen likes the most, and his many years of military life have completely immersed him in it. Under Arlen's influence, the Angus Ning border army completely transformed into the kind of army Arlen desired, embodying camaraderie and brotherhood. At this time, Cornelius quickly walked up behind Arlen, bowed slightly, and said respectfully, "General, Ellis has arrived. Since you're here, please come in." Arlen maintained his smile and spoke calmly. A few days ago, Arlen learned of Ellis's identity, but he did not think much of it, nor was he afraid of Ellis's royal status. In his view, Ellis was born into the royal family, which was a good thing for him, and there was nothing particularly important about it. A moment later, Ellis strode up to the command platform. He was still wearing the royal robes that signified his status, but at this moment, he showed no airs of royalty whatsoever. With a sincere smile on his face, he said, "General Pericles, please forgive me for coming uninvited." Ellis also behaved very gently at this moment. "Your Highness Ellis is too kind." Arlen responded with a smile, his tone carrying a hint of respect. "This is a victory celebration banquet for our Great Ning border army. As the Prince of Great Ning, your Highness should also join in the celebration. Come, please sit down. Just don't look down on our military generals for not knowing proper etiquette." As Arlen spoke, he warmly invited Ellis to sit down, displaying a generous attitude that showed both respect for the prince and the forthrightness of a military general. "Ha." Ellis laughed heartily and said, "I have always longed for the military. How could I possibly look down on it?" Talking. Without any hesitation, Ellis sat down next to Arlen. Same. This was his first time participating in such an event, and his eyes were filled with curiosity and excitement, clearly showing great interest in the lively military camp scene. It's clear that he thoroughly enjoys this harmonious atmosphere within the entire army and longs to be a part of it. "Come, your Highness, don't be so polite." Arlen smiled, reached out and tore a leg of lamb off the campfire and handed it to Ellis in a very natural manner, without any attempt to curry favor. "Thanks." Ellis took the lamb leg with a grateful smile on his face. Without any disgust, he immediately took a bite and then said with a smile, "General Pericles, although I am a prince, please don't keep calling me Ellis. Just call me by my name. I won't call you General Pericles either. You're older than me, so I will call you Brother Frostborn." Ellis's eyes revealed sincerity and friendliness. Genuinely wanted to befriend Arlen, setting aside his royal status and airs, hoping to establish a friendship with Arlen like any other ordinary friend. It is clear that Ellis has great affection and respect for Arlen. He longs to become a true friend of Arlen, rather than just an interaction based on social status. Arlen laughed loudly upon hearing this and said, "In that case, I won't stand on ceremony." The Ellis brothers. Arlen was naturally very forthright, and he admired Ellis's unpretentious personality, so he was willing to befriend him. Compared to Daniel's deep thoughts, he still preferred the Prince of Ning, Ellis, who was less calculating and less scheming. With Daniel, then we should be wary, but there's no need to be with Ellis. Heh. Ellis immediately responded with a smile, then solemnly called out to Arlen, "Brother Frostborn." The sound was full of enthusiasm and sincerity, as if they were old friends who had known each other for many years. In this scene, in the days to come when they looked back, both of them felt that some of the past events were too painful to recall. Ellis in particular feels embarrassed whenever he thinks about being called Big Brother today, but at the moment, neither of them was thinking much about it. Their feelings were completely pure. My age in the military has increased by nearly 2 years, but my actual age is indeed older than Ellis's. His address of Brother Frostborn doesn't seem to be wrong. Arlen thought secretly in his heart. I didn't think much of it. Continue to enjoy the celebration banquet with everyone. Seeing that his relationship with Arlen had become much closer, Ellis also relaxed a bit. While eating mutton, he asked with a smile, "Brother Frostborn, are you really planning to lead your army north to pursue them?" He was filled with curiosity and concern, clearly very interested in this issue. This attracted the attention of other generals. The generals all stopped what they were doing, looked at Ellis and then at Arlen. For this matter, Otis and Todd were naturally aware of this. They both knew what Arlen's goal was. Naturally, they followed suit. But the other generals were unaware of this. Even if I don't want to, the Emperor will eventually issue an order to pursue them. Arlen smiled, his face full of confidence. Hear the words, "Indeed, given Father Emperor's ambitions." Ellis nodded in agreement with Arlen's words. He knew Evander's ambitions well, and the northern expedition was an inevitable decision. Since I have bestowed upon him the title of Marquis of Champion, which has been sought after by countless generals throughout history, then I should do what a Marquis of Champion should do. This battle is a must. Emperor Yuan must die. Northern Yuan must descend into chaos. This is the true significance of this northern expedition. Only in this way can the Cornelius people of the northern frontier truly enjoy a few years of peace. Otherwise, the people of the northern frontier will not feel at ease. Arlen said very seriously, "Hear the words." The surrounding generals of the Angus Ning border army also responded one after another. "We swear to follow the general to the death." It's clear that every general genuinely wanted to follow Arlen, and they didn't ask any questions. Following their general was the right thing to do. Ellis was also deeply moved. Looking at these generals who still reeked of blood and exuded murderous intent, he couldn't help but exclaim, "Brother Frostborn is truly remarkable." In the past, the Angus Ning border army was not particularly outstanding in guarding Angus Ning Prefecture. The Baping army was the best in the northern frontier. However, with Brother Frostborn taking command and becoming the commander of Angus Ning, the Angus Ning border army has become the strongest army in the northern frontier. Between words, Ellis's eyes were filled with admiration and envy. Clearly, he probably longed to be like Arlen deep down. If the northern expedition ends, how wonderful it would be if I could guard Daning Prefecture with Brother Frostborn. Ellis spoke with a sense of anticipation, clearly expressing what he was thinking. He knew Arlen's abilities and prestige well. If he could guard Daning Prefecture with Arlen in the future, he would surely be able to keep the area safe and at the same time make his governance of Daning Prefecture more perfect and gain the recognition of Yingshan. Clearly, the latter sentence was what Ellis was really thinking. If that's really the case, then it would be a tremendous blessing for him. "Haha," Arlen replied with a laugh. "If I could stay in Daning Prefecture, that would be excellent." This was not a lie. He also hoped to continue guarding Daning Prefecture. However, the expressions of the surrounding Angus Ning generals changed, as if they had thought of something. After this northern expedition, Arlen's military achievements were all worthy of individual reward. He first broke through the border city, captured countless cities, decisively defeated the northern Yuan cavalry, and captured the Yuan capital. Anyone could imagine that after the northern expedition, Arlen would inevitably be promoted and ennobled. Arlen will likely not hold the position of commander of the Daning garrison in the future, and will inevitably move to a higher position. Although they knew that Arlen's promotion was a good thing, the thought of Arlen leaving in the future filled them with unease and reluctance. Ellis's words naturally made the generals of Angus Ning think about the future. What will they do if their general really leaves? They had become accustomed to fighting under Arlen's leadership and were completely dependent on. Trusting of him, they could not imagine how they would get through the days without Arlen. General. At this moment, Otis could no longer hold back. His face was filled with anxiety and pleading as he looked at Arlen and said, "If you are promoted and no longer stay in Daning, could you take me with you? I am willing to follow you to the death." Otis's words were full of determination. He was willing to follow Arlen wherever they went. As soon as he finished speaking, the general's eyes lit up, as if they had seen a glimmer of hope. Then they all looked at Arlen and pleaded, "We also want to follow you, General. Please do not abandon us." At this moment, all of the dozens of generals present were in the same situation. Their faces were filled with anticipation and longing, hoping that Arlen would grant their request. It's easy to imagine how highly Arlen held a place in their hearts. They had gone through countless life and death experiences with Arlen and had long since forged a deep bond of friendship. In their hearts, Arlen was not only their general, but also their brother and their support. Arlen's prestige in the border army of Daning is truly unmatched. Ellis thought to himself, equally amazed. If he can stay in Daning, that would be best, but if he can't stay, I hope the Daning border troops can stay in Daning. Ellis was well aware of the importance of the Angus Ning border army and hoped to use its strength to protect the safety of Angus Ning Prefecture. After all, within the present-day Daning Prefecture, there exists the Daning Guard and the Huizhou Guard. Even Ellis himself did not know which army he would control when he became king. All of this was before the will of heaven had arrived. Everything was still unknown. Looking at the generals before him, Arlen smiled slightly, his eyes filled with warmth and emotion. Then Arlen spoke up, "What are you saying? The northern expedition is not over yet, and I am still the commander of Daning. Even if he gets promoted someday, won't he still have the capital city? With so many troops in the northern frontier, do you really think there won't be a place for me, Arlen, to hide? Today, I want to tell you, brothers, that I do not like the prosperity of the Central Plains, but I prefer to guard the northern border for the country, and I prefer to be with my brothers in the army. If I am ever promoted, I, Arlen, will certainly petition the Emperor to allow me to be stationed in the northern border and safeguard its peace." Arlen's voice was firm. His expression revealed his love for the northern frontier and his promise to his brothers. Upon hearing this, the generals were all extremely excited. "General, you are brilliant." This moment, they all smiled with relief, feeling more satisfied with Arlen's promise than with the mutton in their hands. Having followed Arlen for so long, they had long regarded him as their military soul and reliance, so how could they bear to part with him? Arlen is indeed different from ordinary people, Ellis thought to himself, filled with admiration. Everyone else wants to go to Yingshan to enjoy the prosperity of the capital. But he was actually willing to stay in the northern frontier. Such a remarkable person is truly a rare find. Ellis's admiration for Arlen deepened, and he became even more determined to befriend Arlen. Time passed slowly. The border troops in Daning were in a state of excitement. Although there was no wine, the great victory still thrilled countless soldiers. They chatted and laughed, sharing their experiences and joys from the battle, having a wonderful time. After finishing his meal, Arlen got up and prepared to return to his tent to wash up and get some rest. After a busy day, he also felt a little tired. But just as he returned to camp, he saw someone already waiting outside the tent. This man was Soren, the commander of Daniel's guards. Upon seeing Arlen arrive, Soren immediately went to greet him. "Commander Pericles." Arlen looked at Soren, frowned slightly, and asked with surprise, "What are you doing here?" Obviously, Soren's waiting at this moment was somewhat strange. "Champion Marquis." Soren immediately bowed respectfully and said, "I have come on the orders of the Daniel to request an audience with the Champion Marquis. The Daniel has important matters to discuss with the Marquis of Champion. Hear the words. Then I'll wash up first and then I'll go." Arlen nodded and said, he was covered in blood which had not yet been washed off. "Champion Marquis," Soren said with a smile. "That's perfect then. His Highness the Daniel is currently waiting at the Prime Minister's residence in the city, where there is a bathhouse. His Highness the Daniel has also prepared fine wine, intending to have a long talk with the Marquis of Champion by candlelight." Soren's smile seemed to hide a deeper meaning, making it hard to fathom. Hear this. Arlen felt increasingly uneasy. What does Daniel want to do? Why is he inviting me to take a bath for no reason, and asking me to drink? Does he want to do something? Arlen pondered to himself that Daniel's behavior this time was indeed somewhat strange. He knew Daniel's character well, and Daniel's sudden and enthusiastic invitation must have had its purpose. After all, historically, Daniel was a prince who rebelled, and he had been preparing for it for many years. As far as Arlen knew, Daniel was already prepared, accumulate wealth to support an army. However, given Arlen's current attributes, he's not afraid of being poisoned or any tricks Daniel might play. If things become clear, that would be even better. It is good. Then go ahead. Arlen remained calm and nodded slightly in response. Say it. Arlen walked towards the warhorse beside the tent and then nimbly mounted it. At this moment, Marvin had already led a group of personal guards, all waiting in formation. Seeing Arlen mount his horse, Marvin waved his hand, and his personal guards mounted their warhorses one after another. The sound of horses' hooves rose. The group headed into the city. Soon, the original site of the Prime Minister's residence of the Northern Yuan dynasty. Although Daniel was a prince, he dared not overstep his bounds in this Yuan capital. He did not dare to live in the palace, which symbolized imperial power, but instead temporarily resided in the Prime Minister's residence. Arlen, led by Soren, arrived at the rear hall of the Prime Minister's residence. A palace came into view. The palace door was half closed, and steam escaped from it. Inside the palace, midst the swirling mist, a bathhouse stands out, its water steaming hot. Daniel was leaning against the edge of the bathtub, his eyes closed, his expression seemingly relaxed, but actually revealing a hint of solemnity. Your Highness, the Marquis of Champion has arrived. Soren's respectful voice came from outside the hall. Daniel slowly opened his eyes, a complex and indescribable look flashing across them, seemingly hesitant yet resolute. He knew that some things had reached a point where they had to be done, and if he didn't act now, he might never have another chance. Please. Daniel spoke in a deep voice, his tone conveying authority. With this command, several maids inside the hall moved lightly and slowly pushed open the hall door. When they saw Arlen standing in front of the door covered in blood, they turned pale, and their faces were filled with fear. He was clearly frightened by Arlen. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say they crawled out of a pile of dead bodies. Help the Marquis of Champion remove his clothes, Daniel ordered unhurriedly. Yes. Although the maids were afraid, they dared not disobey the order and could only step forward cautiously to help Arlen remove his armor and clothes. Every movement was extremely cautious, for fear of offending the seemingly fierce general in front of him. Pericles Yings turned his gaze to Daniel in the bath, who was quite different from usual. In the past, when he first met Daniel or when they were together in the army, he always restrained his sharpness and appeared calm and low-key. But at this moment, amidst the misty vapor, Daniel seemed like a different person, radiating his kingly majesty without reservation, his eyes sharp as an eagle, revealing his innate domineering aura. What exactly is he going to do today? Arlen stared at Daniel, lost in thought. His gaze fell on Daniel, trying to discern a clue from his expression and demeanor. However, Daniel's expression was calm and inscrutable. A sense of vigilance rose in Arlen's heart, along with a great deal of curiosity. He wondered what would happen next and what Daniel's true purpose was. Several maids worked quickly and carefully to remove Arlen's armor and clothes. As each piece of armor and clothing was removed, the shocking wounds on Arlen's upper body were gradually revealed. Both knife wounds and sword wounds clearly show the location of the injuries, and the arrow wounds, some of them have healed, leaving only indented scars. These scars may seem gruesome and terrifying to ordinary people. But for the general, these are testaments to Arlen's years of fighting on the battlefield, medals of his bravery and fearlessness. Behind each scar lies a thrilling battle and a life or death experience. This is what Arlen fought and won. Even Daniel, a man of great experience and who had weathered countless storms, couldn't help but narrow his eyes slightly upon seeing Arlen's body covered in wounds, a barely perceptible shock flashing in them. He has so many injuries. They're all still alive, Daniel thought to himself. If an ordinary person had suffered so many and such severe injuries, they would probably have already died on the battlefield. But Arlen, who is standing before us, not only survived tenaciously, but also gradually rose to his current position and obtained the honorary title of Marquis of Champion. All of this was undoubtedly earned through his hard-won military exploits, fought and baptized in blood and fire. No one can question it. After removing the armor, Arlen showed no embarrassment or politeness as he slowly walked towards the bath. All the armor had been removed, leaving only a jade pendant around his neck. He simply sat down directly against the bathtub. Taking a bath is really comfortable, Arlen sighed. As soon as he entered the pool, Arlen casually wiped his body, and the bloodstains left from the battle that day slowly seeped into the water along his arm, instantly turning the water around him a light red. But since it was Daniel who invited him here, Arlen had few concerns and looked calm, as if it were all just ordinary matters. Subsequently, Arlen tilted his head slightly, a faint smile on his face, and looked at Daniel, asking, "Your Highness, Daniel, is there something important you wish to discuss with me today that you have summoned me here specifically? Since we're here, let's get straight to the point." Upon hearing this, Daniel revealed a seemingly gentle smile and asked in return, "What, can't you call Brother Frostborn over for chat if there's nothing else going on?" His tone was relaxed and casual, attempting to create a friendly and harmonious atmosphere. Arlen shook his head slightly, his smile still on his face, and said, "Your Highness is joking." "Of course, that's not what I meant. It's just that Your Highness is usually very busy with affairs of state. Unless there is something important, I don't think you would specifically summon me." Daniel wanted to get closer, but Arlen's words carried a hint of distance. Although his words were respectful, there was an invisible barrier between them. Daniel sighed inwardly, and the smile on his face became somewhat stiff. Looking at Arlen, Daniel felt a pang of disappointment. He had always hoped to interact with Arlen in a purely military manner, just as he had with other military leaders like Blake, and to treat them with sincerity. But at this moment, he could clearly sense that Arlen seemed to be wary of him. This wariness was not manifested in obvious resistance in words or actions, but rather a deep-seated vigilance that made him feel that there was always something between him and Arlen, making it difficult to truly get close. Daniel took a deep breath, composed himself, and said, "Since the merchants under my command began cooperating with the Marquis of Champion's winery, business has become increasingly prosperous. Nowadays in Baping, our liquor business has almost monopolized the entire market, and the Sydney family's liquor business no longer exists." The words fell. Arlen smirked, a hint of coldness flashing in his eyes, and said, "The Sydney family was able to establish itself in the liquor business only because of my Pericles family's winery. They betrayed me and harmed me. Now that we've ended up like this, it's all our own fault." When the Sydney family was mentioned, Daniel's tone was still filled with intense coldness. After all, they were his mortal enemies. Daniel nodded slightly and continued, "The Sydney family has had a really tough year. Not only did the liquor business plummet, but other trade routes in Baping Prefecture were also almost completely cut off. It's strange. There's a group of bandits who specifically target the Sydney family's merchant caravans, but ignore other merchants. The reason for this is quite intriguing." Talking, Daniel's gaze was fixed on Arlen, his eyes carrying a hint of profound meaning, and the probing continued. Arlen's expression remained unchanged, perfectly calm. Subsequently, Arlen smiled faintly and said, "Evil people will be punished by other evil people. The Sydney family has existed since the Yuan dynasty. Over the years, they have committed countless heinous and outrageous acts. It is only natural that they would have enemies come knocking on their door." Daniel spoke in a calm tone, as if he was simply stating a perfectly ordinary fact. In short, the Sydney family brought everything upon themselves. They were targeted by their enemies, and it had nothing to do with them. Listen to Arlen's words. Daniel narrowed his eyes slightly, a sharp glint in them, and continued to probe. "I have already ordered a full-scale manhunt for this band of mountain bandits. Now we have found some clues. What do you think, Marquis Champion, if I were to wipe them all out in one fell swoop?" It seems so. This question carries a hint of inquiry, but in reality it is still a probe. Most people would find it difficult to withstand Daniel's gaze. But Arlen remained calm and said without hesitation, "The bandits act recklessly, disregard the laws of the Ming dynasty, and harm the people. They should be arrested and brought to justice. If they resist stubbornly and refuse to be arrested, they shall be severely punished, according to the laws of the Ming dynasty. And all shall be executed to uphold the law of the country and serve as a warning to others." Arlen spoke without the slightest hesitation, directly stating his position. It was none of his business anyway, but deep down. Seeing Daniel's increasingly aggressive approach and constant probing into the matter of the bandits and the Sydney family, Arlen's apprehension towards him grew stronger. "They're still testing me, trying to find something on me." Arlen sneered inwardly. Daniel's claim that he had tracked down the bandits was nothing but nonsense. With the rigorous training and superb stealth skills of his blackguards, he was absolutely confident that the Yemen runners of Baping Prefecture would have no way to deal with them. In Arlen's view, Daniel's series of tests were all aimed at gaining leverage over him and taking advantage of the situation. Therefore, how could Arlen allow Daniel to succeed? What the Marquis of Champions said is absolutely right. Daniel nodded, a smile returning to his face, as if he were very satisfied with Arlen's answer. But in fact, He seemed to have completely gotten used to not being able to get any useful information from Pericles Yingxi. Although he felt a little unwilling, he was helpless. Nowadays in Beiping, the liquor business is making a fortune. I wonder if the Marquis of Champion has any ideas on expanding this business to other prefectures, so that our fine wines can be found throughout the Ming dynasty. Daniel changed the subject and brought up a new topic, his eyes filled with anticipation. Arlen shook his head slightly, a calm smile on his face, and said, "Your Highness, doing business requires a steady and cautious approach. You can't take too big a step or you'll easily stumble. Now my family's winery and restaurant have been opened in Daning Prefecture, Liaodong Prefecture and Beiping Prefecture, and they are doing well and making enough money. As for expanding into other prefectures, we might as well hold off for now and make plans later." Arlen's tone was tactful, but his attitude was very firm. In fact, he was politely declining to continue cooperating with Daniel. As his status continued to rise, he had his own plans. If he wanted to continue expanding his business, he preferred to rely on his own strength and did not want to have too much involvement with Daniel. After all, he knew that Daniel was a cunning and scheming man, and dealing with such a person could easily lead to utter ruin if one was not careful. "Although I am not afraid of anything, there is no need for it." Upon hearing Arlen's refusal, Daniel's smile froze for a moment, but he quickly returned to normal. However, a hint of dissatisfaction flashed deep in his eyes. In his view, Arlen's current refusal was undoubtedly a form of disrespect towards him, which made him quite unhappy. This time, the Marquis of Champion insists on going north to pursue Emperor Yuan. Does he know that the northern frontier is extremely dangerous and not an easy task? Daniel's tone became serious, and he changed the subject again. In this regard, Arlen's eyes were firm, and he said without hesitation, "There is no absolutely safe place on the battlefield. The only way to completely eliminate the scourge in the northern frontier is to pursue Emperor Yuan and capture and kill him. As long as he lives, there will never be peace in the northern frontier. Although I, Arlen, am not a particularly virtuous person, as a Cornelius Chinese, it is my duty to protect my homeland and drive out foreign enemies. Moreover, if we can successfully pursue Emperor Yuan and achieve the feat of sealing the wolf's lair, that would be the highest honor for a military general. Wouldn't that be wonderful?" Arlen was filled with lofty ambitions and was determined to pursue the enemy northward. "These are the truth, of course. There's one more thing I haven't mentioned, the imperial seal of the state, a symbol of imperial power which Arlen also wanted. To seal the wolf's lair and dwell in the moorland. Yes, what man doesn't have such a dream in his heart?" Daniel murmured to himself, a deep longing evident in his eyes. It was an aspiration for glory and a pursuit of power. In his heart, the sealing of the wolf's lair was not only a military achievement, but also a symbol, symbolizing his ability and status. Speaking of which, if the Marquis of Champion returns in triumph after this northern expedition, Father and my elder brother will surely bestow upon him great rewards. I wonder if the Marquis of Champion would be willing to come to my Beiping prefecture to serve as a general. If you come, I will do my best to recommend you. The Marquis of Champion can at least be promoted to the position of deputy commander, chief, and may even become the commander-in-chief. He might even be able to control the military power of Beiping Prefecture and Daning Prefecture." Daniel looked at Arlen with a serious expression, his eyes full of expectation. When he asked this question, he was actually a little uneasy, because it concerned whether he could recruit Arlen to his side and had a crucial impact on his future plans. Arlen sneered inwardly, naturally understanding the attempt to win over Daniel in his words. But how could he so easily take the bait? Arlen smiled apologetically, then clasped his hands and said, "Thank you for your kindness, Your Highness, but after the northern expedition succeeds and I go to the capital to report on my duties, I'm afraid my future arrangements will still be to stay in Daning Prefecture. According to His Highness Ellis, His Highness the Crown Prince intends to hand over the control of the Jiangsu Guard to me. Moreover, I've heard that a capital city may be established in Daning Prefecture or Liaodong Prefecture in the future. Therefore, this humble general still wishes to stay there and guard the northern border for the Ming dynasty." Arlen was polite and tactful, but his refusal was very clear. Hear this, the smile on Daniel's face vanished instantly, replaced by a clear look of displeasure. The chill in his heart was even greater. Arlen's words were undoubtedly another rejection of his attempts to win him over, and his attitude was firm, leaving no room for negotiation. In his view, Arlen was pretending to be confused when he knew the truth, deliberately ignoring him, which made him feel very frustrated. At that moment, the atmosphere inside the hall instantly became oppressive, as if an invisible haze was hanging over the two of them. Although Daniel harbored many grievances and resentments, he also understood that continuing to argue today would be futile. Then, Daniel suppressed his emotions and said calmly, "In that case, I wish the Marquis of Champion all the best in his future endeavors." Now, Daniel's tone was cold, devoid of his previous enthusiasm and expectation. Arlen naturally sensed the displeasure in Daniel's tone, but he didn't care. Arlen calmly replied, "Then thank you for your blessing, Your Highness. After a day of fighting, I am quite exhausted. If Your Highness has nothing else to say, I will return to my camp to rest." "Say it." Arlen slowly stood up, preparing to leave. Arlen's action was undoubtedly a way of showing Daniel that he would not be swayed by Daniel's attitude. Arlen naturally sensed the displeasure in Daniel's tone, but so what? "You're ambitious, they want to win me over. But Pericles Yink won't fall for it." Moreover, Daniel was wrong from the beginning. Arlen would never be loyal to anyone, whether it was Evander or Zachary. Arlen nowadays is constantly using the Ming Dynasty's warships to strengthen himself, obtain more treasure chests, and gain more attributes. Loyalty? Ridiculous, non-existent. "In that case, Marquis Champion, please return." Daniel's tone grew increasingly cold, carrying a chilling undertone. Now that he had determined that Arlen could not be subdued, he no longer concealed his emotions, and his attitude became indifferent. Arlen didn't say anything more, and immediately stood up from the baths. Water splashed everywhere. However, just then Daniel's eyes narrowed sharply as he stared intently at the jade pendant around Arlen's neck, his eyes filled with shock and disbelief. "Wait!" Daniel suddenly called out, his voice tinged with urgency. Arlen stopped and turned around, a hint of doubt in his eyes, and asked, "Your Highness, do you have any further instructions?" Daniel's gaze remained fixed on the jade as if he were frozen in place. After a while, he then came to his senses and said with a smile, "The jade pendant around your neck looks quite extraordinary. I have seen countless rare treasures in this world, but I have never seen such a unique and beautiful jade." Daniel's smile held a hint of curiosity as he tried to conceal his inner shock and panic. Arlen looked down at the jade pendant around his neck, a keepsake left to him by his grandmother, which held great significance for him. Arlen calmly replied, "This was left by my grandmother. Perhaps our ancestors were high-ranking officials, which is why they left us this piece of jade. In my humble opinion, it merely carries the memories of our ancestors, and I don't find anything particularly special about it." That's the truth. But Daniel's eyes never left the jade, and his curiosity grew stronger as he said, "May I take a look? I have always been quite knowledgeable about fine jade, and I really want to take a closer look at the texture and carving of this piece of jade." Talking. Without waiting for Arlen to refuse, Daniel casually wrapped a piece of cloth around his neck and walked eagerly toward Arlen. Arlen thought to himself, "Daniel is really strange today. With his status, what kind of beautiful jade hasn't he seen? Why is he so interested in my jade? Is he just making an excuse?" But Daniel was, after all, a prince with a noble status, and the other party did not show any malice at the moment. Seeing Daniel's enthusiastic and interested expression, Arlen hesitated for a moment, but ultimately did not refuse, thinking that it was just a quick glance at the other party. There shouldn't be any problem. Then Arlen took a towel from the maid and casually wrapped it around his waist. Then he slowly took the jade from his neck and handed it to Daniel. The moment Daniel received the jade pendant, he appeared calm on the surface, but in reality, his pupils dilated instantly, and his heart was filled with turbulent emotions. How is this possible? How could this be? Daniel was screaming wildly in his heart. This jade pendant. This jade pendant was clearly buried in the imperial mausoleum back then. How could it still be here? Could it be? Could it be? At this moment, Daniel's heart was filled with terror, a fear he had never felt before, as if he had discovered a secret that could overturn the entire Ming dynasty. On that jade pendant, the character Blake is clearly visible. It was the posthumous title that Evander personally bestowed upon an ancestor. Daniel was very familiar with this character, as it carried a secret history of the royal family. Now, this jade pendant, which should have been buried deep underground, has appeared on Arlen's body. How could Daniel not be shocked and terrified? "Your Highness, have you seen enough?" Seeing Daniel holding the jade pendant and remaining silent for a long time, Arlen grew impatient and finally asked, All he wanted to do at that moment was to retrieve the jade pendant, return to camp to rest, and end the day's exhaustion. Daniel seemed to wake from a dream, raised his head, looked at Arlen with a serious expression and said, "Marquis of Champion, I wonder if you would be willing to part with this jade pendant. I am willing to pay a hefty sum to buy it, and I will not haggle over any price you ask for." Daniel's eyes were filled with longing, as if he was genuinely interested. Arlen shook his head without hesitation and said firmly, "Daniel, this jade is a family heirloom. The steward of my family has instructed that it is a family heirloom and cannot be sold no matter how much money is offered. It holds special significance for me, and I hope your highness will understand." Arlen revealed an undeniable determination. This jade pendant was an heirloom, priceless. Upon hearing this, a strong sense of disappointment flashed in Daniel's eyes. He had originally held onto a sliver of hope that his status would allow Arlen to sell him the jade pendant, but now it seemed that hope had been completely shattered. Seeing Arlen's calm yet somewhat indifferent gaze, she had no choice but to slowly hand over the jade pendant. "Your Highness, I shall take my leave." Arlen took the jade pendant, hung it back around his neck, then turned and strode away from the main hall. Watching Arlen's figure gradually disappear from the main hall, Daniel's eyes were filled with complex emotions: shock, doubt, resentment, and deep worry. He really is Pericles Corey Arlen. When I first saw him, I felt that his eyes and temperament were familiar, and now it seems that I was right. But how is this possible? He was clearly dead, and I even watched him being buried. How could he possibly come back to life? Could there really be gods and immortals in this world? Or did Mother do something that no one knows about back then? Now, Daniel's mind was in complete turmoil, with countless questions swirling in his head. He couldn't understand what was going on at all. Daniel was simply thinking of taking this opportunity to test Arlen and see if he could win him over and use him for his own purposes. Unexpectedly, this casual glance led him to discover this earth-shattering secret. If this news gets out, it will surely cause an unimaginable shock throughout the entire Ming Empire. Daniel was quite certain that the jade pendant belonged to Pericles Corey Arlen in the past. Back then, he personally witnessed this jade pendant being buried in the Imperial Mausoleum along with Pericles Corey Arlen. Now, it has appeared on Arlen's person, which is no coincidence, considering all of Arlen's circumstances. When he enlisted, his age was deliberately inflated by the Sidney family, and his real age matched Pericles Corey Arlen's perfectly. His eyes were just like Pericles Corey Arlen's, as if they were carved from the same mold. All the clues pointed to a startling conclusion. Arlen was Pericles Corey Arlen, his nephew, the eldest son of his elder brother Zachary, the former levy of the Ming Dynasty emperor, and also Evander's most beloved grandson. Now, Daniel stood alone in the bath as if frozen in place, completely still. His eyes were vacant, his thoughts already drifted far away. Everything around him seemed irrelevant. He was completely immersed in his own world, shocked and troubled by this enormous secret. The maids serving him all lowered their heads, their eyes darting around, not daring to breathe or make a sound, for fear of disturbing Daniel, who was deep in thought. These maids were originally palace maids in the Yuan Emperor's palace, but as the Ming army's iron cavalry breached the Yuan capital, their dynasty collapsed instantly. Now, they are under the control of the Ming army, and as palace maids, they will be reduced to slavery. They knew that Daniel, as a prince, held the power of life and death and was unpredictable. If they were to be careless and offend this prince, they would surely face certain death. "Let's all go back." In the suffocating silence, a deep voice drifted from the depths of the inner sanctum. Yes, upon hearing this, the maids felt as if they had been granted a pardon and hurriedly knelt down in gratitude. Their movements were hurried and flustered. They didn't even have time to look up at the source of the sound before they turned around and hurriedly retreated out of the hall. As they left the main hall, they slowly closed the doors, remaining cautious and careful not to make the slightest noise. Doran, holding Buddhist prayer beads and dressed in a black Doran's robe, slowly walked out from the inner hall. When he saw Daniel, who was standing motionless in the bath, he frowned slightly, a hint of concern flashing in his eyes. Doran coughed lightly, took a few steps forward, stood by the bath, and slowly said in a tone of persuasion, "Your Highness, since this person is difficult to win over, then you should make a decision as soon as possible." The prince has always been worried that he holds military power in the northern frontier, which may become a major threat to the prince in the future. In my humble opinion, there are two ways to deal with this person. Doran paused slightly, deep in thought and calculating. First, we should find a way to kill him on the battlefield in the northern frontier. In this way, we can naturally eliminate a major threat to our lives. Secondly, we should find a way to keep him away from the northern frontier, preferably so that he never gets involved in the court again and remains a powerless official in the capital. In this way, we can keep him firmly under control and he will be nothing to fear. As Doran spoke, he observed Daniel's expression. But Daniel remained standing there blankly, his eyes vacant, seemingly ignoring his words. "My lord, what's going on?" Doran couldn't help but wonder to himself. In his view, although Daniel was frustrated because he could not subdue Arlen, he would never be so absent-minded. But Doran had no idea. At this moment, Daniel's mind was already occupied by that shocking secret, and it was not about his inability to subdue Arlen at all. Daniel fell into deep thought, completely stunned. It was all because of that jade pendant, because of Arlen's identity. At this moment, hearing Doran's voice, Daniel sighed, slowly turned his head, and said with great bitterness, "Monk, do you still remember my initial worries about Arlen? You suspect he is the levy of the Emperor." Doran naturally thought of this immediately, as Daniel had mentioned his concerns when they first met. Daniel naturally had nothing to hide from his trusted advisor. "Your Majesty, even now you still have this doubt. When the purple star moved in the past, the levy of the Emperor perished. This was partly due to fate and partly due to destiny. It cannot be disobeyed. When the levy of the Emperor was buried, did your Highness not see it?" Doran sighed and shook his head, his eyes even showing a hint of disappointment. Obviously, Daniel's performance this time greatly disappointed him. To worry so much about one person shows a loss of regal bearing and composure. But this time is different. I can confirm his identity now. Daniel stared at Doran with a serious expression. "Huh." Doran looked at him in surprise. "He is my nephew, Pericles Corey Arlen." Daniel sighed, his tone heavy, as soon as these words fell. Doran also lost some of his composure and immediately said, "Impossible. Perhaps this does sound too outlandish, but it's true. Just now, I saw the jade pendant that my father specially made for Pericles Corey Arlen. It has the character Blake on it, which is the title of royal honor that my father posthumously conferred on Pericles Corey Arlen. And this jade pendant was just hanging around Arlen's neck," Daniel said with a wry smile. "This is impossible. I saw that jade back then. I personally witnessed it being buried. Moreover, if it really exists, there should be 2 pieces of jade, not 1. Doran's expression changed and he said very seriously, 2 pieces of jade. 1 piece is called Blake and the other is called Huai. Blake was a posthumous title of nobility conferred by Evander, while Huai was a posthumous title. Naturally, they have different meanings. If this one has appeared, the other one must be here too." "He just didn't carry it with him," Daniel said in a deep voice. "Is your Highness so certain that it's a piece, instead of coincidence? After all, the world is so big, there are bound to be many coincidences. Who knows, maybe that piece of jade just happened to be the same as Arlen's." Doran still held onto a sliver of hope, or rather, he didn't believe that Pericles Corey Arlen was still alive. After Pericles Corey Arlen and Empress Pierce died, he performed all the rituals for the deceased. Is the person dead or not? How could he not know? Although Doran was a Doran, he was well aware of the saying that the dead cannot be brought back to life. It wouldn't be such a coincidence. Moreover, I am certain that this piece of jade is the same one that was buried in the Imperial Mausoleum with Pericles Corey Arlen. The design of this jade is exactly what our royal family's craftsmen made. Every member of the royal family has one. The jade pendant on my body is the same." Daniel sighed and took out a jade pendant from under his clothes. If Arlen were to see this piece of jade, he would be absolutely astonished, because the style, texture, and craftsmanship of this jade are exactly the same as the one he is wearing. "Your Highness, is it really certain?" Doran's expression had completely changed at this moment. "Yes," Daniel nodded emphatically, his expression bewildered, as if he had lost his soul. Obviously, he understood better than anyone what Pericles Corey Arlen's return would mean for the Ming dynasty. And the current Pericles Corey Arlen is more terrifying and more powerful than before. If he truly regains his identity, no one will be able to deal with him, and no one will be able to shake him. It's not just because of his past privileges. It is also because of his terrifying achievements in the military, from humble beginnings to becoming the world-renowned Marquis of Champion. He started from humble beginnings. He became a hero of the Ming dynasty, in defeating the northern Yuan cavalry, which alone is enough to earn the respect and admiration of countless people. Once he regains his status, his prestige will be unmatched. It received Daniel's definite affirmation. Just like Daniel, Doran's expression instantly darkened, after going on for quite a while. Doran slowly spoke, "The dead cannot be brought back to life. How is this possible? How could he still be alive? Could this be the Emperor's arrangement? No, that's even more impossible. If Pericles Kori Arlen was still alive, the Emperor would never have sent him to Beiping Prefecture, much less made him a commoner. Certainly not placed him on the perilous battlefield. Now, even with Doran's wisdom and resourcefulness, after much deliberation, he could not see through the current situation, because neither of these scenarios makes sense. At first, the Empress has passed away, the levy of the Emperor passed away, the whole nation grieved, and the entire court wept. That's not something you can act out. Moreover, the current Emperor would never risk the life and death of his beloved and most favored grandson. There's no need for it. But what the hidden story is completely unimaginable. So, I was just thinking about it too, but I just can't figure it out. What is the reason behind this? Why did Pericles Kori Arlen come back to life? Why would they crawl out of the imperial tomb? Daniel asked in a deep voice, deep in thought. Could someone have robbed the imperial tomb and taken this jade pendant? Doran wondered. However, as soon as he said that, he naturally knew that it was untenable and impossible. Daniel gave a wry smile and looked at Doran. The imperial mausoleum is heavily guarded. There are thousands of guards stationed there. Which tomb raider would dare to enter the imperial mausoleum? They would be courting death. So, there is no other possibility. And even if there are 1,000 hidden reasons, they are irrelevant now, because the important thing is that Pericles Kori Arlen is still alive, Daniel said slowly. Doran nodded, then stared intently at Daniel's face and asked in a deep voice, "What are your thoughts at this moment, Your Highness?" Daniel remained silent, staring intently at Doran. Feeling Daniel's gaze, Doran was not afraid. Instead, he smiled. "Does the prince want to kill me and destroy everything? Your Highness's plans are now unknown to others." Doran smiled and immediately understood Daniel's thoughts. For many years, Daniel's ambitions were completely unknown to anyone. Not even his many generals. But only Doran knew. The root of everything lies with Doran. If you kill him, Daniel's ambitions remained unknown to others, and in the future he could still honestly serve as a vassal king, guarding the northern border of the Ming dynasty. "You said it's come to this point now. Shouldn't I kill you? Everything you said is true. Now that Pericles Kori Arlen is still alive, even if it is true, as you say, that my elder brother will not live long, as long as Pericles Kori Arlen is alive, the crown prince of the Ming dynasty will not be anyone else. I have no chance of winning against him. What you call a white hat? How can that be taken seriously?" Daniel said coldly, his eyes flashing with murderous intent. "Indeed." Doran nodded, but then said, "Now only you, Your Highness, know his identity. If he can't return to Yingshan, or if the Emperor and the others don't see the jade pendant, how will they know that Arlen is Pericles Kori Arlen? There is still room for maneuver in all of this." "Hear this?" Daniel said in a deep voice. "After seeing his jade pendant, my first thought was to buy it and hide it away forever, thus cutting off any possibility of Arlen regaining his identity. But he refused, and he had no fear of me whatsoever. Others fear imperial power, but for ordinary people, given my status, it would naturally agree if I personally asked for jade pendant, but he didn't care at all, and he has a deep sense of distance from me. From the first time we met, he was full of suspicion towards me. I don't understand this matter either. Why is he so wary of me? I have never been too overbearing in front of him. I have always treated him with courtesy. Of course, today is an exception." Daniel's face was full of contemplation, reflecting his apprehension and even fear of Arlen, and listening to Daniel's words. Doran didn't say anything more. He could tell that Daniel was truly afraid. Subsequently, Doran walked directly to the side, took Daniel's sword, threw it at Daniel, and then stepped forward to stand in front of Daniel. "Your Majesty, since you have already made your choice, then kill this humble Doran." Doran clasped his hands together and closed his eyes, clearly prepared to face death. Daniel took the sword and stared at Doran, whose eyes were closed, a look of struggle appearing on his face. He couldn't pull out his sword no matter what he tried. If you let him kill Doran, you will be killing his ambition. It extinguished his ambition to seize the throne. So many years, Daniel couldn't bring himself to give up completely. That supreme position, how could I not want to, after going on for quite a while? It seems The Daniel does not wish to kill this humble Durin. Doran slowly opened his eyes, a slight smile on his face. Seem, he had already seen through Daniel. You can decide what to do next. I will not interfere in anything. Daniel's eyes flashed with coldness as he slowly spoke. Hear this? Doran immediately nodded. Your Highness, rest assured, this humble Doran will naturally handle these matters properly. The border army camp in Daning. Arlen lay down on his bed in his camp, holding his jade pendant in his hand. Daniel's expression was so strange just now. Could there be something strange about this jade? For a prince to value it so highly, could it really be some extraordinary treasure? Arlen examined the jade pendant carefully, looking it over from top to bottom. Although the quality was indeed good, it probably wasn't worth a fortune. But Daniel actually wanted to exchange it for 10,000 gold pieces. It seems I'll have to ask Uncle Mossgrove in detail later what makes this jade pendant so special. As for Daniel, now that we've completely broken ties with him, there's nothing left to hold us back. We probably won't see each other much in the future. In the end, he was too cunning, and always seemed to have ulterior motives towards me. Arlen put the jade pendant back into his clothes, lost in thought about Daniel. Forget it, I'm too lazy to deal with it for now. Let's open the treasure chest first. I've hoarded so many treasure chests again, 4 tier 1 treasure chests and 7 regular treasure chests. It's another gamble. Arlen was too lazy to think about Daniel anymore. Opening the treasure chest was the only way to go. Immediately, open all the treasure chests, Arlen ordered. Host's command, open all treasure chests. Open a normal treasure chest. Received 1,000 taels of silver. I have obtained a copy of the book Fine Fabric Weaving Techniques. I have obtained a copy of sucrose extraction method. Obtained 1 bottle of minor rejuvenation pill. Obtained 5 bottles of bigu pill. Acquired 50 fine steel swords. Obtained 5 bottles of bigu pill. Open the first level treasure chest. Obtain the low-grade Elmer rank Overlord's 3 slashes. Get 5,000 taels of gold. Obtained a high-grade yellow rank acquired inner skill. Obtained the yellow rank high-grade turtle breathing. Technique. The panel directly displays the message. A fine steel sword, not bad. A low-grade Elmer level martial skill. The name sounds very imposing. Overlord blade triple slash. The acquired internal energy cultivation should be about refining internal energy. Turtle breathing technique, is it for feigning death? Come on. Since it's been approved for quality, it will eventually be useful. Looking at the treasures he had drawn this time, Arlen remained calm, since they were all ordinary treasure chests and first-tier treasure chests. The next day, in Yuandu City, after the cleanup by tens of thousands of logistics troops, has been completely eradicated. However, within the city, Ming soldiers were frequently seen escorting surrendered Yuan soldiers, and Yuan soldiers hiding among the common people were also heading out of the city. Of course, those nobles who originally belonged to the Yuan court, along with their families, were taken away. Their fate was inevitably to be reduced to slavery and become slaves. The battle of the fall of the capital. Obvious, great influence. This time, the number of people in the Yuan capital who will be demoted to slavery will be no less than 50,000. And this doesn't even include the nobles of other cities. In the northern Yuan, having conquered the territory, there are bound to be gains. One point is to confiscate the property of the northern Yuan nobles. Otherwise, the expenditure would be too great, and the national treasury would obviously be unable to bear it. The main hall of the northern Yuan imperial palace. All the generals of the northern expedition gathered here. In Samson's hands, she already held the imperial edict from Yingshan. Generals, the imperial edict has arrived. Samson looked at the generals in the hall with a serious expression. Hear the sound. All the generals looked at Samson, each gaze filled with anticipation. Obviously, although the northern border is dangerous, it also represents the greatest opportunity. Emperor Yuan did indeed flee, but whoever can catch up with him, capture him, or kill him, that would be the greatest achievement of this battle, even greater than the achievement of capturing Yuandu, and to seal the wolf's lair and dwell in the moorland. These 4 words. This was undoubtedly the most moving thing for the military generals. Neither Arlen nor Rufus could resist the allure of those 4 words. This is the highest honor for a military general in Chinese history. Whoever accomplishes, it will be remembered for eternity. And so, many generals, despite knowing the dangers of the northern frontier, still flocked there. That's the reason. Danger also means opportunity. Fighting for the Ming dynasty. Vowing to follow the general to the death. Generals, obey the decree. Samson held the imperial edict with a serious expression. "Your Majesty, we respectfully await your decree." All the generals bowed in reverence. The emperor, by the order of heaven and the mandate of heaven, declares, "Now, we have achieved victory in the northern expedition and have reached the last 2 Arlan cities of the northern Yuan capital. We are about to breach the city and attack the Yuan capital. A great victory is about to be achieved. For our great Ming dynasty, conquering the Yuan capital is not a difficult task. But this northern expedition, our goal is not to capture Baiyuan cities, but to completely annihilate Baiyuan. Let the northern Yuan cease to exist. After capturing the Yuan capital, we must continue our northern expeditionary force to pursue and destroy the northern Yuan, so that the northern border of our great Ming will be free from war. We're not concerned with the specific troop movements. We will ensure that the Ministry of War provides a continuous supply of provisions and supplies until the northern expedition is truly successful." Samson read it aloud, her face serious, after the imperial edict was read aloud. Samson closed the imperial edict and looked at the generals in the hall. "Generals, although the Yuan capital fell, the northern expedition was not completed. Now that Emperor Yuan has fled to the northern frontier, what strategies do you generals have for deploying troops?" Samson asked in a deep voice. "Your Highness, General, the northern Yuan has collapsed. There's no need to think too much. We should drive straight in, storm the northern frontier, and capture the Yuan emperor alive," Rufus immediately said. The Rufus is thinking too simply. If the northern frontier were really that simple, our Chinese dynasties would not have been helpless against the northern barbarians and could only defend themselves. The northern frontier is vast, even larger than the territory of my central plains. Moreover, the land is vast and sparsely populated, and one could easily get lost in the northern desert and eventually die from exhaustion of food supplies. Moreover, with the battle lines stretched out, our army's logistical support simply couldn't keep up. Under these circumstances, how can we capture the Yuan emperor? How can we destroy the northern Yuan? Seeing how easily Rufus spoke, Frederick couldn't help but speak up. Although he was not good at commanding troops, he had a solid theoretical foundation. After all, there were books about the defense of the North and the wars fought in various dynasties, which can be found in books. You'll know the situation once you get to the battlefield. Now it is time to head north and pursue them. Do not disappoint the Emperor's expectations. With 300,000 troops at our disposal, the northern Yuan army is completely routed. What is there to fear? Rufus said coldly. If the northern frontier is so easy to conquer, then Rufus, feel free to try. Just don't harm my Ming soldiers, Frederick retorted without any politeness. Please give the order, General. This humble general is willing to lead the army into the northern frontier and capture Emperor Yuan alive. Rufus didn't bother with further words and directly bowed to Samson, requesting permission to take the order. This humble general believes that we should think this matter through carefully and prioritize stability, Frederick immediately said. See this. Samson did not make a decision immediately, but instead looked at Arlan, who had not spoken. Marquis of Champion, what is your opinion on this matter? How should we mobilize troops against the northern Yuan? I saw that I had been identified. Arlan also stepped forward slowly, his face serious. This humble general still maintains the same point. When we charge into the northern frontier, the Angus Ning border army will go first. Angus Ning is now entirely composed of cavalry. If you give me half a month's worth of rations, I am willing to charge into the northern frontier and capture or kill the Yuan emperor. This word, Arlan was extremely serious, with an unprecedented solemnity. When Arlan had assembled a full force of cavalry, he had already planned to penetrate deep into the northern frontier and capture and kill the Yuan emperor, just as he had done when he annihilated the Jurchens. Does the Marquis of Champion only intend to lead his 40,000 cavalrymen into the northern frontier? Samson's expression changed, naturally understanding what Arlan meant. In the battle of the northern frontier, infantry were completely unable to exert their combat power. Venturing deep into the northern frontier was a matter of life and death. Only by charging into battle with cavalry can one roam freely across the northern frontier. Having fought for several months in the Jurchen territory of the northern frontier, I have the experience to fight there. I am confident that I can capture and kill the Yuan emperor in this battle. I request the general's permission, Arlan solemnly pleaded once again. Champion Marquis, you need to understand. Once you venture deep into the northern frontier, your chances of survival are slim. Even isolated and helpless, Samson said in a deep voice. This humble general is certain that the infantry of the Northern Expeditionary Army is currently incapable of capturing or killing Emperor Yuan. Only by relying on the cavalry can it be accomplished. To achieve the Emperor's victory in the Northern Expedition, we must take risks. Only in this way can we succeed, Arlen said in a deep voice. Hear this. Samson looked thoughtful. With this imperial edict, the outcome of the current Emperor's Northern Expedition has been determined. If it is not completed, then this Northern Expedition cannot be considered a great victory. Just as Arlen said, the infantry did not achieve much in this battle. Because the tribes of the Northern Yuan could migrate north to other places and hide in places where their Northern Expeditionary Army could not find them. From ancient times to the present, through every dynasty, when the Northern barbarian tribes weakened, they would migrate north and hide in various places. Even though the Cornelius Chinese army was powerful, they could never find their hiding place and could not defeat them. Once the Cornelius army withdraws, they will gradually return to their original places. General. That battle defeated the 100,000-strong army of the Northern Yuan. The border army of Angus Ning had 40,000 cavalry, while our army also obtained many war horses and had nearly 40,000 troops. This way, my Northern Expeditionary Army has nearly 100,000 cavalry. Since the Marquis of Champion wants to use cavalry to invade the northern frontier, I am also willing to personally lead a large cavalry force to invade the northern frontier. This humble general is going to compete with the Marquis of Champion, this time to see who can capture and kill the Yuan Emperor, and who can make such a tremendous contribution to the Ming dynasty in dismantling the northern Yuan. Seeing Arlen request permission to order the cavalry to pursue, Rufus couldn't help but agree immediately. This moment, they seem evenly matched. An invisible sense of tension permeated the hall. After all, after this northern expedition, it is entirely conceivable that the Ming dynasty may not have any wars for a long time in the future, and this battle will be crucial for military officers to be promoted. Although Rufus had already received a promise from Crown Prince Zachary that as long as he made meritorious contributions in the future, he could be recommended to become a duke. But Rufus still wanted to be the Duke of Caleb, and to be a Duke of Caleb in a very prestigious way. He must strive to earn the credit for this battle. General, that's what I think. What the Marquis of Champions said makes sense. This battle, infantrymen venturing deep into the northern frontier, would be tantamount to suicide. All our Northern Expeditionary Infantry can do is advance step by step northward to attract the attention of the Northern Yuan, while the Marquis of Champion and the Rufus can lead cavalry into the northern frontier. Perhaps only in this way can we have a chance to capture the Yuan Emperor. This time, Daniel, who had been standing aside as if nothing had happened, finally spoke. His immediate response was to agree with the decision to send cavalry into the northern frontier. After all, given his perspective, this is the only way things can be done now. Of course, just as he echoed, in that vast northern frontier, infantrymen were of little use, and artillery and various heavy weapons were difficult to transport. If the supply lines were to be established, the Northern Yuan would surely launch an attack, which would be impossible to defend against. Only cavalry. By attacking and killing in one place, we can sustain our war effort through continuous warfare, and thus survive in the northern frontier. Marquis of Champion Rufus, since you too are so confident, you also have the will to serve the Ming dynasty and dismantle the Northern Yuan. How could I refuse? Samson looked at Arlen and the other person with a serious expression. At this moment, Samson had no other choice. Besides relying on cavalry to deal with Emperor Yuan or even capture him, Samson also knew that infantry could not do the same. The only hope lies with the cavalry. If the Northern Yuan is not disintegrated, then this great victory in the Northern Expedition will not be a true victory. Marquis of Champion and Rufus, heed my command. Samson immediately spoke, her expression serious. Your subordinate is here. Arlen and Rufus immediately responded and bowed. Angus Ning has 40,000 cavalry. I will replenish your cavalry to 50,000 and transfer 10,000 cavalry from the Beiping army to join the ranks. As for Rufus, I will also grant you sufficient war horses to replenish your cavalry to 50,000. 2 armies, totaling 100,000 cavalry, will march into the northern frontier. Their mission is to capture the Yuan Emperor or completely dismantle the Northern Yuan royal family and nobles, thus destroying the order of the Northern Yuan, Samson said in a deep voice. The last general takes orders. Arlen and Rufus said in unison, "Let's take on this mission." This is of great significance to Arlen, to seal the wolf's lair and dwell in the moorland, the national jade seal. Both of these are things Arlen definitely wants to obtain. No one could stop him. As for Rufus, his thought was also to achieve the feat of sealing the wolf's lair, and using this achievement to ensure that there were no objections to his title of Duke, thus solidifying his status as Duke. As for the infantry, I will personally lead the attack against the Northern Yuan. Kill the enemy when you encounter them, and try to draw the Northern Yuan away as much as possible. Create an opportunity for the two generals. As for the rations carried by the army, Samson paused, then looked directly at the quartermaster. Tonight, the cooks will work without rest, and as quickly as possible, they must prepare 20 days' worth of rations for every soldier going on the expedition. This subordinate obeys. The quartermaster immediately responded. "All right, generals, is there anything else you would like to add? Speak freely now." Samson scanned the generals in the hall with a serious expression. Now, the general outline has been decided. Next, it would be Arlen's or Rufus's turn to fill in the gaps, besides dry rations. "I also need enough arrows. Each cavalryman must be equipped with 100 arrows, Arlen added without hesitation. This humble general feels the same way. Rufus retorted, not to be outdone. In short, this time he was going to have a final showdown with Arlen. This is the achievement of sealing the wolf's lair. He was determined to achieve the feat of capturing and killing Emperor Yuan. "I will allocate all the arrows in the army, prioritizing the needs of the cavalry." Samson immediately nodded in agreement. After that, the generals submitted their reports one by one, and there was not much left to do. The decision to head north to the northern frontier has been made, under the full leadership of General Shadowvale Arlen, since today. The cooks began preparing rations with all their might, while supplies such as arrows, bows, and crossbows were also transported to the cavalry. It only takes 2 days. The location of the Great Wall. This was once the homeland of the Cornelius people. This section of the Great Wall is now decayed and in disrepair, naturally due to the long-term occupation by the Northern Yuan. Great Wall. After this battle, the battle to rebuild the Great Wall of China will begin. Before the decaying Great Wall, 40,000 cavalrymen from the Daning Border Army and 10,000 cavalrymen from the Beiping Army stood tall. Each soldier's warhorse was equipped with ample rations and water. Every soldier wore a red uniform, black armor, and a helmet, with 2 quivers and a bow hanging on their backs. Every soldier stood solemnly in preparation. "Bros, do you know what a magnificent feat we are about to accomplish today?" Arlen rode his black eagle, stood at the front of the formation, looked at the tens of thousands of Ming soldiers in front of him, and shouted loudly, "Follow the general and crush the Northern Yuan. Follow the general and capture and kill Emperor Yuan." Countless soldiers answered in unison, their voices filled with fighting spirit and high morale, each one carrying absolute trust in Arlen. Although the Yuan capital was captured and the Yuan city was taken, of course, the Northern Yuan dynasty has not yet been destroyed. The calamity in the northern border region remains unresolved. We will mobilize our troops today. This is the true deception behind the northern expedition of our great Ming dynasty. Only by capturing and killing the Yuan emperor and dismantling the Northern Yuan can the peace of the northern border of our great Ming last, and the people of the northern border of our great Ming survive. We will mobilize our troops today. My brothers will follow me, Arlen, to storm into the northern frontier and do what Archibald, the Archibald general, did. I, Arlen, am shameless to have been granted the title of Marquis of Champion, and I shall naturally fulfill the responsibilities of this title. This battle is extremely dangerous. In the northern frontier, the chances of survival are slim. But for the sake of the Ming dynasty and the people of the northern frontier, we have no choice but to fight. Brothers, are you willing to follow me, Arlen, into the northern frontier and annihilate the Northern Yuan? Arlen raised his battle sword high and shouted in a majestic voice, "Follow the general to the death! Follow the general to the death!" 50,000 soldiers, whether they were the border troops of Daming or the cavalry of Beiping, all raised their long swords and shouted in unison. Each one of them was filled with high morale. Each one carried the belief that victory was certain, that they were fearless, and that they would die on the battlefield. This battle, I would have no regrets even if I died. In the past, the Mongols trampled through the gates of our Chinese nation and enslaved our Chinese people. For 100 years, in the past, when our Cornelius dynasty was strong, the Marquis of Champion slaughtered a foreign tribe and one man fell from his horse. Today, the offense and defense have changed shape. All soldiers follow me and charge into the northern frontier. Destroy the northern Yuan. Arlen raised his battle sword and swung it. Suddenly he spurred the horse's belly. Todd Raphael let out a neigh. They were the first to charge towards the north. Follow the general to the death. Kill. 50,000 cavalrymen shouted in unison, spurred their horses forward. Followed Arlen, crossing the ruins of the Great Wall that had been neglected for years and ravaged by the northern Yuan, and marching northward. They marched towards the already weakened northern Yuan dynasty. This battle. Arlen led his troops, as soldiers of the Ming dynasty and as soldiers of China, to completely defeat the northern Yuan. This battle. Even if I die wrapped in a horse's hide, even if I die fighting in a foreign land, I will have no regrets. This battle. We are fighting for the sake of future generations. We must fight. The Imperial Palace of Yingshan Prefecture. Olof Chinese letter / Heaven Serving Hall. Let's start playing, Your Majesty. Great news. Just received the news. Uingsindhu has been captured by our Northern Expeditionary Army. From this day forward, all of my former Wildmoor territory within the Great Wall has been reclaimed. The Northern Yuan dynasty's fate is sealed. With overwhelming excitement, Lester held the report of victory and announced it loudly. Now, even as a high-ranking official, he could not hide the emotion on his face. Yuan capital has fallen. The Northern Yuan's fate is sealed. We congratulate His Majesty. Our great Ming dynasty will last for 1,000 autumns. Long live the Emperor, long live the Emperor, long live the Emperor. The entire court of civil and military officials followed suit, shouting excitedly. Regis's talent. Now, for the entire Ming dynasty, the victory of capturing the Yuan capital was no less significant than Arlen's direct defeat of 100,000 northern Yuan cavalry. It was enough to inspire the people of the Ming dynasty and become the greatest source of encouragement. They broke through the Yuan capital, stepping into the Yuan court. This news was especially encouraging for the newly established Ming dynasty and its people who had suffered greatly during the Yuan dynasty's rule. Yuanting, more than 100 years ago, after they entered the Central Plains, they established their corrupt dynasty on this land that belonged to the Cornelius Chinese. Although this dynasty was short-lived. But for the Cornelius Chinese, this is a history filled with humiliation. Under the rule of the Yuan dynasty, the Cornelius people suffered all kinds of injustices and oppressions. Their dignity was trampled on at will, and even when a Cornelius person got married, their first night was offered to a Yuan nobleman, until the emergence of the Ming dynasty. Evander's sudden rise to power led countless Cornelius Chinese to rise up in rebellion, vie for the throne, and ultimately overthrow the tyrannical rule of the Yuan dynasty, reshaping the Cornelius dynasty. No doubt, Evander is a hero of all Chinese people. However, the existence of the Yuan dynasty was always like a sword hanging over the heads of all Cornelius people, constantly threatening them. Now, the Yuan capital was successfully captured by the Ming dynasty's Northern Expeditionary Army, and the last city of the Northern Yuan within the Great Wall was completely eliminated. This major victory not only meant that the Northern Yuan would have no place to stand on the land of China, but also marked the complete loss of their dynasty name. From then on, the Northern Yuan would revert to a nomadic tribe, and their threat to the Ming dynasty would be greatly reduced. Now, faced with the continuous congratulations from the court officials, Evander sat upright on the dragon throne. A joyful smile appeared on his old face. The capture of Yuandu was undoubtedly exciting news, but it was still quite a distance from his grand expectations. His heart was set on completely dismantling the Northern Yuan and making the Yuan dynasty, which had brought endless suffering to the Cornelius people, disappear completely. He wanted to disintegrate the grassland tribes that had been united under the name of the Northern Yuan, splitting them into several independent and warring regimes. After all, the difference in the strength of the threat posed by the unified Northern Yuan to the Ming dynasty, compared to the numerous separate tribes, is quite obvious. Once the Northern Yuan splits, the various tribes will inevitably fight among themselves for limited resources, leaving them too busy to care for themselves and thus unable to pose a significant threat to the Ming dynasty. This is the true purpose of the Northern Expedition. My lords, Evander began slowly, his aged yet authoritative voice resounding throughout the hall. OF Chinese letter / Heaven Serving Hall. Moment. The previously enthusiastic praise in the hall immediately ceased. All the ministers showed respect, and their eyes were all fixed on Evander on the dragon throne. Although the Yuan capital has fallen, the northern Yuan has not been destroyed. Evander, with a serious expression, glanced at the assembled officials below and solemnly said, "The Northern Expeditionary Army still needs to consolidate its gains before continuing its campaign. Before we captured Yuandu, we had already issued an order for the army to continue north. If this battle cannot completely disintegrate the Northern Yuan, it cannot be called a true great victory. Only when the name of the Northern Yuan ceases to exist and the northern frontier is no longer unified can we achieve a great victory." Vander's words were filled with unquestionable authority, as he declared to the entire court what victory he desired in his northern expedition. The Ministry of War is keeping a close eye on the battle results in the northern frontier and will inform us immediately of any developments. Evander then added, his gaze turning to Leicester, "I accept the decree." Upon hearing this, Leicester immediately stood up from the court ranks, picked up his court tablet, and respectfully accepted the imperial decree. "Father." At this moment, Pericles Zayankian took a few steps forward, turned around, and said to Evander with a serious expression, "Winter will arrive in 3 months at the latest. In other words, my Northern Expeditionary Army only has 3 months left. If a decisive victory cannot be achieved within 3 months, I propose that the Northern Expeditionary Army be withdrawn. Northern Xinjiang is often windy and snowy, and it is also a place of extreme cold. If we go deep into northern Xinjiang, we may be wiped out. This matter requires careful consideration." When Zachary said these words, his expression was serious, and his eyes revealed deep worry. He was well aware of the harsh environment of the northern frontier, the extreme cold of the north, and the enormous risks that a large army might face if it ventured too far into the region. Upon hearing this, Evander's face showed a thoughtful expression. After a brief moment of contemplation, Evander slowly nodded and said, "What the Crown Prince says is absolutely right. 3 months, then let the Northern Expeditionary Army move for another 3 months. The Northern Expeditionary Army must safely withdraw back to Ming territory before the snow covers the desert. We will reward you handsomely once the Northern Expedition is successful." Evander spoke loudly, his voice filled with trust and expectation for the Northern Expeditionary Army. In this battle, which general was the first to breach the Yuan capital, Evander changed the subject, turning his gaze to Leicester in the court and asking a question. "Let's start playing, Your Majesty." Leicester quickly stepped forward and respectfully replied, "In this battle to capture Yuandu, Marquis Arlen was the first to break through the city and enter Yuandu. Afterwards, he pressed on and stormed into the Yuan Emperor's palace. He personally killed the northern Yuan Morgan. This battle not only resulted in the capture of Yuandu, but also the capture of countless nobles within Yuandu. According to the report sent back by General Shadowvale Arlen, more than 60,000 northern Yuan nobles were captured in this battle, and they have all been reduced to slaves. The wealth of these nobles will be confiscated and transported back to the capital in batches." Leicester spoke clearly and logically, never daring to slack off in the slightest. In his conversation, he also reported on Arlen's victory in capturing Yuandu. "It's Arlen again. Good." Evander smiled and praised him, but now there are no surprises, because it would be strange if Arlen didn't achieve any military merits. "What we have gained in the northern Yuan will surely increase the national treasury," Zachary said with a smile, "this northern expedition. Although it is a huge drain on national strength, if we win the war, we can replenish the national treasury and make up for the deficit by acquiring the abundant resources from the defeated country." This time, Emperor Yuan dared not make a sound when he fled. Although he took a lot of treasures from the palace, Yuandu City was, after all, the capital of the Northern Yuan dynasty, where nobles gathered, and one can imagine how rich their family property was. Simply confiscating the property of these nobles might be enough to bring the Ming dynasty a considerable fortune. And this does not include important supplies such as war horses, cattle, and sheep obtained from the Northern Yuan. If all these factors are taken into account, the Ming dynasty will definitely not suffer a significant loss in this battle, and may even have a surplus. "Ragnar," Evander said after a moment's thought, "your subject is here." Upon hearing the Emperor's summons, Ragnar immediately stood up, straightened his clothes, and bowed respectfully. "Immediately dispatch officials skilled in calculation from the Ministry of Revenue to the northern frontier to compile a complete and detailed account of all the gains from this battle. Whether it's gold and silver, or cattle, sheep, and war horses will keep a clear record of everything." Evander's expression was serious, showing that he attached great importance to this matter. Furthermore, the Ministry of War warned the generals in the Northern Expeditionary Army that the rewards we bestowed upon them were what they deserved. If we do not bestow these spoils of war, they will all go into the national treasury. If anyone dares to embezzle, we will absolutely not let him get away with it. As Evander finished speaking, his tone became extremely stern, and a cold glint flashed in his old eyes. He knew human nature well. During wartime, some generals might succumb to temptation and embezzle spoils of war. This behavior not only harms the interests of the Ming dynasty, but also seriously affects the army. Therefore, he must sound the alarm in advance to serve as a warning to others. The national treasury was severely depleted after the war. The maintenance and development of various regions urgently require a large amount of money. Various necessities for people's livelihood, such as building water conservancy facilities and providing relief to disaster victims. Necessities for the army, such as purchasing weapons and provisions, and even the salaries of officials. Every expenditure was like flowing water. Perhaps the expenses of a few people are insignificant, but the expenses of the entire Ming dynasty are an enormous figure, like a heavy mountain weighing on the shoulders of the court. Therefore, the wealth obtained this time must be treated with care in order to replenish the national treasury. I accept the decree. Ragnar and Lester exchanged a glance, both seeing a solemn look in each other's eyes. "Let's start playing, Your Majesty." This time, Manfred stepped forward and said respectfully, "Today, I received a report from the Ministry of Rights Department of Receptions. The King of Goryeo sent an envoy to plead with the Ming dynasty to send troops to suppress the Goryeo rebels. And it was stated that if the great Ming dynasty was willing to send troops to help, Goryeo would forever be a subject of the great Ming dynasty." When Lou Manfred said these words, he reported in a calm tone. About it, they had to wait for Evander's approval. Upon hearing this, Evander was slightly taken aback, then sneered. "Goryeo, a barbarian country, is dreaming too much. In the past, we paid tribute to the Northern Yuan and became its vassals. We even had to send troops to aid the Northern Yuan and resist our Ming dynasty's conquest of Liaodong. If it weren't for the bravery of our Ming soldiers who took Liaodong first, Goryeo would probably have really become an enemy of our Ming. We haven't even settled accounts with Goryeo for this grudge yet, and the King of Goryeo dares to come and beg our great Ming to save him." Vander's words were full of sarcasm. He was extremely dissatisfied with the fickle nature of the small country of Goryeo. In his view, Goryeo's opportunistic behavior was utterly despicable. The Northern Yuan is now weak. Now that the Ming dynasty is strong and Goryeo is about to be destroyed, it actually wants to pay tribute to the Ming dynasty and become its vassal, and it even wants the Ming dynasty to send troops to help it. That's a nice thought. What the emperor said is absolutely true. Manfred quickly chimed in. According to the report from the Ministry of State Affairs, the chaos in Goryeo is intensifying. The Goryeo king's army has been repeatedly defeated by his former general, Eldrin, and has even reached the outskirts of the capital. Perhaps not long from now, Goryeo will usher in a change of dynasty. Moreover, Eldrin revered our great Ming dynasty. His officials expressed their reverence for the emperor and the great Ming dynasty through the Ministry of Personnel. He stated that once the internal turmoil in his country ended, he would definitely send envoys to pay tribute to the Ming dynasty. Manfred further elaborated on the situation within Goryeo, giving Evander a more comprehensive understanding of the situation there. "Prince." Evander turned his gaze to Zachary and asked directly, "What is your opinion on the situation in Goryeo?" In recent years, although the Ming dynasty has focused all its efforts on internal affairs, mainly targeting the Northern Yuan, it has been committed to reclaiming lost territory and restoring the Cornelius Chinese homeland. However, within the vast territory of the Ming dynasty, there were also many small countries bordering the Ming. Under the might of the Ming dynasty, some small countries respected it and voluntarily submitted, paying tribute regularly to demonstrate their loyalty. Others, however, overestimated their strength and attempted to oppose the Ming, even deploying troops on the border to challenge its authority. But for these small countries, they were merely minor troubles for the Ming if war were to break out. Dealing with them would not be difficult. The Northern Yuan, however, was the true threat to the Ming dynasty, like a sword hanging over its head, constantly threatening the Ming's safety. "Father," Zachary pondered for a moment, then said with great confidence, "Your subject thinks that we should let Goryeo fight amongst itself. This Eldrin is a smart man. He knows how to get along with my great Ming in the future. After this successful northern expedition, the northern Yuan will no longer be able to form a tripartite balance with our great Ming. If Eldrin dares to provoke the great Ming, then let him know what the might of the great Ming is." When Zachary said these words, his face carried the confidence of a crown prince of a great nation, exuding an air of imperial dominance. Upon hearing Zachary's words, Evander's face immediately showed emotion. He nodded approvingly and said, "Zachariah is right. These words already have the air of an emperor." Evander's voice was filled with satisfaction and joy. He was very pleased with Zachary's performance. In his view, Zachary had fully matured into a responsible and strategic crown prince, possessing the ability to govern the country, and more importantly, the ability to deal with external affairs. Hearing Evander's praise, the court officials were naturally not surprised. After all, the relationship between the current emperor and his son is harmonious, unlike the tense and confrontational situation of previous dynasties. The current emperor trusts the crown prince implicitly and has no concern whatsoever that the crown prince will usurp the throne. Because in the emperor's eyes, everything in the future would belong to Crown Prince Zachary anyway, and everything he did was to pave the way for the Crown Prince and help him to better inherit the throne and govern the country. But father. Zachary changed the subject, smiling as he looked at Evander and said, "In just over 3 months. The end of the year will be approaching, and next year there is a major event that our court needs to handle with all its might." As Zachary spoke, his eyes sparkled with anticipation, as if he was already filled with longing for this momentous event. "Yes." Evander nodded slightly and said with emotion, "Unbeknownst to us, the imperial examination 3 years have passed again. I wonder if this will bring many talented people to our great Ming dynasty." Evander's face also showed an expectant expression, as he knew the importance of talented people to the country. Each imperial examination was an important opportunity for the Ming dynasty to select talents. He hoped that through this imperial examination, he could recruit more pillars of the nation and inject new vitality into the prosperity of the Ming dynasty. "Father, our great Ming dynasty is a land of outstanding people and abundant resources, with countless talents emerging. This special imperial examination will certainly not disappoint you," Zachary said with a smile, his tone resolute. He knew that countless talents were hidden across the vast territory of the Ming dynasty, just waiting for an opportunity to stand out and serve the country. "Inko is the way." Evander nodded, then said gently, "The special imperial examination will still be overseen by the Crown Prince, with the Ministry of Rights providing full support." Still, Evander had complete trust in Zachary, and naturally had no worries about entrusting such an important imperial examination to him. "Your son obeys your order," Zachary responded immediately. "Your subject obeys the decree." Lou Manfred immediately accepted the order, as he naturally had the responsibility to fulfill the important duties of the Ministry of Rights in the special imperial examinations. The special imperial examination was an important way for the Ming dynasty to select officials, so it was naturally extremely important. After the founding of the Ming dynasty, except for the first imperial examination, which was personally presided over by Evander, all subsequent imperial examinations were presided over by Zachary. This was also to cultivate Zachary's own faction, since the officials selected after the special imperial examinations, personally overseen by Zachary, were all the Crown Prince's proteges. These people will later serve Zachary wholeheartedly and become his capable assistants in ruling the world. Correct. Evander seemed to suddenly remember something. Has the Ministry of War recorded all of Arlen's military achievements? "Your Majesty," Lester replied hastily, "the Marquis of Champion's military achievements have all been recorded. Moreover, it's not just the Marquis of Champion. All the generals who have made meritorious contributions in the Northern Expedition, and all the officers above the rank of Vice Commander, have had their battle achievements recorded. Once the Northern Expedition is successful, the Emperor can reward them according to their merits." When Lester spoke, his words were clear and logical, leaving no room for error. "So good." Evander smiled with satisfaction and nodded. He was very satisfied with the rigorous attitude of Lester in charge of the Ministry of War. The Ministry of War did so, and the records of the rewards and honors were kept. This is the only way to ensure that the soldiers' efforts are rewarded and to motivate them to fight bravely on the battlefield. Then Evander looked thoughtful, as if he had thought of something important. The Marquis of Champion has made numerous military achievements in this northern expedition. His wife and children have been in Yingshan for a long time. The Crown Prince once summoned them, so we should meet them too. Evander said slowly, his tone revealing a hint of concern. Yunki, after the court meeting is over, go and convey my oral decree. Bring Arlen's wife and children to the palace for an audience. We will bestow upon you a feast as a reward. This naturally expresses the high regard for Arlen. This slave takes the order. Upon hearing the emperor's order, Gawain immediately stepped forward and respectfully responded. The Pericles family mansion. Mother, come and catch me. Mother, in the spacious courtyard of the Pericles residence. Arlen has been on the expedition for nearly 9 months. When they parted, Regis was only a few months old. Now she is over a year old. At first they could only take unsteady steps, but now they can run happily. He was dressed in an exquisite white and gray gown. Regis inherited the excellent genes of her father and mother and was very cute. Her pink face was like a ripe apple, making people want to pinch it. It's foreseeable that he'll grow up to be a dashing and handsome young man. Of course. Compared to his father Arlen's fierce and valiant military bearing, Regis had a more scholarly air about him. His eyes were bright and intelligent, as if he were full of curiosity about everything around him. Regisser, your bottom is just itchy. Sydney Jemima followed behind her son, a helpless smile on her face. He's always causing trouble. Sydney Jemima gently scolded him, but her tone was full of doting affection. She didn't understand what it meant to be disliked by dogs even at 1 or 2 years old before, but now Sydney Jemima completely understands. This little guy seems to have endless energy. He's always running around the house, never still for a moment. He's really reached an age where even dogs would find him annoying. This time, Elijah walked towards them and immediately picked up little Regis in his arms. His movements were gentle and practiced, as if he had done this countless times before. Uncle Mossgrove. Soon as Steel Regis saw Elijah holding her, she immediately broke into a bright smile. Full of innocence and joy, "You're back," Regis asked excitedly. "Did you bring me anything to eat?" As she spoke, Regis's eyes widened, filled with anticipation. "My young master wants something to eat, so of course this old servant will bring it to him," Elijah said with a smile, looking at his young master with an exceptionally warm smile and eyes full of love for Steel Regis. Subsequently, Elijah pulled a rice ball directly from his sleeve. It smelled delicious. "Grandpa Ivan is still the best." Regis happily took the rice dumpling and immediately said ingratiatingly, "Young lady." Elijah, holding little Regis, turned to face Sydney Jemima. He bent his back slightly and bowed, showing no less respect even though he was regarded as an elder by Mr. and Mrs. Pericles. Sydney Jemima looked at her son wriggling in Elijah's arms and asked, "Uncle Mossgrove, do you think I should find a tutor to teach Regisser to read and write?" Elijah looked down at Regis, who was blinking his big eyes in his arms, and said, "Young master is only a little over a year old. Isn't he a bit too young?" "Although he is young, I feel that he is more boisterous than a 3 or 4-year-old child. I have boundless energy every day." Sydney Jemima shook her head helplessly, then leaned closer and lowered her voice, her eyes shining. "And this little guy is indeed very smart. When I was in the study, he was playing by the desk and actually memorized more than a dozen words and could even read them out." Regis seemed to understand the praise. Suddenly she broke free from Elijah's embrace, stumbled to the stone table and pointed her chubby finger at the calligraphy left by Sydney Jemima, mumbling indistinctly, "Heaven, earth, man, the young master is so amazing." Elijah looked on in astonishment, completely unexpected. He's only 1 year and 3 months old and he can already read, after all. It is indeed very rare for a 1-year-old to be able to recognize characters. And this, no doubt, was the effect of the talent that the panel had given Regis that caused him to be born with the random talent of politics. It contains many things. Literacy is naturally one of these skills, as only those who can read and write can handle government affairs. Regis's ability to recognize characters so quickly is a testament to his talent. Sydney Jemima squatted down and stroked her son's head. "I tried a few more times, teaching him different words, and he really remembered them all. Talking." Sydney Jemima looked up at Elijah, her eyes full of expectation. "Uncle Mossgrove, don't you think we should invite a doctor?" "Hear this?" After a moment's thought, Elijah nodded immediately. His eyes filled with satisfaction for Regis. It seems that we really need to find a tutor to teach the young master to read. Such talent cannot be wasted. Hear the words. Uncle Mossgrove, could you please take the time to see if there are any learned teachers available? Sidney Jemima said immediately, then a faint smile appeared on her pretty face, so that he won't just be mischievous all day. Elijah thought for a moment, then his eyes lit up and he suddenly said, Young madam, I think if the young master really has a talent for learning, then we should find him a few more teachers. We will invite scholars specializing in the classics, history, philosophy, literature, rights, law, politics, and other subjects. Then we will see which subject the young master prefers. If the young master is truly talented, then our Pericles family will indeed produce a future top scholar, Elijah said happily. Great idea. Sidney Jemima clapped her hands and laughed, agreeing immediately. Anyway, Uncle Mossgrove, you can go and find someone. As long as they are suitable, our manor will offer them a high salary. It is good. Yvonne Fugang agreed. Suddenly, I heard hurried footsteps approaching. Guard on duty outside the mansion hurried over and immediately bowed. Madam, Steward Yvonne, Imperial guards have arrived outside the mansion. They are all wearing red cloaks and seem to be from the palace. I wonder what business they have with you, madam. P.S. Please support me by following my lead, thank you. Sidney Jemima's anxiety. Regis is very curious, hear this. Sidney Jemima didn't dare to delay at all. He quickly walked out of the mansion. Elijah naturally followed closely behind. Now that Arlen is not at home, although Sidney Jemima is opinionated, she still needs to discuss many things with Elijah. The fact that the Imperial guards have come this time means it is definitely a big deal. Not a moment. Outside the house. To the eye, an old eunuch stood waiting in front of the mansion gate with a warm smile, surrounded by Imperial guards. When I saw this old eunuch, Sidney Jemima was startled. She immediately recognized the old eunuch in front of her as the chief eunuch who had come to deliver the Imperial edict that day. Gawain, I wonder what important matter you have to discuss. Sidney Jemima walked over quickly and asked nervously, Madam Pericles, please don't worry. This old servant is here on the Emperor's orders to invite you and your son to the palace for a chat, Gawain said with a smile. To have a chat in the palace, Sidney Jemima was even more apprehensive. After all, I've been in Yingshan for so long. Why am I suddenly being invited to the palace? Although she had already met the Crown Prince, Sidney Jemima still felt an indescribable awe towards the legendary emperor of the Ming dynasty. After all, there were rumors circulating among the common people about the emperor and his son, the Crown Prince. Some say that the current emperor, Evander, is as majestic as the heavens and extremely fierce. Others say that Evander is capricious and will kill people at any time. However, for ordinary people, many of Evander's stories were positive because he came from a poor background and had a strong empathy for the common people. He hated corrupt officials and profit-driven merchants the most. In short, there are countless rumors about Evander, but one thing is certain, this emperor did not have a good temper. Madam Pericles, don't be afraid. This summons from the emperor is a good thing. The Marquis of Champion has once again distinguished himself in the northern frontier, capturing the capital of the northern Yuan and winning countless victories. Since the Marquis of Champion has not returned this time, the emperor, as a reward, specially summoned Lady Pericles and her son to the palace for an audience and hosted a banquet for them. And His Highness the Crown Prince is also here, Gawain said with a smile, having naturally noticed Sidney Jemima's worry. Hear this. Sidney Jemima was slightly relieved. Hearing that His Highness the Crown Prince was there made them even more reassured. Although she had only met Zachary once, her first impression of him was that he was very gentle and approachable. With him around, nothing bad should happen. May I ask, Your Excellency, when will my wife and son enter the palace? Sidney Jemima asked respectfully, not daring to overstep her bounds. His Majesty specifically instructed that I should simply accompany this old servant into the palace, Gawain said with a smile. Does this lady need to prepare anything? Sidney Jemima asked immediately, but then I came to my senses. Sidney Jemima immediately looked at Elijah. Uncle Mossgrove, quickly go and bring a case of the finest wine in the manor. You can't go to see the emperor empty-handed. Yes, young mistress. Elijah nodded immediately, then told the guards to move it. See this. Yunki did not try to stop him. Father-in-law, this humble woman will go and take care of my son, Sidney Jemima said respectfully. Then he turned around and went into the mansion to hug Regis. Not a moment. Sidney Jemima then carried Regis out and Elijah had also prepared a case of wine and liquor, the moment Gawain's gaze fell on Regis's face. This. Gawain's eyes narrowed, and his pupils involuntarily dilated. He was clearly taken aback. As an elder in the palace, having served Evander and Empress Pierce for a long time, how could he not know Pericles Corey Arlen, looking at Regis in front of him? His appearance was indeed remarkably similar to that of Pericles Corey Arlen in the past, if not 10 parts. And at least 7 or 8 parts were similar, as if they were carved from the same mold. "Father-in-law, shall we leave now?" Sidney Jemima asked gently, looking at Gawain, who seemed a bit dazed. This brought Gawain back to his senses, and he immediately nodded. "Please, Madam Pericles, get into the carriage." Aside. A member of the Imperial Guard immediately placed a step on the carriage and drew back the curtain. Sidney Jemima carried Regis and boarded the carriage. Gawain, however, seemed somewhat bewildered. So similar. They look exactly alike. This world is truly full of wonders. There are 2 people in the world who look so alike. If I hadn't seen the levee of the Emperor with my own eyes, I'm afraid I would have thought it was the levee of the Emperor when he was a child. Gawain thought to himself, looking at the carriage in front of him. Gawain felt a renewed sense of worry. I hope the Emperor won't be saddened if he sees this little fellow. Now, Yunki couldn't help but overthink it, but he quickly came to his senses. He immediately turned around and got into the carriage, naturally escorted by himself. They were protected by the Imperial Guard. The journey was naturally smooth and unimpeded. However, the Sidney family, who had been closely monitoring the Pericles family, naturally received the news immediately. "Master, our informant outside the Pericles residence just received the news. Sidney Jemima has been taken to the palace. Moreover, we also received a message from the Imperial Court. The Yuan capital has been captured by the Northern Expeditionary Army. From then on, the Northern Yuan dynasty was no more and once again became a nomadic country. It is said that the general who captured Yuan capital was Arlen." Steward Sidney entered the inner hall and reported to Sylvan with a grim expression. The words fell. Sylvan's old face looked extremely ugly. Every time Arlen made a contribution and stood out, it naturally made him uneasy. "Ugh," Sylvan sighed. "Sidney Jemima, have you still rejected the Sidney family's offer of goodwill?" "Master, we have tried many times, sending gifts to their door multiple times, but as soon as the people from the Pericles family hear that it is my Sidney family, they immediately beat us with sticks. Sidney Jemima clearly doesn't want to have any connection with my Sidney family anymore. Nowadays, because of Arlen, the Pericles family is a rising star in the court. Many people even know about the connection between the Pericles family and my Sidney family. In order to curry favor with the Pericles family, many people have severed their ties with my Sidney family. Now, this old servant doesn't know what to do either," Steward Sidney said with a bitter smile. In this regard, Sylvan also looked regretful and even more so resentful of being suppressed multiple times. "Arlen, Sidney Jemima, we should have just gone all the way from the beginning. If we had gone to extremes, things wouldn't be like this today," Sylvan said coldly. Realizing that he could not ease tensions with the Pericles family, Sylvan regretted not having taken drastic measures earlier. "How's business in Beiping?" Sylvan asked. "The situation is very bad. For nearly a year, all of my trade routes in Beiping have been cut off. Now, my Sidney family's businesses in Beiping are all losing money. Cloth, jade, tea, and everything else are being targeted. Moreover, even if we use other families to transport goods, those bandits seem to have received intelligence in advance and are always able to deal with us precisely. The trade routes to Beiping have been completely cut off. Moreover, the government has no way to deal with this band of mountain bandits. They can't stop them at all," Steward Sidney said with a wry smile. "If the trade routes to Beiping are blocked, then let's give up," Sylvan said through gritted teeth, filled with resentment. "Master, should we make a big fuss about this, preferably even to the point of involving the Imperial Court? If the Emperor were to learn that such rampant bandits exist within the borders of the Ming dynasty, he would surely be furious," Steward Sidney suggested. "But this move might offend the Daniel. After all, Beiping Prefecture is his vassal state." Sylvan hesitated. "Now that you, sir, are already considering giving up the business in Beiping Prefecture, what difference will it make if we offend the Daniel? Again, now, the most profitable liquor business of my Sidney family in Beiping Prefecture has been taken over by a restaurant that suddenly appeared, as well as the Pericles family's restaurant. If there is no Daniel behind this old servant will definitely not believe it. That's it. It's better to go all the way. As long as the imperial court knows about these bandits, and we can use the court's power to wipe them out, we can make Arlen suffer great loss, Steward Sidney said coldly. Hear this. Sylvan looked thoughtful, finally, nodded. You're right. Since business in Baping Prefecture is no longer viable. Then let's go all the way. Why not just report this to the imperial court? Isn't Arlen using these bandits to target my Sidney family? Then I'll make sure his entire band of bandits dies, Sylvan said coldly. Master is wise, Sidney said immediately. And Sylvan gave a cold smile and then said, send people to spread the word in Yingshan Prefecture that the wife of the Marquis of Champion, Sidney Jemima, is disrespectful to her father and relatives. Master, this move may damage the Pericles family's reputation to some extent, but it doesn't seem to mean anything else. And it will completely offend the Pericles family. Furthermore, if we investigate Sidney Jemima thoroughly, she is not a member of the Sidney family at all. Sidney hesitated. In his opinion, if we continue to offend the Pericles family and Arlen, the outcome will definitely be unfavorable. Even if she's not a member of the Sidney family, she still grew up in the Sidney family. In China, filial piety and righteousness come first. I want to ruin Sidney Jemima's reputation. As for whether it will be effective, we'll see. Since we're already locked in a life or death struggle, even if it doesn't work, I'll still make them suffer, Sylvan said coldly, his voice filled with hatred. In his opinion, he had already made concessions many times, but Arlen and Sidney Jemima refused to accept them, which naturally made him dissatisfied. In this way, then let's fight to the bitter end. Although the Sidney family had been merchants for many years, they had no dirt on them. Even if Arlen was an official under the framework of the Ming Dynasty's laws, he had no way to deal with him. Where will the business in Baping Prefecture be moved to after it is abandoned? Sidney asked. Dadong Prefecture or Anding Prefecture are both fine. Let's gradually shift our focus, Sylvan sighed. The Imperial Palace. Although the Eastern Palace is located within the Imperial Palace, it has not been explored in depth. And today, riding in a carriage, enjoying a privilege that even ordinary ministers could not receive, the carriage entered the palace and arrived at the Hall of Literary Profundity. This was also where Evander routinely processed memorials. Quickly, the carriage stopped. Madame Pericles, we have arrived, Gawain said with a smile. Then got off the carriage and pulled back the curtain. With a sense of trepidation, Sidney Jemima led Regis down from the carriage. Regis, however, was not afraid of this situation at all. The little head looked around curiously. Mother, this place is huge. There are still many soldiers. Regis's big eyes widened and she spoke in a childish yet curious voice. Regisser, this is the palace, the place of the most powerful person in the world. You can't speak carelessly. You're not allowed to open your mouth without your mother's permission, Sidney Jemima said, staring at Regis very seriously. Seeing his mother's serious expression, Regis nodded, though somewhat reluctantly. Emperor, this old servant has brought Madame Pericles and her son. Gawain stood outside the main hall and respectfully addressed the people inside. Come in. Evander's aged yet authoritative voice echoed from inside the hall. Madame Pericles, please come in. Gawain turned his head and smiled slightly. Call. Sidney Jemima calmed herself down, but she was still feeling incredibly nervous. He held Regis's small hand tightly and slowly walked into the main hall in front of him. They entered the main hall. What greets you is an indescribable sense of awe and solemnity. It seems that Evander's presence also brought a sense of silent authority. Where the emperor is, there lies the might of heaven. How could Sidney Jemima not be nervous? We finally entered the main hall. Sidney Jemima glanced at it out of the corner of her eye. Inside the main hall, Evander sat upright on the dragon throne, reviewing documents at his desk, while Zachary stood by, helping to watch over the documents and raising his own objections. When Sidney Jemima walked in, Your Majesty, I, your humble wife, and my son pay our respects. Sidney Jemima said in a slightly trembling voice and bowed. Because they held an imperial decree, they did not need to kneel. Regis looked on curiously and followed suit with the bow, but when he raised his head to look, Sidney Jemima pressed his head down. Sidney Jemima is now afraid that her son will displease the emperor. After all, the rumors are somewhat based on preconceived notions. In Sidney Jemima's heart, Evander was also the kind of emperor who was capricious and unpredictable. She was naturally afraid. Meanwhile, Zachary wore a warm smile. Hear the sound. Evander slowly raised his head, a smile appearing on his dignified old face, though he still exuded an indescribable sense of oppression. No need for formalities, rise. Evander raised his hand. Thank you, your majesty. Sidney Jemima immediately thanked him and slowly stood up straight, but still kept her head down. Even Regis's head was pressed down by Sidney Jemima for fear that the little guy would offend the emperor. After all, children can't care about so much. Looking directly at the emperor is disrespectful. Sidney Jemima was naturally very clear about these rules. Evander looked at Sidney Jemima with a hint of curiosity. Looking at her appearance, she is indeed outstanding, and her temperament is also quite good. Good. Arlen has found a good wife, Evander praised with a smile. Thank you for the compliment, your majesty. Sidney Jemima replied immediately, speaking nervously and daring not to be disrespectful. But this time, Regis, whose head had been pressed down by her mother, finally couldn't take it anymore and said somewhat angrily, Mother, you're pressing down on my head and it hurts so much. That clear, childlike voice immediately drew Evander's attention to Regis. Be honest with me, this is the royal palace. Sidney Jemima lowered her voice. P.S. An old woman in the village, my childhood friend's grandmother, updated 4,000 words today. But, Mommy, you don't have to keep pressing me down like this. Regis grumbled unhappily, her little face full of grievance. I'm very good. Sidney Jemima ignored him, her fair and slender hand still firmly pressing on Regis's head. Perhaps this was the influence of her father's love, which had transformed into her motherly love. Now, Sidney Jemima was at a loss, her eyes filled with worry. Sidney Jemima was utterly exhausted by Regis's mischievous antics at the manor. Recalling the time when Regis could walk, he was like a little devil, jumping around and causing chaos in the mansion. She worried that this unruly nature would not be restrained in front of the current emperor once he arrived at the palace, and if he committed a serious mistake that violated etiquette, he would be in grave danger. Although her husband had rendered meritorious service, Sidney Jemima remained very cautious. She didn't want to hold her husband back. Saw this scene. Haha, Evander's hearty laughter echoed in the spacious hall, greatly reducing the oppressive atmosphere. This is not the imperial court, nor is it a solemn occasion. There is no need to be so reserved. Little guy, lift your head up and let us take a good look at you. Evander narrowed his eyes slightly, and the wrinkles on his old face revealed a hint of kindness. He was clearly amused by Regis's childlike and cute tone. Hearing Evander's words, Sidney Jemima's heart, which had been hanging in suspense, eased a little. She sighed helplessly and slowly removed her hand from Regis's body, but at the same time whispered a warning. You better behave yourself, or you'll be sorry when we get home. Next moment, like a bird freed from its cage, Regis was not afraid of strangers at all. He quickly and curiously raised his head, his big, dark eyes staring unblinkingly at Evander in front of him. His eyes were full of innocence and curiosity, as if the majestic emperor before him were just an ordinary old man. Of course, children don't really have that many thoughts. It would have been better if he hadn't looked up. The moment he did, Evander was stunned into silence. This. Evander's lips trembled slightly, and his voice became somewhat hoarse, as if something was choking him. His old eyes widened in shock as he stared intently at Regis, his gaze filled with disbelief. Even though Zachary had mentioned Regis's appearance a few months ago, saying that he looked somewhat like his grandson, Evander realized today, seeing him with his own eyes, that it was not just a resemblance, but that they were practically identical. They're not exactly the same, but they are at least 7 or 8 parts similar. Zachary stood quietly to the side, looking at Regis, who was already over a year old, his heart filled with mixed feelings. A faint sadness lingered in his eyes, and he lowered his head slightly, seemingly trying to conceal the complex emotions within him. Regis's face, like a sharp knife, easily sliced open the long-buried wound in his heart, reminding him of all the things that had happened in the past. But, seeing Evander's current state, Zachary naturally understood the reason, but remained silent. He knew that he had not yet fully recovered from the pain of the past, and his father was a man of deep affection and loyalty, so how could he easily let go of the past? Back then, those were their children and grandchildren, whom they had high hopes for and placed their hopes on. What's wrong with Regisser? Sidney Jemima was exceptionally intelligent, and doubts began to arise in her mind. Her peripheral vision darted back and forth between Evander and Zachary, keenly sensing something amiss. No, when the Crown Prince first saw Regisser, he looked just like that, staring straight at her. Could it be that Regisser looks like someone the Emperor and the Crown Prince are acquainted with? A thought flashed through Sydney Jemima's mind, and she immediately thought of the words "old friend." This is the only reason why the current Emperor and Crown Prince showed such shocked expressions when they met Regis. Father. Seeing that Evander had been staring at Regis for a long time with eyes full of infatuation and nostalgia, Zachary couldn't help but whisper a reminder. This call was filled with his concern for his father, and an attempt to pull his father back to reality from his memories. The sound indeed brought Evander back to his senses. No wonder Zachariah said back then that there might be reincarnation in this world. Turns out that's what he meant. Evander was filled with emotion, his old face bearing an indescribable sense of vicissitude. If we hadn't seen it with our own eyes, how could we believe that there are two people in this world who look so alike? He looks exactly like you, high school when he was a child. Sigh, it's a pity that you, is gone. If he were still here, we would probably all think that this little guy is you, A.'s offspring. He looks so much like him. As Evander thought to himself, a deep sense of melancholy spread through his heart. But when Evander raised his head and his eyes met Zachary's, the father and son were of one mind, understanding each other's thoughts. The unspoken understanding in their eyes was forged by years of deep kinship and shared experiences. "Little guy, what's your name?" Evander smiled slightly, his wrinkles smoothing out, his tone gentle and kind. This was a gentle demeanor that the courtiers had never seen before. Perhaps it was Regis in front of him that made him involuntarily think of his most beloved Levi. Now, Evander also felt as if he were in a wonderful dream, where everything seemed so unreal yet beautiful. It's as if his grandson has returned. "My name is Regis Frostborn," Regis answered crisply, her voice childish but serious. "The Pericles of the Pericles family, the Finn of Regis." As she spoke, Regis stretched out her little hand and gestured in the air, looking earnest and adorable. It seems to know how to write its own name. Ha ha. Evander couldn't help but laugh again upon hearing the little guy's answer, his laughter full of doting affection. His eyes darted around, as if he had thought of something interesting, and then he asked, "Do you know what the character means?" When this question was asked, Evander leaned forward slightly, his gaze fixed on Regis, his eyes full of anticipation. "This mother taught me." Regis tilted her head, her eyes darting around, and replied earnestly, "Finn means light, prosperity, warmth, and flourishing." When answering, Regis tried hard to recall how her mother taught her, her little face filled with focus, her serious expression as if she were completing an extremely important task which was extremely cute. Hear this. Evander and Zachary's eyes lit up. They exchanged a glance, a hint of surprise flashing in their eyes. Clearly, no one expected that Regis, at such a young age, would actually be able to answer the question. The scene made the father and son feel as if they had returned to the old days. It was also in this hall of literary profundity that Empress Pierce was still alive, and the family was enjoying a harmonious time together. Pericles Corey Arlen had grown to be 4 years old. Like a lively little monkey, she jumped and skipped around in the main hall, having a great time. Evander sat at his desk, reviewing the mountain of memorials as always, his brush dancing across the paper. "Uncle, aren't you tired of reviewing memorials every day?" Pericles Corey Arlen walked up to Evander with a dissatisfied look on her face, put her hands on her hips, and pouted. "Can't you spend more time with me?" As she said this, Pericles Corey Arlen's eyes shone with longing, filled with anticipation for her grandfather's company. "What do you know, you brat?" Evander didn't even raise his head, his pen still writing non-stop. "What we are doing now is a matter of great importance to the world. Every memorial we submit is enough to affect the world and the fate of our great Ming dynasty. If I go with you, who will handle these memorials? Are you really going to rely on me, kid?" Although his tone carried a hint of reproach, his eyes were full of doting affection. This conversation reveals that Evander interacted with his grandson just like any other grandfather and grandson in an ordinary family, without any barriers, and with great intimacy. "Give it all to Dad." Pericles Corey Arlen answered without hesitation, a sly smile on her face. "Anyway, he's got nothing better to do all day." Indeed, Pericles Corey Arlen was a filial son. When such a good thing happened, he immediately thought of his father. "Hear this. Where has your father been idle?" Evander asked with a smile, putting down his pen and looking at his mischievous grandson with eyes full of helplessness and doting affection. "He comes to bother me every day, and he wants to beat me up for no reason. Don't you think he has nothing better to do?" Pericles Corey Arlen opened her eyes wide and said with a wronged expression, "Hear this. Evander couldn't help but burst into laughter, which echoed throughout the hall. He reached out and patted Pericles Corey Arlen's head, saying, "You brat, we knew you were up to no good, so you came here to hide from your father. Let me tell you, your father is not idle. He has countless affairs to attend to in the Ming dynasty. Or just too young, otherwise you would also be handling affairs." Upon hearing this, Pericles Corey Arlen waved her hands repeatedly, shaking her head like a rattled drum. "Uncle, I'm still a child at the age when I should be playing, talking." Pericles Corey Arlen immediately distanced himself from Evander, as if he were afraid of having him handle memorials. "Have to." Evander looked at his grandson's lively appearance and smiled helplessly. "Since you're here today, then your grandfather will test you. If you were to rule the world in the future, how would you treat the people?" Evander picked up the memorial again, and while reviewing it, he asked with a smile. Upon hearing this question, Pericles Corey Arlen fell silent immediately. He stopped what he was doing and began to think seriously, his expression becoming very serious. After a moment of silence, Pericles Corey Arlen raised her head and said with a firm look in her eyes, "My grandfather has gained the approval of all people and has risen from humble beginnings to become the supreme ruler. But if my Pericles family descendants become arrogant, extravagant, and tyrannical, a new emperor will surely rise one day and take over the Pericles family's empire. If my Pericles family wants to bring peace to the world and ensure the eternal prosperity of the Ming dynasty, we must reduce taxes and levies, enforce the law, punish corrupt officials, and bring blessings to all people. Water can carry a boat, but it can also capsize it. This is the fundamental principle." Pericles Corey Arlen's youthful voice echoed in the hall, each word resounding with conviction. Upon hearing Pericles Corey Arlen's words, Evander's smiling face immediately turned serious. He put down the memorial in his hand, looked at his grandson intently, his eyes full of admiration and satisfaction. But outside the palace, Zachary was about to stride into the hall. But after hearing his son's words, he suddenly stopped, his eyes filled with contemplation. He fell into deep thought. It's easy to imagine that Pericles Corey Arlen's immense favor with Evander and his son, granting him such a prestigious position, wasn't solely due to his noble birth, but also to his extraordinary intelligence. Historically, if Zachary had lived longer and Pericles Corey Arlen had been alive, it's conceivable that the Ming dynasty might not have experienced internal strife that depleted its national strength, and would undoubtedly have achieved an even greater period of prosperity. Let's return to the present moment. This little guy really looks like you. Equally intelligent, equally quick-witted, Evander thought to himself, and to be so young yet so intelligent is truly rare. Now, he looked at Regis with eyes full of affection and admiration, as if he saw the shadow of Pericles Corey Arlen in the past. "Little one, can you read?" Evander asked with a smile, but his words were more of a teasing remark. Looking at Regis, he was also full of curiosity. "I know some characters." Regis nodded, her little head bobbing back and forth, looking very cute. But after saying that, he tilted his head and added, "Mother said she would find some teachers to teach me to read." Regis showed a hint of anticipation on his face, seemingly very interested in learning to read. "You really can read?" Evander asked in surprise. His eyes widened slightly, his face filled with astonishment. Levi was very intelligent when he was young and was hailed as a child prodigy, but he did not start recognizing characters until he was 2 years old. The little guy in front of him was only a little over a year old, yet he could already read and was now seeking a teacher to instruct him. How could this not surprise him? "We don't believe what you're saying, little guy." Evander smiled and shook his head, his eyes full of affection. "Come here, let's see if you can recognize the words on this." Talking. Evander beckoned to Regis with an encouraging smile on his face. Sydney Jemima, standing to the side, looked worried. Her hands clenched unconsciously, and her eyes were fixed on Regis, her heart filled with unease. Regis, like a fearless little warrior, was not afraid at all. With unsteady steps, he ran quickly toward Evander. His body swayed unsteadily, like a duckling that had just learned to walk, looking extremely comical. This sight brought smiles to the eyes of Evander and his son. When Regis ran up to Evander, he found that he was too short to reach the table. He raised his head and looked at Evander, without the slightest fear in his eyes, as if the person in front of him was not an awe-inspiring emperor, but a kind elder. He suddenly climbed onto Evander's lap, gripping Evander's dragon robe tightly with both hands and kicking with his little feet. In 3 steps, 2 steps at a time, like a nimble little monkey, he sat directly on Evander's lap. Seeing this, Sydney Jemima was completely stunned. Her eyes widened, she covered her mouth with her hands, and her expression froze instantly. She was utterly frightened. "Regisseur," Sydney Jemima called out in a low voice, her voice filled with tension and worry. She called out and subconsciously took a step forward, but then dared not go any closer and could only stand by anxiously. But at the moment, for Evander, looking at the little one in his arms, an indescribable warmth welled up in his heart. It was a feeling that touched the depths of one's heart, as if a long-sealed door to emotions had been suddenly opened. For a long time. He hadn't felt this way in a long time. At this moment, Regis felt as if his beloved grandson had returned to his side. Back when Pericles' Corey Arlen was still alive, she liked to climb on him all the time, clinging to him and wanting to be carried or hugged. Those beautiful memories flooded back to my mind like a tide. Looking at Regis in his arms, Evander, the emperor, who was usually as stern as the heavens when dealing with the civil and military officials, felt a special tenderness for the first time after losing his grandson for many years. His eyes became incredibly gentle, and his face was filled with a joyful smile. "Look, do you recognize the words on this?" Evander snapped out of his reverie, gently picked up a memorial he was reviewing, carefully presented it to Regis with an encouraging smile on his face. Regis's eyes widened immediately as if he had discovered a treasure. He stared intently at the memorial, his large eyes quickly scanning the words on it, when suddenly his eyes lit up. "I recognize the characters for heaven, start, record, earth, and person present." Regis excitedly pointed to the words on the memorial and said loudly. His voice was clear and loud. And with each word he read out, his little hand would accurately point to the corresponding word, his earnest appearance making people smile. "You little rascal, we underestimated you." Evander smiled with considerable surprise, his wrinkles revealing his joy. "You actually know him." Clearly, Evander's words were full of praise. He patted Regis's head again, his affection for the little guy growing even stronger. "Yeah, I'm really good at it." Regis proudly raised her head, puffing out her small chest, her arrogant demeanor seemingly proclaiming her prowess to the world. "Once Mother finds a teacher, I will be able to recognize all the characters," Regis said, waving her little fist with confidence. Looking at the little guy's adorable appearance, Evander glanced at Zachary beside him, and the two understood each other perfectly. Then they both laughed in unison. Ha ha ha. Hearty laughter echoed throughout the hall of literary profundity, filled with joy and happiness, as if sweeping away the gloom of the past years. This was a long-awaited laugh, one that hadn't been heard in a very long time. Outside the hall, Gawain, who was serving, and Tristram, the commander of the Imperial Guards on duty, were both quite surprised to hear the laughter. They exchanged a glance, their eyes filled with curiosity. "Gawain, how long has it been since you heard the Emperor laugh heartily?" Tristram smiled and looked at Gawain, asking with a hint of doubt on his face. It seemed like he hadn't heard the Emperor laugh so heartily in a long time. "A long time." Gawain also looked sentimental. He sighed slightly, his eyes filled with reminiscence. Moreover, this was the Emperor's genuine laughter, not the kind directed at his subjects. As he spoke, Yunki shook his head, seemingly lamenting the passage of time. "That's quite a strange thing." Tristram exclaimed in amazement, his eyes widening slightly and his face filled with surprise. His Majesty has always been averse to sensual pleasures, yet today, Madame Pericles brought her young son to an audience, and it actually made His Majesty so happy. He looked towards the main hall, his eyes filled with curiosity. "Yes." Gawain smiled and nodded. However, he didn't say anything explicitly. After all, he couldn't possibly say that the youngest son looked like the former levy of the Emperor. Perhaps this is one reason why the current Emperor is so happy. However, this matter remained a taboo for the palace, and no one dared to overstep it, not even him, an old man in the palace. Inside the main hall of literary profundity, Evander was very satisfied with Regis's performance. His face was always beaming with a smile, and his eyes were full of satisfaction. He hadn't been this happy in a long time. Sydney Jemima. Evander raised his head, looked at Sydney Jemima, and said with admiration in his eyes, "You have taught your son well. He's only a little over a year old and he can already read." Now, perhaps it was because he loved Sydney Jemima that he spoke to her in a very gentle and kind tone. "Your Majesty," Sydney Jemima replied respectfully, bowing her head slightly and saying humbly, "This was not taught by me, but rather he learned it from watching me handle some matters in the household." As she spoke, Sydney Jemima secretly glanced at Regis, her eyes filled with pride. Today really made her proud and made her husband proud too. You learned it just by watching. Upon hearing this, a hint of surprise flashed in Evander's eyes. He immediately picked up Regis from his arms, a joyful smile spreading across his face. It seems this little guy really has a natural talent for learning literature. Who knows, he might become the top scholar of our great Ming dynasty in the future. As he spoke, he gently shook Regis, just as he used to tease his grandson. Regis tilted his head, looking at Evander with curiosity, his big eyes filled with doubt. What is a top scholar? This question is incredibly naive. It's about selecting the most learned person in the entire world within the last 3 years. Evander explained with a smile, his eyes full of patience. Which was rare for him. If the court officials saw this, they would definitely think that the emperor had been impersonated. Only within 3 years, Regis said seriously, her little face full of determination. Then I want to become the most learned person all along. Seeing how adorable the little guy was, Evander smiled and said, then we'll be waiting. Have you found a good teacher for him yet? Zachary looked at Sidney Jemima and asked with concern. As always, he was gentle and kind, making people feel very close to him. Sidney Jemima placed her hands together in front of her abdomen, bowed slightly, and replied respectfully, I have already asked the steward to go and find it. We should be able to find it in a while. Hear the words. Should I help you go look for it? Zachary smiled and looked at Sidney Jemima, saying, there are quite a few learned people in the court. This time, he also had the intention of an elder taking care of a younger generation. Upon hearing this, Sidney Jemima immediately curtsied and said in a gentle yet tactful voice, Your Highness, I thank you for your kindness, but my son is not yet old enough to begin his formal education, so I will find a few tutors to teach him for now. At this point, she raised her head slightly, her gaze briefly shifting between Zachary and Evander, and then respectfully said, When I have truly become accomplished, I will certainly ask His Highness the Crown Prince to recommend some teachers for me. The words came out. Sidney Jemima's tension eased slightly. She started learning to read and write when she was just over 1 year old. It is indeed rare. I still hope he can become a talent, Zachary said, gazing at Regis with great anticipation. I do like it very much. Vander gently stroked the head of young Regis and said with great emotion, After all, his father is so capable, achieving considerable success in commanding troops at such a young age. Although this kid didn't inherit his father's military talent, he does have a talent for literature, which is not bad. The words have not yet fallen. Sidney Jemima seemed to have thought of something and respectfully said, Your Majesty, Crown Prince. I did not prepare any very nice gifts for this trip, but I brought some homemade wine from my home. Please accept this as a gift, Your Majesty and Crown Prince. P.S. I didn't fall asleep until the early hours of the morning yesterday. I couldn't take it anymore. My cervical spondylosis flared up. Upon hearing this, Zachary smiled with delight and said, The Pericles family's winery and restaurant are now quite famous in Yingshan City. Their wines are top-notch brews. I have always wanted to taste it, but I have never had the chance. Since you have brought this today, it would be impolite for my father and me to refuse it. Zachary, being Zachary, skillfully dispelled Sidney Jemima's anxiety with just a few words. My wife and I have both received the Emperor's boundless grace. The wine I am offering is merely a small token of my appreciation. I hope Your Majesty and His Highness the Crown Prince will not find it offensive, Sidney Jemima replied respectfully. Evander smiled gently and immediately said, You've put your heart into this. Gawain, when we have our meal, remember to bring out the wine that Jemima brought. As soon as the words fell, outside the palace, Gawain immediately replied respectfully, This servant obeys the decree. Little Regis, do you still remember me? Zachary leaned down slightly, getting closer to Regis, and asked softly with a friendly smile on his face. Regis raised his head and looked directly at Zachary. The little head tilted to one side, and the big eyes darted around, looking as if she was really thinking seriously. After a while, Regis seemed to suddenly remember something. Grandpa. Regis called out tentatively in a low voice. Upon hearing this call, Zachary felt an indescribable surge of emotion. His eyes instantly became complicated. He opened his mouth, wanting to respond, but the complex emotions in his heart left him speechless and unable to utter a sound. Evander, who was standing to the side, saw all of this and naturally understood Zachary's feelings. Zachary stepped forward and gently took Regis from Evander's arms, responding softly at the same time. For Zachary, This grandpa seemed to be the comfort he had always longed for deep in his heart. He couldn't help but think to himself, if his son was still alive, he might be of marriageable age by now, and perhaps he would also have such a lovely grandson, laughing and playing by his side. "Grandpa, why are you crying?" Regis raised her head, her eyes full of confusion, and looked at Zachary, asking with concern. That childlike tone contained both the unique confusion of a child and pure concern. Perhaps it was this innocence and care that deeply touched Zachary's heart. "Grandpa is all right." When the old man saw Regisser, he was overjoyed. Seeing Regisser reminded him of someone very important, so he cried with joy. Zachary's eyes were slightly moist, and tears glistened in his eyes. He hugged Regis tightly, but his voice was still incredibly kind and gentle. For Zachary, the tears at this moment were enough to show how deeply he was moved. It seems that the current crown prince and the emperor truly have someone on their minds. Could it be that Regisser looks like the person they miss from the past? But who in the whole world could make the emperor and the crown prince so unforgettable? Sidney Jemima was filled with doubt and curiosity. After all, Sidney Jemima was new to Yingshan and unfamiliar with the place. Moreover, the matter of the levy of the emperor had been over for many years and had long become the biggest taboo in Yingshan City, which no one dared to mention easily. In addition, Sidney Jemima knew very little about royal affairs, but at this time, Sidney Jemima didn't dare to look around too much, and just kept her head down. She knew in her heart that Zachary had touched a raw nerve, and she was just an outsider. Under these circumstances, it was best to remain silent and pretend that she hadn't seen anything. "Emperor, it's already noon, shouldn't we serve the meal?" Gawaine's voice came from outside the hall, respectful and polite. "It's already noon." Evander couldn't help but marvel at how quickly time had passed, but without the slightest hesitation, he immediately ordered, "Serve the meal." "This slave takes the order." Gawaine accepted the order and left. It didn't take long. A group of palace maids filed in and skillfully set up tables and chairs in the hall, and dishes were served one after another. However, to Sidney Jemima's surprise, there were no fancy dishes or delicacies on the table as she had imagined. Instead, there were only some simple home-style dishes, and even just one dish of meat. This can be seen. Evander lived a very simple life. Rumors say that the current emperor is capricious and unpredictable, but the common people have great respect for him and regard him as a sage ruler. Moreover, the emperor has always been compassionate towards the people and lives a simple life. Seeing it with my own eyes today, it truly lives up to its reputation. Sidney Jemima thought to herself, her admiration for Evander growing ever stronger. Today's banquet is just a small feast, a reward for the great service we have rendered to the Marquis of Champion. The Marquis of Champion has not yet returned in triumph, so we have invited you and your son to the palace for a chat first, Evander explained with a smile. "On behalf of my husband, I thank your majesty and his highness the crown prince for your great kindness." Sidney Jemima immediately stood up and respectfully expressed her gratitude. After all, to be invited to a private banquet by the current emperor and crown prince is a privilege that many ministers in the court dream of but can hardly attain. Sidney Jemima, a woman, was fortunate enough to receive such treatment. This honor was simply unimaginable. "Jemima, you are also my junior, so I will address you as such. Father has always valued simplicity, and his daily meals are mostly simple, home-style dishes, so you don't need to worry about it," Zachary explained to Sidney Jemima with a smile, looking at the dishes on the table. "It is my greatest honor to be invited to a banquet by His Majesty," Sidney Jemima replied respectfully. She didn't say those flattering platitudes or deliberately praise anyone, because she knew that overly affected words might offend Evander and his son. "All right. That concludes the morning's review session. Zachariah, please take a seat," Evander said with a smile. "All right, father, please take a seat." Zachary, beaming, carried Regis and walked towards the table. He stood to the side, not in a hurry to sit down. Throughout Chinese history, there have always been strict etiquette norms between fathers and sons and between rulers and subjects. Zachary would naturally not overstep his bounds in the slightest. After Evander was seated securely, Zachary slowly sat down and gently placed Regis beside him. Sidney Jemima turned slightly to the side and approached the table with light steps, her expression still showing a hint of restraint. "Don't be shy, sit down." "This little fellow will sit with me," Zachary said with a smile. "This is Regisser's good fortune," Sidney Jemima replied with a smile. Having said that, she said no more and slowly took her seat. "Let's have a meal." These are just some simple home-style dishes, please don't be shy. Evander picked up his chopsticks and bowl and said with a smile. Then they began to eat. Despite being an emperor, Evander did not pay much attention to formalities when dining, or perhaps he already regarded Sydney Jemima as family, so he did not have many concerns. Seeing this, Zachary smiled and turned to Regis beside him, asking softly, "Little one, can you eat by yourself?" "Meetings," Regis answered confidently, and skillfully picked up her chopsticks and easily picked up a piece of food. Afterward, she glanced at Zachary triumphantly. This little guy is really smart and clever. So young and already knows how to use chopsticks, Zachary praised with a smile, his eyes full of affection as he looked at Regis. Chopsticks. At that time they were called jus. However, the term chopsticks did not yet exist at this time. The author simply used chopsticks to refer to the food. I learned how to use it after watching my mother and the others use it. I'm a big kid now. I don't need anyone to feed me, Regis said earnestly. Obviously, Regis's innate talent enabled her to learn beyond that of ordinary people. She not only excelled in her studies, but her learning ability in daily life was also astonishing. The more Zachary looked at Regis, the happier he became. After a moment's thought, his expression turned serious. He looked at Evander and said, "Father, I have an idea." Seeing Zachary's serious expression, Evander smiled and said, "Zachariah, just say what you're thinking. My son loves this little guy more and more the more he looks at him. My son wants to adopt him as his god grandson." "I wonder what your majesty thinks?" Zachary asked cautiously. This statement came out. Sydney Jemima, who was standing to the side, was instantly stunned. She was completely stunned, her mind went blank. I didn't hear wrong, did I? The crown prince wants to adopt Regisser as his godchild. Who could be so fortunate as to receive such an immense favor? How can this be? Although Sydney Jemima was still holding chopsticks and a bowl and eating her meal in small bites, her heart was already in turmoil, filled with shock. If she weren't sitting at the table right now, and if she hadn't heard these words with her own ears, Sydney Jemima would never have believed it. The crown prince adopted him as his godson. This is beyond simple favor. It is an act of boundless imperial grace and profound blessings. When Evander heard Zachary's words and saw Zachary's serious expression, and then looked at Regis, who looked very much like his grandson, he smiled slightly. How could he refuse? Immediately. Evander said seriously, "Zachariah, since you have this intention, then go and do it. As the crown prince, you will not need to consult us on everything you do in the future. We understand what you're thinking." Upon receiving Evander's approval, Zachary's face immediately lit up with a bright smile, and he quickly thanked him, saying, "Thank you, Father Emperor." Subsequently, Zachary turned his gaze to Regis beside him, reached out and gently stroked his little head and said softly, "Since you have already called me grandfather, then I will make this title of grandfather legitimate. Jemima, I'd like to adopt Regisser as my god grandson. Would you be willing?" Zachary then turned his gaze to Sydney Jemima upon hearing this question. Sydney Jemima suddenly came to her senses, and her face instantly lit up with ecstatic joy. Such a wonderful thing required no thought. Sydney Jemima nodded repeatedly and said excitedly, "If Regisser can be adopted as a godchild by His Highness the Crown Prince, it will be a blessing that my husband, his wife, and even Regisser have accumulated over 3 lifetimes. Your Highness, I thank you for your great kindness." Talking, Sydney Jemima stood up excitedly and bowed respectfully to Zachary. Although she was not born into a prestigious family, she knew that such an opportunity was extremely rare. If you don't grasp it firmly, you'll be a complete fool. As long as Regis acknowledges Crown Prince Zachary as his Gawain, his son will surely have a bright future and unlimited possibilities. Haha. Seeing that Sydney Jemima readily agreed, Zachary was also overjoyed. Subsequently, he gently picked up Regis and examined her carefully from head to toe, becoming more and more satisfied with her. "Father, since Regisser is already my son's adopted grandson, he should naturally follow the generational naming conventions of my Pericles family's grandsons," Zachary said with a smile. "Then it's up to you to decide." Evander nodded with a smile, having no objection to the matter. He also adored the little guy Regis, of course. From the perspective of imperial power, Zachary's act of kindness is of extraordinary significance. By adopting Regis as his adopted grandson, Arlen will be completely bound to the crown prince and will surely be loyal to Zachary in the future. Although they could not solidify their relationship through marriage, they could still use Regis as a link to firmly win over Arlen and make him work for Zachary. So, whether from an emotional or political perspective, Evander would not object to this. Firstly, he genuinely liked Regis. Secondly, this move would indeed win people's hearts. This would also strengthen Arlen's relationship with the imperial family. Jemima. Since Regisser has become my adopted grandson, then the character Malachi from my Pericles family's grandson generation should be added to his name. From now on, his name will be Regis. What do you think? Zachary smiled and looked at Sidney Jemima. This is Regisser's greatest honor, and also a blessing for my entire family, Sidney Jemima said quickly. As I said before, only a fool would refuse such a golden opportunity. Sidney Jemima naturally did her best to make this happen. Perhaps in the future, his son could truly become the Pericles family's protective charm. Regisser. From now on, your name will be Regis. Zachary said to Regis with a solemn expression. What? Regis looked at Zachary with a bewildered expression, then turned to look at her mother. Seeing his mother nod in approval, Regis nodded vigorously and replied, yes, obviously. Although Regis was still young, he understood one principle: he should listen to his mother. Now. Gawain, who had just stepped into the hall, appeared calm on the surface, but his heart was in turmoil. His Highness, the Crown Prince, actually adopted this little fellow as his god-grandson and even bestowed upon him a generational name. This is terrible. This is a huge deal. In the future, the Marquis of Champion's family will surely become important ministers in the Ming dynasty. With the Marquis of Champion's illustrious military achievements, and the fact that this little fellow has become His Highness the Crown Prince's adopted grandson, his future achievements are limitless. When I saw the little fellow's appearance, I knew the Emperor would be moved, but I never expected it would lead to such a momentous event. Once this matter spreads, it will surely cause a huge uproar throughout Yingshan City, Gawain thought to himself. As the Emperor's close attendant, he knew many state secrets, but compared to what is happening today, those things seem insignificant. Your Majesty, Your Highness the Crown Prince. This is a fine brew brought by Madame Pericles. Gawain held a pot of wine in both hands and said respectfully. When Sidney Jemima brought the wine earlier, Gawain, as was customary, had it tested for poison. After all, everything that entered the palace and was presented to the Emperor had to undergo rigorous inspections to eliminate any potential risks. Just right. Today we have gained another great grandchild, which is a joyous occasion. We should have a drink to celebrate properly, Evander said with a hearty laugh. He then gestured for Yunki to pour the wine. Gawain immediately stepped forward and poured wine for Evander, Zachary, and Sidney Jemima in turn. As soon as the wine was poured, a rich and mellow aroma filled the air, wafting up to your nose. Evander smelled it, and a look of surprise instantly appeared on his face. Then he took a small sip and exclaimed, "Not bad, not bad. This wine deserves the title of superior craft brew. This wine is even better than the fine wines in our palace. Zachariah, you should try it," Evander said with a smile. Without the slightest hesitation, Zachary picked up his wine glass and drank it all in one gulp. Instantly, a look of surprise appeared on his face as he looked at Sidney Jemima and said, "Now I understand why your Pericles family's wines are so popular in Yingshan and are also highly sought after in places like Daning Prefecture. This wine is indeed a rare and excellent product." Upon hearing Evander and Zachary's praise, Sidney Jemima quickly replied, "Thank you for your praise, Your Majesty and Crown Prince. Before my husband joined the army, he devoted himself to studying wine recipes. The methods for brewing these wines were all created by my husband. Perhaps my husband has a natural talent for brewing wine." Hear this? Evander smiled slightly and said, "It seems that our Marquis of Champion of the Ming dynasty is truly exceptionally talented. Not only is he skilled in leading troops into battle, but he also possesses extraordinary talent in brewing wine. Having a talent like the Marquis of Champion is a blessing for our great Ming dynasty," Zachary echoed in praise. "After this northern expedition, we will finally see the Marquis of Champion," Evander said with anticipation. After the banquet, overall, Sidney Jemima spent the banquet with a somewhat apprehensive feeling. After all, it was extremely rare for a young woman like her to remain so calm in the face of the Emperor and Crown Prince who ruled the Ming dynasty. But Regis was completely uninhibited, perhaps because children simply don't think about so many things, and they don't know what power is, let alone what an emperor is. So on the contrary, I thoroughly enjoyed it. Zachary even personally fed Regis a few bites of food. "All right, today was good. We have gained a great grandson, and the Crown Prince has gained a grandson." Evander sat in the main seat and spoke with great joy. "It is my family's great fortune to receive such favor from the Emperor and the Crown Prince. Sydney Jemima said with a smile and respectful thanks. Even before entering the palace today, Sydney Jemima never imagined she would achieve such a result. Her son had been adopted as the Crown Prince's grandson. Seeing Sydney Jemima's gentle and dignified demeanor, Evander was even more satisfied. He then waved his hand and said loudly, "Yunki, bring it up." Echo. Gawain, who was serving nearby, immediately picked up a box and walked over. "Your Majesty, what is this?" Sydney Jemima asked, puzzled. "Since Regisser is already our adopted great-grandson, he will naturally have to visit the palace more often in the future. I will give you a token, which will allow you to enter the palace without any hindrance. Entering the Eastern Palace is also an option. If you encounter any difficulties in Yingshan in the future, or if anyone bullies you and your son, just come to the palace and tell us and the Crown Prince. We will stand up for you," Evander said with a smile, his eyes also showing a seriousness. Obviously, this kind of blessing is not something everyone receives. "Your Majesty, I thank you for your great kindness. And Your Highness the Crown Prince for your great kindness." Sydney Jemima immediately took the box containing the token, bowed, and expressed her gratitude. Sydney Jemima wouldn't be foolish enough to refuse this token. To know, aside from the ministers of the 6 ministries and the students of the Imperial Academy, only those with important matters to attend to in the palace and face the Emperor directly must have such matters to report to. However, this token is useful because it allows entry into the palace directly without prior notification, and the Imperial Guards will not obstruct the process. This was an invaluable safeguard for the Pericles family. "All right. Take Regisser back to rest. We should continue reviewing the memorials," Evander said with a smile. "Regisser, quickly pay your respects to the Emperor's great-grandfather and grandfather and bid them farewell." Sydney Jemima immediately said to Regis beside her. Regis was very sensible. He immediately went to the center of the hall, knelt down, and bowed to Evander and Zachary to say goodbye. "Greetings to Grandfather Zheng." "Greetings, Grandfather. My mother and I are going home first," Regis said in her childish and adorable voice. "See this." Both Evander and Zachary wore kind smiles. Subsequently, Zachary immediately said, "Regisser, you must come to visit your grandfather more often in the future. Your grandfather will prepare lots of food for you then." "Thank you, Grandpa," Regis replied with a beaming smile as soon as she heard about the food. Looking incredibly adorable, "Gawain, send Jemima and her son back," Evander said to Gawain. "This slave takes the order." Gawain respectfully accepted the order and then began to lead Sydney Jemima and her son away from the main hall of literary profundity. After they left, Evander turned his head, looked at Zachary and smiled. "Zachary is becoming more and more like an emperor. By taking this little guy as your adopted grandson, Arlen will be completely yours from now on, and you'll be able to use him with more peace of mind. With such favor, which subject would not be loyal to me, but..." Upon hearing Evander's words, Zachary shook his head and then said very seriously, "Father, this time I took Regisser as my adopted grandson. I had no schemes or plots, nor did I try to win him over. In the end, it was because he was so much like Corey Arlen. His every move and expression made my son unable to forget him. Perhaps it must be a blessing from heaven that there is someone in this world who looks so much like me. It made me lose Corey Arlen, but it gave me Finn Blaze. This is a kind of comfort for my son. My son really likes this little guy, he really likes him. Being with him, I really felt like I was back when you was by my side. It was very warm and familiar. This is also the fundamental reason why I adopted him as my godson." Zachary spoke slowly, but the seriousness in his words was absolutely genuine and without any pretense. Hear this. Evander looked deeply at his son, and he naturally felt the same way about what his son said. "Zachary, as you said, if this is fate, then let's cherish this connection. We were overthinking it. Anyway, you can do as you please, we'll always be your support," Evander said earnestly. Evander could be infinitely tolerant of Zachary, the only person in the world whom he truly regarded as family. "Father, thank you." Zachary turned his head and said with great gratitude, "Silly boy, there's no need for such formality between us father and son," Evander said irritably. Subsequently, Evander said, "Since you have already recognized the adopted grandson, then go to the Ministry of Rights in your name to draft an imperial edict. The Crown Prince recognizing an adopted grandson is a major event and cannot be done so simply. The Ministry of Rights must issue a formal announcement before the name can be bestowed." "I understand, son." Zachary nodded immediately. He will naturally take care of this matter quickly. The Pericles family mansion. Young madam, did you have any business at the palace today? As soon as Sydney Jemima returned to the manor, Elijah immediately came to greet her with concern, fearing that Sydney Jemima might have encountered something in the palace. Uncle Mossgrove, let's talk about this when we get back to the manor. Sydney Jemima immediately said, see this. Elijah nodded, then picked up Regis and carried her back to the mansion. They arrived at the inner hall of the mansion. Elijah then looked at Sydney Jemima and asked with an unusually serious expression, what's wrong? Is something serious happening? Under his gaze, Sydney Jemima was also extremely serious, as if something big was about to happen. Uncle Mossgrove, His Highness the Crown Prince wishes to adopt Regisser as his god-grandson. Sydney Jemima suppressed her overwhelming excitement and looked at Elijah. The words fell. Elijah's eyes widened immediately, a look of indescribable shock washing over him. His Highness the Crown Prince intends to adopt the young master as his god-grandson. No way. This is an immense honor. Is this true? If it's true, then the young master will be truly extraordinary in the future. Becoming His Highness the Crown Prince's adopted grandson is an immense blessing, and the young master will likely benefit from it in the future, Elijah said excitedly, deeply moved. Seeing Elijah's excited expression, Sydney Jemima was not surprised. If it weren't for the need to observe etiquette in the main hall of literary profundity, Sydney Jemima might have acted the same way. After all, this news was huge and a great thing for the Pericles family. Uncle Mossgrove, His Highness the Crown Prince has decided to adopt Regisser as his god-grandson, and the Emperor has also given his approval. And she also said she would bestow the generation name Malachi upon Regisser, so from now on Regisser will be called Regis Frostborn. Sydney Jemima said with a serious expression, very earnestly and confidently. In this regard, Elijah's expression of shock remained unchanged, but an excited smile appeared on his face. Good, that's great. I never expected to have such a great opportunity. After entering the palace this time, if the Crown Prince adopts us as his adopted grandson, our Pericles family will be extraordinary in the future. But why would the Crown Prince suddenly adopt the young master as his godson? Is it because the young master is clever? But there are many smart children in the world, and there must be a reason for that. Could it be because of the young master? Now the young master is the Marquis of Champion of the Ming Dynasty, with outstanding military achievements. By taking the young master as his adopted grandson, the Crown Prince can make the young master feel more at home to the Crown Prince and be more loyal to him in the future. Thinking about it that way, perhaps that's the reason. Thinking about why Zachary took in a grandson. Elijah thought long and hard and finally came up with the reason of Pericles Yingyuan, since he really couldn't think of anything else. Besides bestowing favors, cultivating a relationship with one's young master is also a viable method. Do not. Sydney Jemima shook her head. Perhaps that's one reason, but the most crucial one might not be that. Although Sydney Jemima didn't know much, she did see a lot in the Hall of Literary Profundity today. She saw the Emperor's expression when he saw his son, and the Crown Prince's tearful eyes. This is by no means an ordinary reason. If it's not because of the young master, then why is it? Elijah was puzzled. Perhaps it's because Regisser looks like one of the Emperor and Crown Prince's old friends, someone they can't forget. I saw the Crown Prince crying today after he was holding Regisser. For the Crown Prince to be so moved, it's clear he must be thinking of an old friend, and this old friend definitely looks somewhat like Regisser, Sydney Jemima said with certainty. At the main hall of literary profundity, Sydney Jemima clearly saw Zachary's appearance and his sadness. This is absolutely impossible to fake, and there's no need for it in front of a mere court lady. Does the young master resemble someone who is an old friend of the Emperor and the Crown Prince? How could it move two such distinguished people to such an extent? Hearing what Sydney Jemima said, Elijah also looked thoughtful, but I couldn't figure it out even after thinking about it for a long time. After all, he had only recently arrived from the north, and his status wasn't particularly high, so it was impossible for him to know royal secrets. Only. After Elijah pondered for a moment, "Young lady, this old servant thinks, perhaps we should investigate further, lest we inadvertently offend the Emperor and the Crown Prince in the future," Elijah said in a deep voice. "I'll trouble you, Uncle Mossgrove, to investigate this matter. Although I have received the Emperor's favor, I'm really afraid it will affect my husband. It's better to be cautious." Sydney Jemima nodded immediately. She naturally wouldn't object to Elijah's suggestion. But, overall, It is a great thing that the young master has been adopted as the crown prince's godson today. From now on, the young master's path will be smoother. Only, shouldn't the Ministry of Rights issue an announcement regarding His Highness the Crown Prince's adoption of a grandson? After all, this is no small matter, Elijah said slowly, his face filled with anticipation. There should be, right? I don't understand these things either. Sidney Jemima nodded, also looking puzzled. But then I came to my senses. Sidney Jemima immediately handed over the token she had brought from the palace. This is a token bestowed by the emperor. He said that if there is anything in the future, you can use this token to enter the palace directly. Elijah smiled upon seeing this. Young madam, you must keep this token safe. To face the current emperor directly is an honor that many ministers cannot attain. This token is extremely important. Kindness. Sidney Jemima immediately nodded. That's for sure. I will keep this token in my room and take good care of it from now on. Ministry of Rights. Manfred was handling many government affairs. Now that the emperor had issued an edict, the Ministry of Rights was to make full preparations for the special imperial examination, which was enough to affect the entire Ming dynasty. It was held every 3 years, so the Ministry of Rights was naturally very busy. Inside the main hall of the Ministry of Rights, one could see many officials carrying books, drafts of agreements, summarizing and integrating them, and distributing them to local governments. As the Minister of Rights, Lou Manfred was personally overseeing the situation here. Grown-ups. Is this imperial examination still scheduled for autumn? A vice minister of the Ministry of Rights asked respectfully. Nature. Manfred nodded, his old face showing deep thought, and said, the rules set in the past should be continued if they are not overturned. The more we try, the more mistakes we make. This northern expedition has already achieved considerable results and gained a lot of territory. This special imperial examination is of great significance. Once the special imperial examination is held, we can go to the northern frontier to take up our posts and govern a region for the Ming dynasty. Therefore, unlike in the past, we must seek stability while maintaining overall progress. Hear this. The vice minister immediately nodded. This humble official understands. Besides, with the imperial examination about to begin, the notices must be issued to local government offices as soon as possible, and even to county towns and villages. The imperial examination system selects officials based solely on their talent and learning, regardless of their family background. This is what His Majesty wants. We must not afford to make any mistakes. At the same time, students must also be given more time to prepare. His Majesty is wise and intolerant of any wrongdoing. He has instructed all officials at all levels of the Ministry of Rights to be cautious and not to act recklessly, Lou Manfred added solemnly. This time, Enke. This was the main venue of the Ministry of Rights. It was also related to Lou Manfred's meritorious service. So Lou Manfred naturally treated it with utmost care. After all, whether Lou Manfred could continue to enjoy the emperor's favor in officialdom and the court was related to his daughter and his grandson. The higher his status, the higher his daughter's status, and the same goes for his grandson. Please rest assured, Your Excellency, I will certainly supervise this strictly. There will be absolutely no failure, the vice minister immediately assured. Manfred nodded, said no more, and waved his hand. And this time, a eunuch slowly walked into the main hall of the Ministry of Rights. Upon seeing the visitor, Lou Manfred immediately stood up and said with a smile, Fenris Wells, has His Majesty issued another decree to urge the imperial examinations. This eunuch was the chief eunuch in charge of conveying imperial edicts and issuing decrees in the Hall of Literary Profundities, Attendant Hall. His name was Fenris, and as a close attendant of the emperor, his status was naturally not low. Lord Rosalind, by order of the emperor and the crown prince, this imperial edict shall be issued to the Ministry of Rights as soon as possible to draft the regulations and announce them. Fenris walked slowly over, raised an imperial edict with both hands, and handed it to Lou Benny. May I ask, Fenris, is this imperial edict not related to the special imperial examination? Seeing Fenris's serious expression, Lou Manfred realized that this imperial edict was not simple. He tentatively asked him questions. Fenris smiled and said, What exactly is it? Why don't you open it and see for yourself, Lord Lou? See this. Without hesitation, Lou Manfred immediately opened the imperial edict, and after opening, Lou Manfred's eyes widened suddenly. Apparently, upon seeing the contents of the imperial edict, Lou Manfred's first reaction was disbelief. After all, this kind of thing hasn't happened for a long time. In fact, it hasn't happened since the founding of the Ming dynasty. Fenris, are you sure this imperial edict came from the Hall of Literary Profundity? Manfred closed the imperial edict, then looked at Fenris with a serious expression and asked. Obviously. Lou Manfred was also somewhat surprised and couldn't believe it. The imperial edict has been stamped with the national seal. How could it be fake? Fenris glanced at Lou Manfred, then smiled and said, "This is the Emperor and the Crown Prince's intention. Minister Lou, just do as he says." Obviously. Fenris had already seen the imperial edict, otherwise he wouldn't have remained so calm. "Yes, Your Majesty, I understand." Manfred gripped the imperial edict tightly in his hand and bowed deeply to Fenris. "See this." Fenris nodded and immediately said, "Then this servant will go and report back to the Emperor and the Crown Prince." Talking. Fenris waved his hand and turned to leave. "Wait until he leaves." Lou Manfred opened the imperial edict again. The imperial edict had only one theme. The current Crown Prince Zachary adopted Regis, the son of the Marquis of Champion, as his adopted grandson, and bestowed upon him the title of grandson and the name Regis. His Highness the Crown Prince's favor towards the Marquis of Champion is truly unprecedented. In the entire court, almost no one can compare to the Marquis of Champion. If Roland wants to become the Crown Prince in the future, he must hold on tightly to the Marquis of Champion's mansion. Perhaps the balance of power between the Emperor and the Crown Prince will lie in the Marquis of Champion's mansion in the future, Manfred thought to himself, immediately. Manfred returned to his chair, picked up his pen and wrote a note, then looked at a clerk beside him. This will be presented to the Crown Prince's concubine. After sealing the paper, Lou Manfred spoke to the clerk. "Yes." The clerk respectfully accepted the paper, immediately picked it up, and quickly turned and left. He adopted her as his godson, bestowed generational names upon the royal family. With this, the Marquis of Champion's mansion can prosper for 2 generations. The Emperor's grace is truly boundless and extraordinary, Lou Manfred thought to himself, filled with amazement. "Where is the Eastern Palace, Miss?" "This is a secret letter sent by Minister Lou." A trusted palace maid of Lady Lou entered the hall and respectfully handed Lady Lou Manfred's letter. "Did they say anything?" Lou Manfred took the letter and then asked the palace maid. "The person sent by Minister Lou said that Her Majesty will understand after reading it." The palace maid replied respectfully, "See this." Without hesitation, Lady Lou immediately opened the letter. Upon seeing the above content, Lady Lou's eyes widened, clearly in disbelief. The Crown Prince's favor towards this Marquis of Champion is something that even the Duke has never shown. The news of the Marquis of Champion's wife and children entering the palace today has already spread. By taking the Crown Prince as his adopted grandson, the Marquis of Champion will be completely loyal to the Crown Prince. In the future, the Marquis of Champion's greatest reliance will be the Crown Prince, and he will enjoy boundless favor. But the Crown Prince must also be trying to win over the Marquis of Champion to his inner circle. After reading the letter, Lady Lou found it hard to believe. She had never seen such favor before, but, for her, this doesn't seem to be a bad thing. The Marquis of Champion's mansion has a closer relationship with the Crown Prince's palace. As the person in charge of the Crown Prince's palace, she naturally has the opportunity to win them over. As long as she can win over the Marquis of Champion's mansion for her son, she will have a better chance of getting the position of Crown Prince with the Marquis of Champion's assistance. The Northern expedition may be coming to an end soon. We must know the champion's preferences so that we can win him over in the future. If Roland could become the disciple of this Marquis of Champion and learn martial arts, that would be the best thing ever. Lady Lou was already secretly plotting something. Obviously, when Zachary accepted his adopted grandson, such great favor was enough to show the future prestige of the Marquis of Champion's mansion. The scene changes, less than an hour after noon. The Marquis of Champion's residence, in front of the Pericles family mansion. The Imperial Guard cleared the way. An angel descended upon the palace. A grand procession, led by an imperial eunuch, and carrying numerous official documents prepared by the Ministry of Rights, arrived in front of the mansion. This naturally attracted countless people to gather and watch. What's going on at the Marquis of Champion's residence? The Imperial Guards have come here again. Haha, you don't know this. It must be that the Marquis of Champion has made new contributions, and the current Emperor has sent someone to reward him. Indeed. That seems reasonable. Could it be that the Marquis of Champion captured Emperor Yuan in the northern frontier? How could Emperor Yuan be so easy to capture? The meaning is roughly the same. I heard that the capital of the northern Yuan has been captured by our northern expeditionary army, and the first to enter the Yuan capital was the Marquis of Champion. Real or fake, Marquis of Champion, you truly live up to the name of Marquis of Champion. In the past, you led the cavalry of our great Ming dynasty to defeat the invincible Mongol cavalry, and now you have even conquered the capital of the northern Yuan. A true man should be like this. This truly enhances the prestige of our nation. Indeed, this truly demonstrates the might of our great Ming dynasty. The Marquis of Champion is truly formidable. The sight of the imperial envoy being escorted by the imperial guards naturally attracted large crowd of onlookers who discussed the matter. The people of the capital should not be underestimated. Many of them probably do know quite a bit about the court. Sydney Gemma, wife of the Marquis of Champion, Regis, son of the Marquis of Champion, obey the decree. Fenris held the imperial edict in his hand and spoke loudly. Your Majesty, I respectfully obey your decree. Sydney Gemma bowed slightly, while Regis knelt down. After all, she was a titled lady, but her son was not. Meanwhile, the servants of the Pericles family and the onlookers all knelt down. The Crown Prince, by the order of heaven and the mandate of heaven, declares, Regis, son of the Marquis of Champion, is intelligent and quick-witted from a young age and has great talent. I am very pleased. Now, I adopted Regis as my adopted grandson and bestowed upon him the generational name Malachi. Regis was given the name Regis. As my adopted grandson, appreciate this. Fenris held the imperial edict which the great deity read aloud. The sound spread. The news reached the ears of the onlookers on both sides of the street. This was the purpose of the imperial edict being proclaimed, not to be announced in the palace. As a result, word will spread among the people. And soon they will know that the son of the Marquis of Champion has been adopted as the grandson of the current Crown Prince. Your Majesty, I thank you for your great kindness. Thank you for your great kindness, Your Highness. Sydney Gemma replied loudly, her face also showing indescribable excitement. Although it had been decided in the main hall of literary profundity before, now that the imperial edict has truly arrived and announced it, it is now completely settled that his son has become the adopted grandson of the current Crown Prince. Very significant, Madame Pericles. This is the generational list proposed by the Ministry of Rights. Since the son of the Marquis of Champion is the adopted grandson of the Crown Prince, his eldest son can also be given a generational name when he grows up. In addition, there are jade tablets bestowed upon the adopted sons and grandsons of the royal family. Fenris stepped forward, took out a box, and handed it to Sydney Gemma. Yes. Sydney Gemma accepted it solemnly. The eldest son can receive a generational name from his descendants. Clearly, in the future, only the eldest son of the legitimate wife will be eligible for this. This means that Regis's eldest son will be able to continue the lineage of the great-grandson of Crown Prince Zachary, and so on without fail. The imperial edict has been proclaimed. This servant will now return to the palace to report back. After explaining everything, Fenris smiled at Sydney Gemma and without delay headed towards the palace under the escort of the imperial guards. Farewell, eunuch. Sydney Gemma then spoke loudly. Only after the imperial guards escorted Fenris away did Sydney Gemma help her son up. Holding the imperial edict and the box prepared by the Ministry of Rights, he was overwhelmed with excitement. Regissa, although you are still young, you have already made your father proud. With your status now, your father will have an even smoother life. Sydney Gemma picked up Regis in one go, her face also showing an indescribable excitement. Young madam, please return to the manor first. Seeing so many people gathered outside, Elijah stepped forward and reminded them. Kindness. Sydney Gemma nodded and immediately carried Regis into the mansion. Elijah did not go in immediately, but instead shouted loudly to the crowd of onlookers outside. Fellow villagers, today is a day of great joy for the Marquis of Champion's mansion, and we should celebrate together. Today, all drinks in my Pericles family restaurant and winery will be sold at half price. For one day only, let's celebrate this. Elijah announced loudly with a smile on his face. The words fell. The local people who were fond of drinking were immediately excited. Butler Yvonne is awesome. Selling at half price, that's a real discount. Let's go buy some wine. Many wine connoisseurs immediately rushed towards the restaurants and wineries. Of course, in this moment, most of the onlookers were in an uproar. His Highness the Crown Prince truly shows boundless favor to the Marquis of Champion, even taking the Marquis's son as his adopted grandson. In this way, the Marquis of Champion's status in the court will be even higher in the future. He may even surpass Hugh I Finn in the future. Good. After being bestowed with this title, the Marquis of Champion was no longer an ordinary man. Now that his son has been adopted as his godson, this is the icing on the cake. Stop arguing, let's go buy the bar first, or we won't be able to buy it if we go too late. Half price, this has never happened before, hurry up. Time, the crowd that had gathered outside the mansion dispersed and rushed to the Pericles family's restaurants and wineries to buy wine. Sydney family, master. This time our family was really wrong. The current crown prince has adopted Arlen's son, Regis, as his adopted grandson and bestowed upon him the name Regis, thus inheriting the title of the crown prince's grandson. Such favor is something my Sydney family simply cannot compete with. How can this be good? Steward Sydney rushed to Sylvan in a panic, bringing yet another piece of bad news. Even though Sylvan had already heard a lot of bad news, his old face turned deathly pale upon hearing this. Your Highness, please adopt Arlen's son as your god-grandson. This. How is this possible? How could he receive such favor? Sylvan's voice trembled slightly. There's also a kind of despair that originates from the depths of one's heart. Northern Xinjiang, on the grasslands hundreds of miles away from the Yuan capital, the location of a tribe belonging to the northern Yuan. It had already been trampled by countless red armored cavalry. Countless battle flags bearing the character Ming fluttered in the wind deep within the grasslands, showcasing the military might of the Ming dynasty. And this moment, tens of thousands of Ming cavalry was scattered around the area. Within their encirclement, corpses littered the ground, tents were destroyed everywhere, and Yuan soldiers were slaughtered everywhere. There are also tens of thousands of northern Yuan Tartars who were gathered together and have now been captured. Now, under the awe-inspiring gazes of numerous Ming soldiers, a Ming general, riding a tall black horse, carrying a sword, slowly approached the captured northern Yuan Tartars who were kneeling on the ground, his cold gaze sweeping over all the prisoners. No surprises. Although these prisoners kept their heads down, their eyes were filled with hatred and resentment as they glanced at Arlen, wishing they could tear him to pieces. To them, Arlen was the executioner who trampled their tribe and slaughtered their people. In the past, your northern Yuan army trampled through the gates of my Chinese nation, killed my people, slaughtered my cities and blew up my Cornelius dynasty. Today, I, Arlen, am also following the trend and going along the path of the Mongol Yuan dynasty in the past. Of course, I will not be as cruel to my Cornelius people as you Mongol Yuan dynasty, massacring cities and killing people wherever you go. I will follow the rules of your grassland tribes. Arlen coldly swept his gaze over the prisoners, his eyes devoid of any emotion. Although they were filled with hatred, their gazes couldn't kill, and they were no match for Arlen. Besides, Arlen didn't care about their hatred at all. In the past, the 5 barbarian tribes invaded the Cornelius dynasty. The name comes from the Xingnu who once traversed the northern frontier. The Cornelius dynasty's former rule was ravaged by the Mongol Yuan dynasty. All of this is useless to express through hatred. Only weapons and military counterattacks are truly of great use. After giving them a cold glance, Arlen shouted, "Kill any man taller than a cartwheel." This sound fell. The surrounding generals immediately shouted, "Did you hear that? The general has an order. Any man taller than a cartwheel, kill him." Todd, Otis, and the others immediately shouted loudly, "I will obey the general's orders." The surrounding Ming soldiers responded in unison. Followed, thousands of cavalrymen immediately dismounted and drew their short swords. Subsequently, many soldiers brought out numerous wagons directly from this ruined tribe as a comparison. Faced with this, the men among these prisoners were filled with fear and despair. These damned barbarians are going to slaughter us. Men, kill them, fight them, kill, let's fight them. Many of the captured Tartar men rushed forward, charging madly towards the approaching Ming soldiers, seemingly knowing there was no hope of survival and wanting to make a final stand. Only. They're overthinking it. The moment they stood up. "Kill!" Todd gave a cold shout. Immediately, many archers' arrows pierced the air, killing all those who stood up. One for everyone that stands up, kill one for everyone that stands up. Regardless of gender, kill them all. Arlen, however, remained indifferent. This is war, subsequently. Thousands of soldiers stepped forward and began dragging Tartar men one by one to the wheels of the cart. Anyone taller than the cart was beheaded. Emperor Yuan, capture Arlen for me. Following Arlen's order. This bloody massacre unfolded before the eyes of the Ming soldiers like a demon unleashed from its sluice gate, tragic and grotesque. The north wind howled fiercely, sweeping across the grassland like the wailing of ghosts and wolves, spilling blood and extinguishing countless lives. The Ming soldiers were all iron-blooded warriors who had followed Arlen in his campaigns across the north and south, fighting their way through mountains of corpses and seas of blood in countless fierce battles. Their eyes remained unmoved by the bloody scene, and their long swords mercilessly reaped the lives of the Tartar men taller than cartwheels. In the blink of an eye, the Baiyuan tribe, which had been trampled by Arlen, had become a living hell. Thousands more heads fell to the ground, blood gushing forth, flowing like a river that meandered into the distance, staining the surrounding land a shocking crimson. The stench of blood soared to the heavens, making one want to vomit. This scene was, of course, extremely cruel and bloody. The northern Yuan women kneeling on the ground were all deathly pale, but their eyes burned with hatred and fury as they stared intently at the Ming soldiers, their gazes seeming to want to devour them alive. The young children beside her had their faces flushed red with fear and anger. They glared at their mother, their small bodies trembling slightly with excitement. They wished they could rush forward immediately and fight the Ming army to the death. However, the young Tartar children were held tightly by the adults beside them, their mothers cradling them in their trembling yet powerful arms. At this moment, the seeds of hatred have been sown deep in these young hearts, and perhaps this hatred will grow wildly like weeds, continuing through the years. This is perhaps the reason why the grudges between countries are so difficult to erase. The past massacres they committed against the Cornelius people in the Central Plains have now been reversed, and so it is. Hatred arises from this. But Arlen didn't care about this at all. And the Cornelius dynasty wouldn't take it to heart either. Throughout history, countless wars and the painful experiences of invasions by foreign tribes have all proven the same truth. To pity the enemy is to be cruel to oneself. If the balance of power were reversed at this moment, and these northern Yuan people were allowed to invade the cities and villages of the Central Plains, their methods would be 100 or 1,000 times more cruel than those of the Ming dynasty. At that time, they wouldn't follow any rules like those taller than a wheel can be beheaded, but would slaughter all men, regardless of age or gender. Even women will also suffer rape and have their dignity ruthlessly trampled upon. This is the battlefield, a battlefield so cruel it inspires despair. In this hellish arena there is no room for mercy. General, Otis spurred his horse and galloped to Arlen's side. He reined in his horse, clasped his hands respectfully, and announced loudly, "All men taller than a cartwheel have been killed." Arlen nodded slightly, his gaze sweeping coldly over the bloody scene around him. He then looked at Otis and asked, "Did you take the grain? The easily portable items have already been loaded onto the vehicle and taken away." Otis's lips curled into a cold smile. His tone ruthless. "The tribe's water supply has also been laced with laxatives. I guarantee they'll suffer from vomiting and diarrhea after drinking it, resulting in heavy losses. Hear the words. In that case, continue north." Arlen gave the order without hesitation, waving his hand. General, Todd, looking somewhat serious, hurriedly rode over and said with a worried expression, "We haven't encountered many Yuan soldiers along the way. Where have they retreated to? Could they have set up an ambush along our route?" Upon hearing this, Arlen's lips curled up slightly, revealing a disdainful sneer. "Our army is entirely composed of cavalry, with not a single infantryman. These grasslands and deserts are vast and boundless. If they want to set an ambush, I'd be more than happy to, of course." Arlen knew clearly that although his field of vision seemed limited on the ground, he actually had a pair of invisible eyes high in the sky, the Golden Eagle. It constantly scanned the area around the marching route. No movement could escape the eyes of the Golden Eagle. Whenever the Yuan army moved or set up an ambush, Arlen could use the Golden Eagle to see their movements clearly, as if he were looking down at a chessboard from high above. On the battlefield of this era of cold weapons, Caleb Diakon was undoubtedly a cheat code in his hands, making the enemy's ambush a joke. "Go!" Arlen shouted loudly, squeezed his legs hard against the horse's belly, and his horse, Odd Raphael, neighed loudly, reared up, and then galloped north like an arrow released from a bow. "Follow the general!" The generals shouted in unison, their voices resounding through the sky and echoing for a long time across the grasslands of northern Xinjiang. Led by their generals, the army, like a long steel dragon, pounded across the grasslands of the northern frontier. The thunderous sound of hooves and the overwhelming momentum of their charge continued northward with boundless killing intent. Now, nearly a month has passed since the capture of Uendu. Arlen led 50,000 cavalrymen northward, demonstrating the full extent of the cavalry's offensive power. Whenever they encountered the Bayuan tribe, they would slaughter them without mercy. However, they also followed the rules of the grassland tribes and would kill any man taller than a cartwheel. In the past month, Arlen's army has crushed at least 70, if not 100, of the northern Yuan tribes. Wherever they went, bloodshed ensued, and countless enemies were killed. In this northern frontier region, which is very different from the Central Plains, there is no clear distinction between soldiers and civilians. On the grasslands, every man is a soldier. They can charge into battle as soon as they pick up a weapon. This is why there is a rule that anyone taller than a cartwheel will be beheaded. Now, Arlen's army had already penetrated deep into the heart of the northern Yuan territory, completely losing contact with the main force and unable to send messages out. This northern frontier is so vast and boundless that an ordinary general would probably have lost his way long ago, as if he were in a vast ocean, not knowing where he was or what the future held. But this was not a difficult task for Arlen. Besides the Golden Eagle, which served as a cheat code for scouting enemy positions and allowed him to avoid ambushes by the Yuan army, there was another crucial item, the compass. This small object plays a vital role in the vast desert. It steadily points out the cardinal directions, allowing Arlen to always find his way in the boundless sea of sand and grasslands, so that he would not get lost in this vast land. The northern Yuan royal court was only a few miles away from Wolf's Lair Mountain. To be precise, the royal court was located in this area surrounded by mountains. Behind the royal court, a towering mountain, resembling a sleeping giant, stands on the northern desert. This is the renowned Wolf's Lair Mountain. Emperor, with a solemn expression, Shilamen arrived at the center of the camp, knelt on one knee, and said with anxiety and worry in his voice, "The Ming army has no intention of letting us go. Now, they have invaded the northern border of my great Yuan and are slaughtering my people. Reports indicate that nearly 100 tribes have fallen victim to the Ming army's brutality, causing heavy losses to our great Yuan. Hear the words. The Ming army, they are like ghosts that just won't leave." Emperor Yuan slammed his hand on the table, stood up, his face full of anger, yet his eyes also revealed a hint of fear. "They have already forced me to the ancestral land. What more do they want? Do you really intend to exterminate me and take my life?" The current Yuan emperor has long lost the high spirits he had when he launched the northern expedition at the beginning of the Ming dynasty. At that time, he still fantasized about annihilating the Ming army in one fell swoop, but now, the successive defeats have left him like a stray dog, with nothing but fear and despair in his heart. "Your Majesty, the Ming dynasty's intention to destroy our great Yuan is as clear as day." Shilamen raised his head slightly and analyzed with a serious look. "Now the Ming army has sent all its cavalry deep into our great Yuan, obviously intending to destroy our great Yuan in one fell swoop with the power of its cavalry. The only solution now is to completely break up the tribes and let them continue to migrate to hidden places in order to avoid the Ming armies. Advance. At the same time, the emperor also needs to issue an edict ordering the leaders of each tribe to prepare to fight the Ming army. In this regard, not only will the tribes have to migrate, but I will also continue to move north." The Yuan emperor's face was heavy, and his eyes were full of fear. The secret report says that Arlen, the killing god of the Ming army, is aiming directly at Wolf's Lair Mountain, and also at me. If I do not move north, the consequences will be unimaginable. The iron cavalry of my great Yuan is no match for him. The moment Emperor Yuan finished speaking, "Your Majesty, the secret report has been submitted in detail. The Ming army's target is Your Majesty and Wolf's Lair Mountain." At this moment, Gili Kai's son, Hoyt, stepped forward, his expression cold and stern, his tone revealing a fierce edge. "Those Cornelius people boast that sealing the Wolf's Lair is the highest honor for a military general. Now that we know the Ming army's objectives and their strength, dealing with them will not be difficult. My dear minister, what good plan do you have?" Emperor Yuan looked at Hoyt, his expression a mixture of expectation and hesitation. Since leaving Yuandu, Emperor Yuan's strength had significantly decreased. As the leader of the largest tribe in the northern Yuan, Hoyt's position became increasingly important. Now in the imperial court, Morgan is dead and few can rival Hoyt. Even the Prime Minister Shilamen, a civil official, could hardly compare to Hoyt, who held real power. Therefore, even though Emperor Yuan was unwilling, he had no choice but to take Hoyt's suggestion seriously. This time, the Ming dynasty not only revealed the details of the military force it was deploying, but also leaked its purpose to our great Yuan. There must be something fishy going on here. It's likely that someone in the Ming dynasty doesn't want this Ming army, which has penetrated deep into our great Yuan, to return alive. Hoyt sneered, her eyes filled with deep thought, as if she had already made a meticulous plan. If that's the case, what is there for my great Yuan to fear? My dear minister, do you intend to fight the Ming army? Emperor Yuan's expression changed drastically, and he asked in a somewhat panicked manner. The secret report described the Ming army's strength very clearly. Hoyt raised her head, her eyes shining, and said loudly, the 100,000 cavalrymen, pieced together from various sources, are divided into two groups. In other words, each Ming army force had no more than 50,000 soldiers, and they were exhausted from their long march. And the emperor still has 100,000 troops by his side, plus nearly 200,000 troops gathered after retreating north, making our great Yuan a powerful force. We're waiting in comfort for them to tire themselves out. Are we afraid of them? In this regard, but, are you really confident in dealing with the Ming army? Emperor Yuan remained hesitant, his voice trembling slightly. He was truly terrified by the Ming army, especially by Arlen. Those painful defeats haunted his mind like a nightmare, impossible to shake off. Hoyt stepped forward, knelt down abruptly, clasped her hands in a fist, and shouted, Your Majesty. This sound, like a resounding bell, echoed throughout the entire court and camp, instantly waking all the northern Yuan ministers who were listless and full of worries, and they all looked at him in astonishment. Emperor Yuan was startled by the sudden shout, and his body trembled slightly. My father died at the hands of Arlen, and your Majesty's son also died at the hands of this man. Hoyt's face was filled with grief and indignation, her eyes flashing with hatred. Countless loyal and brave sons of my great Yuan have fallen under his blade. In the past, our Yuan soldiers may not have been good at city defense battles. But now, the Ming army has penetrated deep into the heart of our great Yuan territory alone. If our great Yuan continues to avoid battle and retreat, it will surely become a laughing stock of the world. Your Majesty, do you really want to see the sons of our great Yuan dynasty ridiculed by the people of the world? Don't you want to avenge the murder of your son? At this moment, Hoyt was perhaps truly blinded by hatred, single-mindedly seeking revenge for her father and to avenge the Yuan dynasty. Upon hearing Hoyt's impassioned words, Emperor Yuan's expression instantly became extremely complex, showing anger, resentment, and a hint of wavering. At this moment, many ministers in the imperial court stepped forward. The general is absolutely right, I agree. I implore your Majesty to annihilate this invading Ming army for the sake of the great Yuan. What is there for our great Yuan to fear from a mere 50,000 Ming troops? That's right, even if it costs our men's lives, we must annihilate their entire army. This time, His Majesty has 100,000 troops by his side, and with the addition of troops from various tribes, we can surely gather 300,000 troops. At that time, we will set up an inescapable net at the royal court and be able to wipe out this Ming army. I second the proposal. Although we have lost the Central Plains, as long as we can annihilate the invading Ming army and severely damage the Ming cavalry in this battle, our great Yuan will surely be able to make a comeback one day. Inside the imperial court, specifically within the royal camp, a dozen or so court officials stepped forward to echo Hoyt's sentiments. Clearly, Hoyt's words were highly persuasive and moved many people. Of course, many of them shared the same idea as him, wanting to take this opportunity to plot something. Seeing that most of the court officials agreed to fight, Emperor Yuan was torn. Although it sounded like he had a high chance of winning, the fear in his heart was ever present. He knew that if the Ming army, especially Arlen, were to breach the royal court, he would have nowhere to escape and nowhere to hide. Since all of you ministers have said so, Emperor Yuan gritted his teeth and said solemnly, then I will naturally comply with the wishes of my beloved ministers. This Ming army must be annihilated. The head of Ming General Arlen must be taken. I want to use his blood to pay tribute to the sons and daughters slaughtered by the Ming army. The moment Emperor Yuan finished speaking, a barely perceptible glint of joy flashed in Hoyt's eyes. She immediately knelt down and respectfully bowed, saying, Your Majesty is wise. Your Majesty is wise." Upon seeing this, all the court officials knelt down and shouted, their voices echoing throughout the tent. But Emperor Yuan frowned slightly, a hint of caution flashing in his eyes. To be on the safe side, the royal court will be turned into a battlefield to draw the Ming army away. After setting up this ambush, I will take all my officials to Baya Lake for temporary refuge, and then return to the royal court after the great battle is over. What do you all think? Although it was phrased as an inquiry, everyone could tell that Emperor Yuan had made up his mind. He did not want to put himself in danger under any circumstances, no matter how great the odds of winning were. His past failures made him extremely cautious. "May I ask your Majesty?" Hoyt asked immediately, her concern evident. "If your Majesty were to move your entourage, who would command the 100,000-strong royal army?" Emperor Yuan's gaze slowly swept across the court, finally settling on a military official. "Dalai Ma," Emperor Yuan shouted. "Quincy is here." The Yuan general immediately stepped forward. He was dressed in fur and was very burly. In the northern Yuan, he held a high position as a prince, with the title of Thalassa. "I am entrusting you with 60,000 royal troops to cooperate with Hoyt in annihilating the invading Ming army. Are you willing?" Emperor Yuan's expression was solemn, but his tone carried a hint of expectation. "Your subject swears to serve you to the death." Pearson Warren Thalassa spoke without hesitation, her voice firm. As a member of Bartholomew's royal family, he naturally understood the Yuan emperor's thoughts. If all military power were handed over, the tribal chief's power would inevitably grow even stronger, which was by no means what Emperor Yuan wanted. The Yuan emperor was already weakened, and this northern expedition by the Ming dynasty has further depleted his strength. Seeing that Thalassa agreed, Emperor Yuan also showed a satisfied expression. "Hoyt." Emperor Yuan looked at Hoyt and said in a deep voice, "Since you are determined to avenge your father in this battle, I will grant your wish. You are in full command of this battle, and the authority to coordinate with other tribal leaders is also entrusted to you. I only want victory. You must bring Arlen's head to me. It would be best if you could capture him alive. I don't want him to die too quickly." Overjoyed, Hoyt knelt down again and kowtowed deeply. "Your subject obeys the decree." "All right, gentlemen." Emperor Yuan waved his hand. "It's settled then. I will immediately lead all officials to Fishing Lake." "Sayed." Emperor Yuan turned around impatiently, preparing to leave the tent, seemingly not wanting to stay there for even a moment longer. Zinda Cheng. This land that was once the capital of the northern Yuan dynasty, now firmly under the control of the Ming dynasty army. Look around. Flags fluttered on the city wall. They were the military flags of the Ming dynasty, rustling in the wind. The city gate. The soldiers of the Ming dynasty stood guard in various places, their eyes watching all directions with vigilance. Inside the city, there were also quite a few Ming dynasty soldiers on patrol. Although the people in the city were still somewhat fearful, they gradually regained some vitality under the orderly governance of the Ming army. Ming soldiers patrolled the streets, their footsteps rhythmic and powerful. Some of the shops along the street have reopened, and the former Yuan people are cautiously greeting customers, but their eyes cannot hide their anxiety about the future. After all, their world has changed now, more than a month ago. As the imperial decree to continue the northern expedition was issued, more than 90% of the Ming army resolutely continued to march north, determined to completely wipe out the remaining forces of the northern Yuan. Only 10% of the troops were stationed in the captured cities and territories of the northern Yuan. Of these occupied territories, the new capital was undoubtedly of paramount importance. Sampson, the general of the northern expedition, and Daniel and Ellis, who held the title of prince, were also in this new capital city at this moment, while the army continued its northern expedition. Sampson would naturally not allow Princes Daniel and Daniel to take such a dangerous risk. Former prime minister's residence of the northern Yuan dynasty, it has now become Daniel's temporary residence. Although this mansion has been ravaged by war, its former majesty can still be faintly discerned. "Your Majesty." Soren's voice broke the silence in the hall. He respectfully walked up to Daniel, bowed slightly, and presented a secret letter with both hands. "This is the message from Yingshan." Daniel's previously calm face now showed a hint of curiosity. He raised an eyebrow, reached out and took the letter, slowly unfolding it. His gaze swept quickly across the letter, and his previously indifferent expression gradually changed, his hand holding the letter unconsciously tightening slightly. "The Crown Prince adopted Regis." the son of the Marquis of Champion, as his adopted grandson and bestowed upon him the generational name Malachi, allowing all descendants and legitimate sons of the Marquis of Champion to inherit this generational name. This matter has now caused a sensation in Yingxin. Everyone says that the Crown Prince's favor has never reached such a level. By adopting the son of a subject as his adopted grandson, the future Marquis of Champion will surely wield immense power in the Ming Dynasty court. Soren continued, his tone filled with amazement. Daniel sat upright in the main seat, seemingly calm on the surface, but his slightly trembling fingers betrayed the turmoil in his heart. This matter. After a moment of silence, Daniel slowly spoke, his voice low yet carrying an unfathomable meaning. I understand, you may leave. With that, Daniel calmly waved his hand. Yes. Soren bowed deeply, then quickly turned around and left the main hall. As he left, he carefully closed the palace door behind him. After Soren left, Daniel's previously feigned composure immediately crumbled, his brows furrowed tightly, and his eyes were filled with worry. Do you think it's possible that my elder brother has discovered that Arlen is actually Pericles Corey Arlen? Daniel said in a deep voice, his tone filled with intense worry, which weighed heavily on his heart. Impossible. Doran's voice came from the inner hall. He was dressed in a black Doran's robe and walked out of the inner hall with steady steps, his eyes revealing wisdom and confidence. His Highness discovered it based on that jade pendant. If His Highness hadn't bathed with it, he would never have discovered its existence. As Doran spoke, he walked to Daniel's side, clasped his hands together, and bowed his head slightly, seemingly pondering how to phrase his words. The Crown Prince's adoption of Arlen's son as his adopted grandson is likely also an attempt to win him over. After all, such a young general already has a wife who is married, and the Crown Prince cannot win him over through marriage. The Crown Prince's daughter cannot be a concubine, so taking Arlen's son as his adopted grandson is naturally the fundamental way to win him over. There is no other possibility. Doran added, his tone very confident, as if he had no doubt about his deduction. He was skilled in political maneuvering, and his speculations about the events here were also based on political maneuvering. In his view, it was all just a power struggle in the imperial court. If Arlen returns from the northern frontier, he will surely go to Yingxin to meet the emperor. Given Father Emperor and my elder brother's memories of Pericles Corey Arlen, it's hard to guarantee they won't have their own thoughts. If he really takes me back, what can we do? Daniel stood up, his face filled with worry, revealing his inner unease. Ever since he learned from the jade pendant that Arlen was Pericles Corey Arlen, Daniel was trapped in a nightmare, unable to sleep and filled with unease. This had a huge impact on him. Your Majesty. Seeing Daniel's anxious expression, Doran gently comforted him. I still maintain that the world is vast and full of wonders. The world is vast and the population is countless. Not to mention those who look alike, there are even people who look exactly alike. Perhaps somewhere in the world there is someone who looks just like the prince. So your Highness's worries are completely unfounded. Doran spoke calmly, trying to soothe Daniel's uneasy heart. Again, Doran paused slightly, gazing into the distance as if he could see the situation in the northern frontier through the wall. Let's see if Arlen can return from the northern frontier. Go deep into the northern frontier. Deep into the heart of the northern Yuan dynasty. Even though he has 50,000 cavalry, it is just a drop in the ocean in the northern frontier. It won't cause any trouble. Moreover, the northern Yuan also learned the detailed troop strength and mobilization situation of this invasion of the northern frontier. Although the northern Yuan was driven back to the grasslands by the Northern Expeditionary Army, we should not underestimate their fighting spirit or their hatred for the Ming army. Doran sneered, his smile filled with unwavering certainty, as if he was convinced that Arlen would not be coming back. To this, Daniel did not speak again. He stood quietly in place, staring blankly northward, seemingly unwilling to respond to the question. For him, things had perhaps reached a point where they were beyond repair. Northern Xinjiang, the vast grasslands and deserts intertwine, with howling winds sweeping across the land and yellow sand flying everywhere. Arlen's army is steadily advancing towards Wolf's Lair Mountain. At this time, we were not far from Wolf's Lair Mountain, and the northern Yuan royal court seemed to be within reach. General, this journey has been too strange. Our army has not encountered any major forces of the northern Yuan along the way. Is the northern Yuan so spineless that they have even abandoned their own tribes? Are they just going to stand by and watch our army? destroy their entire tribe. When they were only 10 miles away from the northern Yuan royal court, Arlen's troops temporarily halted their northward march and rested on the spot. All the generals surrounded Arlen, talking amongst themselves, each with a look of confusion and bewilderment on their faces. Before marching into the northern frontier, many generals had anticipated numerous bloody battles with the northern Yuan. They had even mentally simulated the battle scenarios countless times. However, they had now been in the heart of the northern Yuan for over a month, and their army had already slaughtered many northern Yuan tribes, beheading countless young and strong men. This was undoubtedly a huge loss for the northern Yuan. Even so, neither the northern Yuan court nor the tribes under its control organized a real war. Against the Ming cavalry, it seems they have completely abandoned their people, allowing the Ming army to slaughter them at will. This seemed extremely strange to Arlen's generals, completely defying common sense. This matter. Arlen listened to the general's words, frowned slightly, and nodded thoughtfully. It does indeed seem a bit strange, General. Todd's expression was serious, and his eyes revealed vigilance. Could there be a trap here? A scam? Arlen remained deep in thought upon hearing this. But at this moment, Arlen thought of another aspect. You guys say it. Arlen snapped out of his daze and looked at his generals with piercing eyes. If the northern Yuan knew that our army's goal was their royal court and their emperor, what would they do? Naturally, it's about waiting for the rabbit to run into the tree stump. Otis answered without hesitation, and his voice rang in everyone's ears. Exactly. Arlen nodded slightly, a sharp glint in his eyes. Our army's northward march this time has a clear purpose: to capture and kill the northern Yuan emperor and completely end the northern Yuan dynasty. The reason why the northern Yuan disregarded the lives of the people of its tribes was that they clearly knew the purpose of our army. But Arlen frowned again, his expression thoughtful and cautious. Even if they are just waiting for us to run into a trap, they need to have the strength to deal with us and know how many troops we have and what our combat strength is. Otherwise, the so-called waiting for us to run into a trap will become a joke. When saying this, Arlen's tone was somewhat cautious. Upon hearing this, Todd couldn't help but wonder, General, the northern Yuan wouldn't know our troops' strength, would they? Impossible, Otis immediately said, shaking his head as he spoke. This time, our army mobilized 100,000 cavalry for the northward march, which was deliberately shown to the northern Yuan. 100,000 iron cavalry in this northern desert are an invincible fighting force. Their cavalry has been defeated by the general, and they have no chance against my 100,000 cavalry. But if you put it that way, then if the northern Yuan is really lying in wait at their royal court, they must know the strength of our army. Otherwise, how would they deploy to fight? The northern Yuan wouldn't dare to charge with 100,000 iron cavalry, unless they know that our cavalry force numbers only 50,000. Todd said in a deep voice, his expression serious, and his eyes filled with deep worry. These words were spoken. Otis's expression also changed slightly. A look of panic flashed in his eyes, as if Todd's words had struck a nerve. After thinking it over, Otis still said, it shouldn't be, right? The exact number of troops is a top secret in the military. How could it possibly be leaked? How could the northern Yuan possibly know about this? This makes no sense. Could there be a traitor within the military's upper echelons? Clearly, Otis was also completely baffled by the reason, which is why he made this unfounded guess. While listening to the general's discussion, Arlen remained deep in thought. In Arlen's heart, however, there was already some speculation. In just over a month, they have penetrated more than 1,000 miles into the northern frontier and slaughtered more than a dozen northern Yuan tribes. Even when Archibald, the Archibald, invaded the grasslands, he still faced a full-scale counterattack from the various Xingnu tribes. But now that I have led my troops in, I have not encountered any counterattack from the main force of the northern Yuan. Based on this inference, the northern Yuan was simply waiting for a rabbit to run into their trap. Arlen pondered, his mind clear as a mirror, his analysis of the situation clear and thorough. But news is scarce in the grasslands and deserts, so it's impossible to fully grasp the situation of our army. When we first sent troops, we told the northern Yuan that the entire army was going to march, with hundreds of thousands of troops. But the fact that they dared to wait for our army to fall into their trap means they knew exactly how many troops we had. That's why they kept avoiding battle and waiting for our army to fall into their trap at the royal court. Only Samson and the commanders of the two armies know the specific troop deployment for this campaign. Could it be? Arlen pondered this in his heart, and at this moment he also keenly deduced a key point. Daniel's image quietly surfaced in Arlen's heart. My first thought was Daniel. A complex emotion flashed in Arlen's eyes, a mixture of surprise at the guess and contemplation of its possibility. No, probably not. After a moment's thought, Arlen shook his head slightly, trying to deny the idea. Although Daniel often showed his intention to win me over, he shouldn't have leaked information, right? There is no life or death feud between him and me. As for whether he has rebellious intentions, that's a matter for the future. Who can say for sure what the future holds? It shouldn't be him. As Arlen pondered, he weighed the various possibilities in his mind, trying to find a reasonable explanation. Even after thinking about Daniel, Arlen still couldn't quite understand. After all, Daniel had no reason to leak information. Firstly, Daniel was an ambitious prince who dreamed of going north to expand his territory and prove himself in front of Daniel. Secondly, Arlen had no grudge against Daniel, so he probably had no reason to betray him. Arlen felt a sense of confusion. After much deliberation, Arlen still couldn't figure it out. However, Arlen didn't care too much. With the official seal under his command, his soldiers had double the fighting strength and morale. With this boost, the 50,000 troops were no less powerful than an army of 100,000. This is also a unique advantage of Arlen, and it is the source of his confidence on the battlefield. As for the northern Yuans planned to ambush and kill them at their royal court. With the Golden Eagle overlooking from high above, no matter how they lay in ambush, they could not escape Arlen's notice. The Golden Eagle was like his eyes, able to see through all the enemies hidden in the shadows. Coming to his senses and seeing the generals around him still discussing, Arlen immediately said, "That's enough. No need to overthink it. This place is not far from the Northern Yuan royal court. If the Northern Yuan wants to wait for us to come to us, then let them wait. Gentlemen, are you afraid?" Arlen glanced at the assembled generals, his eyes filled with domineering confidence. Follow the general to the death. Sensing Arlen's fighting spirit and domineering aura, the generals also came to their senses and bowed to Arlen with clasped hands. Their eyes were filled with determination and loyalty, as if they would rush towards the enemy without hesitation at Arlen's command, even if it meant going through fire and water. This demonstrates their absolute trust in Arlen. Let the brothers get a good night's rest. Arlen looked at his generals with concern in his eyes. Tomorrow will be the day our army massacres the Northern Yuan royal court. If the Northern Yuan army has indeed laid an ambush with me here, who can stop our army's charge? Arlen smiled confidently, a smile that exuded an air of self-assurance. The power of cavalry was unstoppable in this vast desert. They really aren't afraid of any ambush. Then there is the Golden Eagle and Arlen's fierce and valiant nature. They are fearless. Yes, all the generals echoed. Arlen's confidence naturally inspired the generals as well. After all, in the hearts of every soldier, Arlen was the embodiment of the god of war, the embodiment of invincibility. As long as they followed their general, they would be an invincible army. They believed that under Arlen's leadership, they would surely be able to crush the Northern Yuan royal court. The Northern Yuan royal court is located at Wolf's Lair Mountain. Arlen gazed into the distance, seemingly already able to see the Wolf's Lair Mountain, his eyes filled with longing. Brothers, the ceiling of the Wolf's Lair is just around the corner. My name will be remembered in history, and that's just around the corner. Now, Arlen's voice was passionate and inspiring. Hear the sound. Otis, Todd, Percy, and all the generals' eyes lit up with fervor to seal the Wolf's Lair and dwell in the moorland. These 4 words, like a bolt of lightning, struck everyone's hearts, making their blood boil. These 4 words are enough to move any general of the Cornelius Chinese people. No Chinese man could refuse those 4 words. This is the supreme glory belonging to the warriors and men of China. Bros. Otis shouted excitedly, tomorrow, when we follow the general to slaughter this Northern Yuan royal court, our great Ning border army will be remembered in history. The history of the great Ning border army will surely be written in a grand style. That's right. Todd also shouted, sealing the Wolf's Lair. The Marquis of Champion Archibald created a reputation that lasted for thousands of years. Now our Marquis of Champion of the Ming Dynasty is going to lead us to create such a result. Tomorrow will be the day when our great Ning border army seals the Wolf's Lair Mountain and dwells in the sky. As long as we succeed, even if we die here, we will have no regrets. Brothers, another general shouted, now that we've eaten and drunk our fill, tomorrow we'll follow the general in a bloody battle against the Northern Yuan court, and display the might of our great Ming dynasty." His voice echoed in the air, stirring up boundless pride in the hearts of the soldiers. Many generals were excited and shouted to the soldiers resting around them. How could anyone not be excited by the phrase, "sealing the wolf and residing in the moorland"? The soldiers rose to their feet, gripped their weapons tightly, and their eyes were filled with fighting spirit. Their shouts merged together, echoing like rolling thunder across the vast desert. "Follow the general to the death. Sealing the wolf and residing in the moorland. I never thought I'd have such a day. We swear to pursue the general to the death." The surrounding soldiers shouted excitedly, filled with their fervor for sealing the wolf's lair and their absolute trust in their general. "See this scene. Hopefully we'll have a fight tomorrow. Let's hope fewer brothers die." Arlen looked around, thinking to himself, tomorrow. It is foreseeable that this will be a bloody battle, an inevitable bloody battle. Arlen was not a god, nor did he possess the power to turn the tide of battle and annihilate the enemy army. All he could do was try his best to lead his soldiers back in triumph. Do your best and leave the rest to fate, and this moment. Under night, the northern Yuan royal court, after several days of migration, the people of this royal court have already migrated with Emperor Yuan towards Baya Lake. Within the royal court's territory, they were already lying in wait, preparing to confront Arlen's Yuan army. The Yuan army, led by Hoyt, General Gawain. A large army has been deployed to the north at Wolf's Lair Mountain. General Gawain. The armies on the west and east sides have also been deployed. Our 30,000 cavalry have also been ambushed on the eastern flank. With 3 armies surrounding the Ming army from 3 sides, we can completely encircle them and annihilate this Ming army force once they are trapped. That Ming General Arlen is doomed. Many generals came before Hoyt and respectfully reported their arrival. He listened to the reports from his subordinates. A sense of confidence, as if she were in complete control, also appeared on Hoyt's face.